Welcome to Mr. Schofield. If you love terrifying horror stories, mysterious encounters, and chilling tales that will keep you awake at night, you're in the right place. Before we begin, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a new nightmare. Now, let's step into the darkness. The most frightening aspect of Capitol Reef National Park is its ability to swallow people whole in an instant. Not in the dramatic way you might see in movies, but more quietly and methodically. When you reach the fork in the road, if you take the wrong turn, if you misread a faded sign, if you rely on your instincts instead of your map, suddenly the labyrinth of red rocks closes in around you like a fist. Most people don't realize how easy it is to get lost here without actually getting lost. My name is Nathan Kellis, and I've been working as a park ranger at Capitol Reef for 7 years. I've been here long enough to understand the difference between a tourist who is an hour late with their rental car and a real emergency, and long enough to see things that make you question whether you really know this place, even after spending thousands of hours in its canyons and trails. The park, covering 1,000 square miles of the Utah desert, is like a geological exhibition of towering cliffs, hidden canyons, and ancient Fremont petroglyphs carved into sandstone walls. It has a harsh and rugged beauty, the kind that doesn't care whether you appreciate it or not. The call came in just after 3 in the afternoon on a Tuesday in late September. Dispatch's voice crackled through my radio as I was finishing up a routine patrol near the Fruita Historic District, checking that the old pioneer cabins were secure and that no one had decided to carve their initials into century-old wood. The tourist season was winding down, and I'd been looking forward to the quieter months ahead. Fewer people meant fewer problems, or so I'd hoped. Kellis, we've got a possible missing hiker. Female, 28, solo traveler, Mara Vance. She was supposed to check in with her sister 2 hours ago. Sister says she never misses a check-in, getting worried. The dispatcher's tone was professional, but carried that edge that told me she was taking this seriously. 2 hours wasn't long in the grand scheme of things, but out here, 2 hours could mean the difference between a simple rescue and a body recovery. I keyed my radio, already mentally running through protocols. Copy that. Do we have a last known location? What trail was she planning to hike? My hand was already reaching for the laminated park map I kept folded in my chest pocket, my eyes scanning the network of trails that spider-webbed across the terrain. Last contact was this morning. She told her sister she was doing the Cohab Canyon Trail, maybe pushing through to Cassidy Arch if she felt good. She's driving a white Honda CR-V, should be parked at the Hickman Bridge lot. There was a pause, the sound of papers shuffling on the other end. Sister says Mara's an experienced hiker, does a lot of solo trips, but this is her first time in Utah. That detail stuck with me. Experienced didn't mean familiar, and Capitol Reef had a way of humbling even the most confident hikers. The desert Southwest played by different rules than the forests and mountains most people were used to. Water was scarce, distances were deceptive, and the sun could turn you into a dehydrated husk faster than you'd think possible. I'm 20 minutes from Hickman Bridge, heading there now. I was already moving, my boots kicking up dust as I jogged back to my patrol truck, a white Ford Ranger with the Park Service logo on the door. The engine turned over with a reliable rumble, and I pulled out onto the scenic drive, my mind shifting into search mode. The Cohab Canyon Trail was a popular route, a moderately strenuous climb that took you up through a narrow canyon and eventually connected to several other trails, including the one that led to Cassidy Arch. It wasn't technically difficult, but it was easy to get turned around if you weren't paying attention. The rock walls all looked the same after a while, the same swirling patterns of Navajo sandstone, the same juniper trees clinging to impossible angles. 20 minutes later, I pulled into the Hickman Bridge parking area. It wasn't hard to spot Mara Vance's vehicle. A white Honda CR-V sat alone at the far end of the lot, its windows reflecting the late afternoon sun. I parked beside it and got out, immediately noticing that the temperature had started to drop. September nights in the desert could get cold, down into the 40s, and Mara had been out here for hours already. I cupped my hands against the CR-V's window and peered inside. The back seat was piled with camping gear, a sleeping bag, a cooler, the usual stuff you'd expect from someone on a multi-day road trip. A hiking guidebook lay open on the passenger seat, a yellow highlighter marking several trails in the Capitol Reef section. Everything looked normal, unremarkable. No signs of distress, no hastily scrawled notes, nothing that would suggest she'd expected trouble. But something caught my eye. On the dashboard, tucked under the windshield wiper on the outside, was a small piece of paper. I walked around and carefully pulled it free, unfolding it. The handwriting was neat, precise. Cohab Canyon to Frying Pan Trail to Cassidy Arch, back by 4 p.m., MV. I checked my watch. It was now 3:47 p.m. She'd given herself a reasonable timeline, but she'd also underestimated the route. The loop she'd planned was a good 8 miles with significant elevation gain. Doable in a day, but tight if you stopped to take photos or got slowed down by the terrain. And that was assuming everything went according to plan. I radioed dispatch. Vehicle located. Found a note indicating she planned a longer route than initially reported. Cohab to Frying Pan to Cassidy Arch. I'm starting up the trail now. Sunset's in about 3 hours, so I'm going to move fast. I didn't wait for a response, just grabbed my pack from the truck, made sure my radio was charged, and started up the trail at a steady jog. The Cohab Canyon trailhead started innocuously enough, a sandy path that wound through a grove of cottonwood trees before beginning its steep ascent into the canyon itself. The rock walls rose up on either side, narrowing as I climbed higher, the sandstone glowing orange and red in the angled sunlight. My boots found purchase on the worn stone steps, and I called out periodically, my voice echoing off the walls. "Mara! Mara Vance! Park Ranger, can you hear me?" Nothing came back but my own voice, distorted and hollow. I kept moving, my eyes scanning the trail for any sign of her. A discarded water bottle, a dropped piece of gear, footprints in the sand, anything. But the trail was clean, well-trafficked enough that individual prints were impossible to distinguish. I reached the top of the canyon in good time, emerging onto the slick rock plateau where the trail branched off in multiple directions. This was where things got tricky. The official trail continued toward Cassidy Arch, but there were dozens of unofficial side routes, faint paths worn by curious hikers and bighorn sheep. If Mara had wandered off the main trail, she could be anywhere in a 100-square-mile area. I pulled out my GPS unit and marked my position, then consulted my map. The Frying Pan Trail was the next leg of her planned route, a more remote path that skirted the edge of a deep canyon before connecting to the Cassidy Arch approach. It was beautiful country, but isolated. I'd been on this trail maybe a dozen times in 7 years, always during routine patrols, never for a rescue. The sun was lower now, casting long shadows across the rock, turning the landscape into a study of light and dark. I picked up my pace, moving along the narrow trail, my eyes constantly scanning. And then, about a mile in, I saw it. Something that made my stomach clench with unease. A trail sign, one of the standard Park Service markers, lay face down on the ground. The wooden post had snapped clean through, the metal sign twisted at an odd angle. I knelt down and turned it over, brushing away the dust. The sign read, Cassidy Arch, 2.3 miles with an arrow pointing to the right. But the arrow was wrong. Dead wrong. I knew this junction, and Cassidy Arch was to the left, not the right. Someone had moved this sign, deliberately or accidentally. and now it was pointing hikers in the completely wrong direction. My jaw tightened. The right-hand path didn't lead to Cassidy Arch. It led down into a remote drainage called Sulphur Canyon, a dead-end valley that was notorious for flash flood risk and had no maintained trails. If Mara had followed this sign, she was in serious trouble. I radioed dispatch immediately, my voice sharp with urgency. "Dispatch, Kellis. I've found a downed trail sign at the Frying Pan Junction. It's been repositioned and is pointing the wrong direction. If our missing hiker followed it, she's headed into Sulphur Canyon. I'm going in after her, requesting additional units to stage at Hickman Bridge." My heart was pounding now, adrenaline cutting through the fatigue. "Copy that, Kellis. Additional units are en route. ETA 40 minutes. Proceed with caution." The dispatcher's voice was tense now, the weight of the situation settling in. A wrong turn in the backcountry wasn't just an inconvenience, it was life-threatening. I stood up, staring down the narrow path that led into Sulphur Canyon. The trail, if you could call it that, was little more than a game trail, winding down through a maze of boulders and scrub brush. The canyon walls rose steeply on either side, and the floor was choked with debris from past floods, driftwood and rocks piled in chaotic jumbles. This was not a place you wanted to be, especially not alone, and especially not as the sun was setting. I started down, moving as quickly as I dared, calling out Mara's name every few minutes. The light was fading fast now, the sky turning from blue to purple, the first stars beginning to appear. I pulled out my flashlight and clicked it on, the beam cutting through the gathering darkness. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and I could see my breath in the cold air. About half a mile into the canyon, I found the first real sign of her. A snapped branch on a juniper tree, the break fresh, the wood still pale where it had splintered. Someone had pushed through here recently, someone in a hurry. I examined the ground more carefully and found a partial boot print in a patch of sand, a woman's size 7 or 8, the tread pattern consistent with a lightweight hiking boot. "Mara, can you hear me?" I shouted, my voice bouncing off the canyon walls. For a moment there was nothing. Then, faintly, so faintly, I almost thought I'd imagined it, I heard a sound. A voice, weak and distant, carried on the cold wind. "Help! Here!" My pulse spiked. I keyed my radio, speaking quickly. "Dispatch, I've made contact. Verbal response, weak signal, continuing into the canyon." I didn't wait for a reply, just started moving faster, following the faint path, my flashlight sweeping back and forth across the rocky terrain. The canyon narrowed further, the walls closing in until they were barely 10 feet apart, the floor a jumble of boulders and fallen logs. I climbed over and around obstacles, my breath coming hard now, the cold air burning my lungs. And then I saw it, just ahead, a shape that didn't belong in the natural landscape. A backpack, dangling from an old barbed wire fence that stretched across the canyon at chest height. The fence was ancient, rusted and sagging, probably left over from the homesteading days when this area had been ranch land. The Park Service had removed most of these old fences decades ago, but some still lingered in the more remote corners of the park, forgotten relics of a harder time. The backpack was caught on one of the barbs, swaying gently in the breeze, the fabric torn where it had snagged. I approached slowly, my flashlight beam fixed on the pack. It was a women's day pack, teal and gray, with a water bladder tube dangling loose. I carefully lifted it free from the fence and set it on the ground, kneeling beside it. The main compartment was partially open, and I could see the contents: a half-eaten granola bar, a park map, a small first aid kit, a phone in a waterproof case. I pulled out the phone and pressed the power button. The screen lit up, showing the lock screen, a photo of a young woman with dark hair and a bright smile, standing in front of a mountain vista. Mara Vance, I assumed. The battery was at 12%, and there was no signal, which was typical this deep in the canyon. I slipped the phone into my pocket and continued searching the pack. No wallet, no ID, but I didn't need confirmation. This was hers, but where was she? I stood up and scanned the area with my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. Mara, where are you? My voice was louder now, more forceful. I listened intently, straining to hear any response over the sound of the wind whistling through the canyon. Then I heard it again, that same weak voice, but closer now. Down here, I fell. The words were strained, laced with pain. I moved forward following the sound and realized with a sinking feeling that the canyon floor dropped away sharply just beyond the fence. There was a steep embankment, maybe 15 feet down, leading to a lower section of the drainage. I dropped to my stomach and crawled to the edge, shining my light down. And there she was. Mara Vance lay at the bottom of the embankment, her body twisted at an awkward angle, one leg clearly broken, the bone visible through a tear in her pants. Her face was pale, streaked with dirt and tears, and her eyes squinted against the brightness of my flashlight. Mara, my name is Nathan. I'm a park ranger. I'm here to help you. I kept my voice calm, steady, even though my mind was racing. She was hurt badly, and we were miles from the nearest road, in a canyon that was going to be pitch black in a matter of minutes. This was going to be a long night. I followed the sign, she whispered, her voice barely audible. It said, Cassidy Arch. I thought I was on the right trail. Her words were broken, punctuated by shallow, pained breaths. She was going into shock, her body shutting down in response to the trauma and the cold. The sign was wrong, I told her, already pulling rope from my pack. But we're going to get you out of here. Just hold on. I radioed dispatch again, giving them our exact coordinates and requesting a medical evacuation. It would take time, too much time, but it was the only option. I couldn't move her by myself, not with that leg, and trying would risk making her injuries worse. While I waited for confirmation, I rigged a hasty rappel system using the old fence posts as an anchor. It wasn't ideal, but it would hold my weight long enough to get down to her. I clipped in, tested the line, and lowered myself carefully down the embankment, my boots scraping against the loose rock and sand. When I reached her, I immediately went into medic mode, checking her vitals, assessing her injuries. The broken leg was the most obvious problem, but she also had a nasty gash on her forehead and possible internal injuries from the fall. I pulled a thermal blanket from my pack and wrapped it around her, trying to keep her warm. Her skin was cold to the touch, clammy, and her pulse was weak and rapid. You're going to be okay, Mara, I said, more to reassure myself than her. Help is on the way. Just stay with me, all right? Talk to me. Tell me about your trip. What brought you to Capitol Reef? I needed to keep her conscious, keep her engaged, keep her fighting. She tried to smile, but it came out as more of a grimace. Always wanted to see Utah, the red rocks. Took time off work, just me and the road. Her eyes fluttered, struggling to stay open. Stupid to go alone. Not stupid, I said firmly. Just unlucky. That sign should never have been down. This isn't your fault. And it wasn't. Someone had moved that sign, whether intentionally or through careless negligence, and Mara had paid the price. I made a mental note to report this to my supervisor immediately. There would be an investigation, questions that needed answering. The minutes dragged by like hours. I kept talking to Mara, checking her pulse, adjusting the blanket, doing everything I could to keep her stable. The canyon was completely dark now, the only light coming from my flashlight and the distant glow of stars overhead. The cold was brutal, seeping into my bones despite my layers, and I could only imagine how much worse it was for Mara, who was dressed in just a t-shirt and leggings. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I heard the sound of voices echoing down the canyon. Flashlight beams appeared in the distance, bobbing and weaving as they navigated the treacherous terrain. The cavalry had arrived. 2 other rangers emerged from the darkness, their headlamps cutting bright circles through the night. I recognized them immediately. Sarah Morrison, a second-year ranger with emergency medical training, and Tom Beckett, a veteran who'd been working Capitol Reef longer than I had. Behind them came 2 volunteer search and rescue personnel carrying a litter and medical equipment. "Down here," I called out, waving my flashlight. They picked their way carefully down the embankment, the rescue team moving with practiced efficiency. Sarah reached us first, dropping to her knees beside Mara and immediately beginning a more thorough assessment. "Compound fracture, left tibia and fibula," Sarah announced, her voice clinical as her hands moved expertly over Mara's body. "Possible concussion, mild hypothermia, blood pressure is low. We need to stabilize that leg and get her out of here fast." She looked up at me, her expression grave. "Good work finding her, Nathan. Another hour and we'd be looking at a very different situation." Tom knelt beside me, his weathered face illuminated by his headlamp. "What happened to that trail sign?" he asked quietly, keeping his voice low so Mara wouldn't hear. "I hiked that junction last week. It was solid then." "I don't know," I admitted, my jaw tight with frustration. "But it was deliberately moved or it broke off and someone repositioned it wrong. Either way, we need to figure out who's responsible before someone else follows that sign." The implications were serious. If this was vandalism, it was criminal. If it was negligence, it was still inexcusable. The rescue team worked quickly, splinting Mara's leg and securing her to the litter. She cried out in pain as they moved her, the sound cutting through the cold night air. But Sarah administered morphine from her medical kit, and within minutes Mara's breathing had steadied, her face relaxing as the drug took effect. Getting her out of the canyon was brutal work. 6 of us took turns carrying the litter, navigating by headlamp through the maze of boulders and debris. Every step had to be carefully chosen, every movement deliberate to avoid jostling Mara too much. My shoulders burned with the effort, my legs trembling with fatigue, but we kept moving, driven by the knowledge that her life depended on getting her to a hospital. It took us nearly 3 hours to reach the trailhead. By the time we emerged from Cohab Canyon, an ambulance was waiting, its red and blue lights painting the rock walls in garish colors. The EMTs took over immediately, loading Mara into the back and starting IV fluids. I caught a glimpse of her face as they closed the doors, pale but conscious, her eyes finding mine. "Thank you," she mouthed. And then the ambulance was pulling away, its siren wailing as it headed toward the nearest hospital in Torrey, 20 miles away. I stood in the parking lot watching the taillights disappear into the darkness, my body sagging with exhaustion. Tom clapped a hand on my shoulder. "Good work tonight, Nathan. You saved her life." His voice was warm, genuine, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. "We need to get back up to that junction first thing in the morning," I said, turning to face him. "I want to photograph that sign, document everything, and I want to know if there are any other signs that have been tampered with." The thought that other hikers might be at risk gnawed at me. "Agreed," Sarah said, joining us. She'd stripped off her medical gloves and was washing her hands with water from her pack. "I'll file the incident report tonight, but we should do a full safety sweep of all the major trail junctions. If this is vandalism, we need to catch whoever's doing it before someone dies." We drove back to the ranger station in silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The station was a modest building near the park's visitor center, equipped with offices, a small medical facility, and bunk rooms for overnight stays. I went straight to my office and pulled out the incident report forms, my hands still shaking slightly from the adrenaline come-down. As I filled out the paperwork, describing the events of the evening in precise detail, something kept nagging at me. The fence. That old barbed wire fence where I'd found Mara's backpack. I'd seen plenty of abandoned ranch infrastructure in the park over the years, but I couldn't remember that particular fence. It seemed oddly placed, stretching across the canyon at a spot that would have served no practical purpose for livestock management. I pulled up the park's historical database on my computer, searching for records of homesteading activity in Sulphur Canyon. The entries were sparse, most of the land having been too rugged and remote for successful farming, but one entry caught my eye. Pritchard Ranch, established 1911, abandoned 1923. Remnants include stone foundation, corrals, and boundary fencing. I clicked on the attached map, a hand-drawn survey from 1920. The ranch had been located in a side canyon off the main sulfur drainage, in an area I'd passed through on my way to find Mara. I zoomed in on the map, tracing the property boundaries, and felt a chill run down my spine. One of the fence lines ran directly across the spot where I'd found the backpack. But that wasn't what disturbed me. What disturbed me was the notation scrawled in faded ink at the edge of the map. Pritchard disappeared June 1923. Wife and children relocated. Property condemned. I sat back in my chair staring at the screen. Condemned was a strong word, especially for that era when people were generally left alone to succeed or fail on their own terms. What had happened at the Pritchard Ranch that warranted official condemnation? I searched for more records but found nothing else in the digital archives. If there were more details, they'd be in the physical archives stored in the basement. Boxes of old documents and photographs that hadn't been digitized yet. I glanced at my watch. It was nearly midnight, and I was exhausted, but I knew I wouldn't sleep until I had answers. The basement of the ranger station was musty and cold, lit by a single fluorescent bulb that flickered intermittently. Metal shelving units lined the walls, packed with cardboard boxes labeled by decade. I found the section marked 1920 to 1930 and began pulling boxes down, searching through yellowed papers and brittle photographs. It took me 40 minutes to find what I was looking for. A manila folder labeled Pritchard J, Property Disposition 1923, contained a handful of documents, including a letter from the county sheriff to the Department of the Interior. I unfolded the letter carefully, the paper crackling under my fingers, and began to read. To whom it may concern, regarding the property known as Pritchard Ranch in Capitol Reef, this office recommends immediate seizure and closure of said property. Mr. Joseph Pritchard has not been seen since June 14, 1923. His wife, Mrs. Eleanor Pritchard, reports that he went out to inspect fence lines and never returned. A search was conducted, but no body was recovered. Mrs. Pritchard further reports disturbing behavior from her husband in the weeks preceding his disappearance, including movement of property markers and trail signs, stating that he was correcting the land's mistakes. Mrs. Pritchard and her 3 children have been relocated to family in Price, Utah. The property shows signs of neglect and unsafe conditions. Recommend against future habitation. I read the letter 3 times, each word sinking in with uncomfortable clarity. Joseph Pritchard had been moving signs and markers before he disappeared. The same kind of tampering that had nearly killed Mara Vance. The same canyon where his ranch had been located over 100 years ago. This was more than coincidence. This was a pattern. I photocopied the documents and returned the box to its shelf, my mind racing. It was possible that the modern sign tampering was completely unrelated to Pritchard's actions. Just a strange historical echo. But the location was too specific, the behavior too similar. Someone either knew about Pritchard and was deliberately mimicking him, or something else was going on, something I didn't want to consider. I returned to my office and spent the next hour cross-referencing the park's incident reports for the past 10 years. What I found made my blood run cold. 7 hikers had gotten lost or injured in Sulphur Canyon in the last decade, an unusually high number for such a remote area. 3 of those incidents involved hikers who reported following signs that led them off the established trails. All 3 of those hikers mentioned old fence lines near where they'd gotten lost. The pattern was undeniable. Something about that canyon was drawing people in and leading them astray. Whether it was deliberate vandalism, some kind of environmental factor that disoriented hikers, or something else entirely, I couldn't say. But I knew I had to investigate further. At 6 the next morning, I was back on the trail with Tom and Sarah, along with 2 maintenance workers carrying tools and replacement signs. We reached the junction by 8, the morning sun already fierce despite the autumn season. The broken sign lay exactly where I'd left it. The wood post snapped, the metal sign twisted and pointing in the wrong direction. Tom knelt down and examined the break carefully. "This wasn't weather damage," he said, running his fingers over the splintered wood. "Look at this, clean break, almost like it was hit with something. And these scratches here, on the metal sign, those are fresh. Someone did this recently, probably within the last week." "Can we tell what kind of tool was used?" I asked, photographing the damage from multiple angles. Every detail might be important for the investigation. "Something heavy and blunt," Tom said, standing up and dusting off his hands. "A rock, maybe, or a sledgehammer. Hard to say for sure without lab analysis, but this was definitely intentional." His expression was grim. "We've got a vandal with a grudge, Nathan. Someone who wants people to get lost out here." Sarah was examining the ground around the sign, her eyes scanning for footprints or other evidence. "There's nothing here," she said, frustration evident in her voice. "Too many hikers have been through. Any individual prints are long gone." She looked up at me. "We need to set up trail cameras. If someone's coming back here to tamper with signs, we need to catch them in the act." It was a good idea, but it would take time to get approval and equipment. In the meantime, we had to secure the area and warn visitors. The maintenance workers set about installing a new sign, this time anchoring it with concrete to prevent easy removal. We also posted temporary warning signs at the trailhead, alerting hikers to stay on marked paths and report any suspicious activity. With that done, I told the others I was going to scout further into Sulphur Canyon to check for any other signs of tampering. Tom offered to come with me, but I declined. I needed to see the Pritchard Ranch site for myself, and I had a feeling whatever I found there wouldn't make sense to anyone else. Not yet. The hike down into the canyon was easier in daylight, but the place still felt wrong. The walls seemed to press in too close, the shadows too deep despite the bright sun overhead. I passed the spot where I'd found Mara, her blood still staining the rocks, and continued deeper into the drainage. About a mile past the rescue site, I found the ranch, or what was left of it. A collapsed stone foundation marked where the house had stood, the walls reduced to rubble overgrown with sagebrush and juniper. Nearby were the remains of a corral, wooden posts weathered to gray splinters, and beyond that, stretching across the canyon floor, was the fence. The barbed wire was ancient, red with rust, but still intact in places. I followed it slowly, noting how it ran in a completely illogical pattern, zigzagging across the terrain with no apparent purpose. It didn't follow property boundaries or natural features. It just wandered, as if whoever had built it had been following some internal logic that had nothing to do with practicality. And then I saw them. Signs, dozens of them. Nailed to fence posts, tied to trees, stacked in piles against rocks. Old wooden signs, hand-painted and weathered almost to illegibility, all bearing directions and warnings. "Water, 2 miles," read one, pointing toward a dry cliff face. "Safe passage," claimed another, indicating a narrow slot canyon that would be a death trap in a rainstorm. "Pritchard Ranch, home," said a third, pointing at nothing but empty sky. Joseph Pritchard had done this. Over 100 years ago, he'd created this maze of false directions, this labyrinth designed to confuse and mislead. And then he'd disappeared into it, never to be seen again. The question was why? What had driven him to such bizarre behavior? I photographed everything, documenting the scene methodically. And as I worked, I noticed something else. Fresh disturbances in the sand near some of the signs. Footprints, recent ones, left by hiking boots. Someone had been here within the last few days, walking among Pritchard's signs, perhaps studying them. I knelt down and examined the prints more closely. They were large, men's size 11 or 12, with an aggressive tread pattern consistent with modern hiking boots. The stride was uneven, the left foot dragging slightly, suggesting either injury or fatigue. The prints led deeper into the canyon, toward an area I hadn't explored yet, a narrow defile between high rock walls. Against my better judgment, I followed them. The canyon narrowed until my shoulders nearly touched both walls, the stone cold and smooth under my hands. The prints continued, increasingly erratic, as if the person had been stumbling or disoriented. And then, abruptly, they stopped. I stood in a small, natural amphitheater, maybe 20 feet across, enclosed by sheer walls on 3 sides. The 4th side, the way I'd entered, was the only exit. The footprints ended in the center of this space, in a patch of soft sand that showed clear impressions of someone standing, turning in circles, and then simply stopping. There were no prints leading out, no sign of climbing equipment or disturbed rock that would indicate someone had scaled the walls. The person had walked in and somehow vanished. I stood frozen in that stone amphitheater, my rational mind struggling to process what I was seeing. People don't just vanish. There had to be an explanation. A hidden crack in the wall, a narrow passage I'd missed, something. I began examining the rock walls inch by inch, running my hands over the sandstone, looking for any irregularity that might explain the disappearing footprints. Nothing. The walls were solid, worn smooth by centuries of wind and water, but unbroken, no handholds, no ledges, no secret passages. Just 3 sheer walls of stone rising 30 feet above me, and the narrow entrance I'd walked through. The same entrance the mysterious hiker had used, but apparently not to leave. My radio crackled, making me jump. Tom's voice came through, distorted by the canyon walls. "Nathan, you copy? We're wrapping up at the junction. What's your 20? I keyed the mic, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. "I'm at the old Pritchard Ranch site. Found something you need to see. Can you and Sarah meet me here? Follow the main drainage about a mile past where we found Mara last night." "Copy that. Give us 20 minutes. The radio fell silent again, leaving me alone with the mystery of the vanishing footprints and the growing sense that I was missing something fundamental about this place. While I waited, I examined the ground more carefully. The footprints showed signs of confusion, someone turning in circles, pacing back and forth. But there was something else, too. Drag marks in the sand, as if the person had been moving something heavy. I followed the marks to the base of the northern wall and found them, almost hidden in a small depression. 3 rocks stacked one on top of the other, forming a crude cairn. I'd seen dozens of these in the park, hikers building them as trail markers or just for the simple satisfaction of creating something. But this one felt different. The rocks were arranged with deliberate precision, balanced in a way that seemed almost impossible given their irregular shapes. And carved into the top rock, scratched with something sharp, was a date: 6/14/23. June 40, 1923. The day Joseph Pritchard disappeared. My throat went dry. This wasn't a recent cairn built by a modern hiker. This was Pritchard's marker, left over a century ago in this exact spot. But that made no sense. The rocks showed no weathering, no lichen growth, no signs of age. They looked like they'd been placed here yesterday. I heard voices echoing down the canyon. Tom and Sarah were approaching. I stepped back from the cairn, trying to compose myself, to come up with a rational explanation for what I was seeing. But before I could organize my thoughts, something else caught my attention. The light in the amphitheater was changing. The sun was directly overhead now, and its rays were penetrating deep into the enclosed space, illuminating details I hadn't noticed before. On the eastern wall, about 15 feet up, were markings, petroglyphs, carved into the stone by the Fremont people who'd inhabited this region 1,000 years ago. I'd seen plenty of Fremont rock art during my time at Capitol Reef: stylized human figures and animals, geometric patterns, and handprints. But these were different. These showed a progression, a story told in stone. The first panel showed a line of human figures walking in single file. The second showed the same figures circling, their paths creating a spiral pattern. The third showed the figures overlapping, merging together until they became a single confused mass. And the final panel showed nothing but empty space and a single handprint, reaching toward something outside the frame. Holy hell! Tom's voice behind me made me spin around. He and Sarah had entered the amphitheater, and both were staring up at the petroglyphs. I've patrolled this area for 15 years and never knew these were here. The light has to be just right to see them clearly, I said, though I wasn't sure that was true. I had a feeling these carvings only revealed themselves when they wanted to be seen. Tom, Sarah, I need you to look at something. I led them to the cairn and explained what I'd found: the disappearing footprints, the date carved into the rock, all of it. Sarah knelt beside the cairn, her trained observer's eye taking in every detail. These rocks, they shouldn't look this fresh, not after 100 years exposed to the elements. She glanced up at me. Unless someone rebuilt this cairn recently, using the same rocks Pritchard used. But why? Tom asked, his practical mind grappling with the implications. Why would someone come all the way out here to rebuild an old cairn? And how would they even know where the original was located? I didn't have an answer. Not one that made sense anyway. But the pieces were starting to come together in my mind, forming a picture that defied logic but fit the evidence. I think someone's been coming out here, I said slowly. Someone who knows about Pritchard, who studied what happened to him, and I think they're trying to recreate his experience, following his path, building his markers. That's insane, Tom said flatly. Why would anyone do that? I don't know, I admitted. But those fresh footprints didn't make themselves. Someone was here recently, and they walked into this amphitheater and didn't walk out, just like Pritchard. Sarah stood up, brushing sand from her knees. We need to get a forensics team out here, document everything, search the area properly. If someone's missing, we need to know about it. And if this is some kind of elaborate prank, we need to catch whoever's behind it before they cause more damage. She was right, of course. This was beyond the scope of a simple trail maintenance issue. This was potentially a missing person case or evidence of serious vandalism, or both. But something in my gut told me that bringing more people into this canyon was exactly the wrong move. That whatever was happening here thrived on attention, on participation, on people following the false paths laid out by Pritchard and his unknown successor. Let's photograph everything first, I said. Then we'll decide on next steps. but I want to check one more thing. I pointed up at the petroglyphs. I want to see where that handprint is pointing. Using the zoom on my camera, I captured detailed images of each panel, then examined them on the screen. The final handprint wasn't random. The fingers were pointing toward a specific spot on the opposite wall, a section of stone that looked no different from any other. But when I walked over and examined it closely, I found something. A narrow vertical crack, barely wider than my hand, running from floor to ceiling. It was invisible from more than a few feet away, hidden in shadow in the natural texture of the rock. I pulled out my flashlight and shone it into the crack. The beam penetrated several feet before being swallowed by darkness. Cool air flowed from the opening, carrying with it the musty smell of earth and stone. This was a passage, hidden in plain sight, leading somewhere deep into the rock. "Found it," I called to Tom and Sarah. "There's a passage here. This is how the footprints disappear." Tom came over and peered into the crack, his expression skeptical. "That's too narrow. Nobody's fitting through there, not with a backpack or gear." "Not with gear," I agreed. "But a person could squeeze through sideways. It would be tight, uncomfortable, maybe even dangerous if you got stuck. But it's possible." I looked back at the footprints ending in the center of the amphitheater. Whoever made those prints took off their pack, left everything behind, and went through. Or they backtracked over their own prints to confuse anyone following them, Sarah suggested. It's a basic tracking evasion technique. It was a reasonable theory, more reasonable than mine. But I'd seen the way those prints ended. The circular pattern, the signs of confusion and disorientation. That wasn't someone carefully covering their tracks. That was someone lost, frightened, making a desperate choice. "I'm going in," I said, already shrugging off my pack. Tom immediately protested, but I cut him off. "Someone might be in there, hurt or trapped. We can't just walk away. I'll take my radio and flashlight, stay in constant contact. If I'm not out in 30 minutes, you call for backup." "This is a bad idea, Nathan," Sarah said, her face tight with concern. "We don't know where that passage leads or if it's even stable. You could get stuck or trigger a collapse." "I know the risks," I said, checking my radio battery. "Full charge. But if there's even a chance someone's alive in there, I have to try." I didn't mention the other reason, the one I could barely articulate even to myself. I needed to understand what had happened to Pritchard, what was happening now, and the only way to do that was to follow the path he'd taken. I approached the crack and turned sideways, sliding into the narrow opening. The rock pressed against my chest and back, cold and unyielding. I had to exhale completely to fit through, my ribs scraping against stone as I shuffled deeper into the passage. My flashlight beam bounced off the walls, showing a narrow corridor that seemed to stretch endlessly into darkness. "I'm in," I radioed, my voice echoing strangely in the confined space. "Passage is tight but navigable, heading deeper." Tom's response came back distorted, the rock interfering with the signal. "Copy. Be careful. Check in. 5 minutes." I moved slowly, carefully, testing each step before committing my weight. The passage twisted and turned, sometimes widening enough for me to breathe normally, sometimes narrowing until I had to force myself forward inch by inch, fighting the claustrophobic panic that threatened to overwhelm me. The air was stale and cool, and I could hear water dripping somewhere in the distance. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 10 minutes, the passage opened into a small chamber, maybe 8 feet across. I stepped out and swept my flashlight around, the beam revealing something that made my heart stop. The chamber was full of signs. Dozens of them, hundreds maybe, covering every available surface. Wooden signs, metal signs, hand-painted and weathered, all bearing directions and warnings. "This way to safety. Turn back. Pritchard Ranch. Help me. Don't follow. The land is wrong here. They were nailed to the walls, stacked in corners, leaning against each other in haphazard piles. And in the center of the chamber, arranged in a careful circle, were backpacks. 7 of them, ranging from modern technical packs to an ancient canvas rucksack that had to be from Pritchard's era. Each pack was opened, the contents spread out neatly on the ground. Maps, water bottles, first aid kits, cameras, journals. The accumulated gear of people who had entered this place and never returned. I keyed my radio with shaking hands. Tom, Sarah, you need to hear this. I'm in a chamber filled with signs and personal belongings, multiple sets of gear, multiple people. This isn't just Pritchard. This has been happening for over a century. Static was my only answer. I tried again. Tom? Sarah, do you copy? Nothing. The rock was too thick here, blocking the signal completely. I was cut off, alone in this chamber of lost souls, with no way to call for help. I should have turned back immediately. That was protocol, that was common sense. But I couldn't leave, not yet. I needed to understand. I moved to the nearest backpack, a modern one with a name tag attached. Marcus Turner, 2019. I recognized that name. Marcus Turner had been a geologist who'd disappeared while conducting research in the park 5 years ago. The search had been extensive, but ultimately fruitless. Now I knew why. He'd found this place and never left. The next pack belonged to someone named Amy Green, dated 2003. Another name I recognized from the missing person files. Each pack told the same story. Experienced hikers and researchers, people who should have known better, drawn into Sulphur Canyon and lost forever. And then I found Pritchard's pack, the ancient canvas rucksack. I opened it carefully, the fabric brittle with age, and found a journal inside. The leather cover cracked and stained, but still intact. I opened it to the last entry, dated June 14, 1923, written in a shaky hand. The land speaks, but with the wrong words. The trails go nowhere but everywhere. I have tried to fix it, to make the signs true, but each correction creates new lies. The canyon shifts, changes, leads me in circles, though I mark my path carefully. Eleanor thinks I am mad. Perhaps she is right. But I see it now. The pattern beneath the pattern. The ancient ones knew. Their pictures on the walls show the truth. There is no way out because there is no out, only deeper, always deeper. I'm going to follow the whispers one last time. If I do not return, tell Eleanor I tried to fix it. I tried to make it right. The whispers, I realized then that I'd been hearing them for several minutes. A soft susurration at the edge of perception, like wind through leaves, except there was no wind down here. No leaves. The sound seemed to come from deeper in the chamber, from another passage I hadn't noticed, a dark opening in the far wall. I stepped toward it, my flashlight beam probing the darkness, and saw more footprints in the dust. Recent ones leading into that deeper passage. The same boots that had left the tracks in the amphitheater above. Someone was down here, right now, following Pritchard's final path. "Hello?" I called out, my voice swallowed by the dark. "If you can hear me, I'm a park ranger. I'm here to help you." The whispers intensified, forming almost into words, but not quite, teasing at comprehension. And then I heard something else. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from the deep passage. Someone was walking toward me. I trained my flashlight on the opening, my heart hammering in my chest. A figure emerged from the darkness, moving with an odd, shuffling gait. For a moment, I thought it was a hiker, someone injured or disoriented, and relief flooded through me. But as the figure came closer, that relief turned to horror. It was a man, tall and gaunt, wearing clothes that hadn't been in style for a century. Wool pants held up with suspenders, a torn cotton shirt, boots that had long ago fallen apart, leaving his feet wrapped in rotted leather and exposed bone. His face was wrong, all wrong. The features stretched and distorted as if he'd been pulled through something too small and never quite snapped back into the right shape. But his eyes, sunken deep in their sockets, held a terrible awareness. Joseph Pritchard, I whispered, though I knew it was impossible. He'd been dead for over 100 years. Whatever was standing in front of me wasn't human anymore, if it ever had been. The thing that had been Pritchard opened its mouth, and the whispers poured out, no longer formless sounds but words, horrible words that cut like glass. The signs lie, the trails bend, the canyon keeps, always keeps. You'll fix it too. You'll try, they all try. But the land doesn't want fixing. It wants witnesses. It wants company. I stumbled backward, my boot catching on one of the backpacks, sending me sprawling. My flashlight flew from my hand, rolling across the chamber floor, its beam spinning wildly across the walls and ceiling. In that chaos of moving light, I saw them, all of them. Marcus Turner, Amy Green, and 5 others whose names I didn't know, standing in the shadows around the chamber, their bodies as twisted and wrong as Pritchard's, their eyes empty of everything except that terrible awareness. They began to move toward me, their shuffling footsteps echoing in the confined space. I scrambled to my feet, grabbed my flashlight, and ran. Not deeper into the passage like they wanted, not toward whatever waited in that final darkness, but back the way I'd come. Back toward the narrow crack that led to the amphitheater, to daylight, to sanity. I squeezed into the passage, forcing myself through spaces that seemed smaller than they'd been before, the rock scraping skin from my arms and back. Behind me, I could hear them following, their bodies somehow sliding through the impossible spaces, defying physics and reason. The whispers chased me, promising understanding, promising answers, promising that it would all make sense if I just stopped running and listened. I didn't listen. I kept moving, kept fighting forward until, finally, mercifully, I saw light ahead. The crack widened, and I burst out into the amphitheater, gasping for air, my body shaking with adrenaline and terror. Tom and Sarah were right where I'd left them, though their faces showed the strain of worry. "Nathan!" Sarah rushed forward. "You've been gone almost an hour. We were about to come in after you." An hour. It had felt like days. I looked back at the narrow crack, half expecting to see those twisted figures emerge, but there was nothing. Just stone and shadow and silence. "We're leaving," I said, my voice harsh. "Now. And we're sealing that passage. Nobody else goes in there, ever." I didn't tell them what I'd seen, not fully. In my official report, I documented the chamber, the backpacks, the evidence that multiple missing persons had ended up in that place. I recommended immediate closure of Sulphur Canyon and the installation of warning signs and barriers at all entry points. I mentioned structural instability and dangerous cave formations, all of which was technically true. What I didn't mention were the figures, the whispers, or the thing that had been Joseph Pritchard. Some truths are too dangerous to speak aloud. Some truths spread like infection, drawing in curious minds who think they can understand what others couldn't. The canyon was closed within a week. A team went in to seal the passage with concrete and steel, though I refused to be part of it. I'd had enough of that place. The backpacks were recovered and returned to families when possible, bringing closure to cases that had been cold for years. Marcus Turner's family finally had confirmation of his death. Amy Green's parents could finally mourn properly. Mara Vance recovered fully from her injuries. I visited her once in the hospital, bringing her the belongings we'd recovered from the canyon. She didn't remember much about her ordeal, just following a sign that led her astray and then waking up in pain. She thanked me for saving her life, and I accepted her gratitude even though I knew the truth. I hadn't saved her from the canyon. The canyon had let her go this time. It had what it wanted. Another chance to draw someone in, another opportunity to add to its collection. I requested a transfer 6 months later. The Park Service granted it without question. They could see the toll the incident had taken on me. I'm working at Arches now, a park with different dangers, more visible threats. Rock falls and lightning strikes and heat exhaustion. Problems I can understand and plan for. But sometimes, late at night when I'm on patrol, I hear whispers in the wind. Promises of understanding, offers of answers to questions I didn't know I had. And I see signs just at the edge of my vision, pointing toward trails that don't exist, toward canyons that aren't on any map. The land speaks, but with the wrong words. Joseph Pritchard understood that in the end. He tried to fix it, tried to make the signs tell the truth. But the truth is, some places don't want to be understood. They want to be felt, experienced, consumed. And once they have you, they never really let go. I still carry Pritchard's journal, the one I pulled from that chamber before I ran. I've read it cover to cover a dozen times, searching for some explanation that makes sense. But the more I read, the more I understand that sense isn't the point. The canyon isn't trying to be understood, it's trying to be fed. The last page of the journal contains a single line, written in a different hand than Pritchard's, in ink that's far too fresh to be a century old. "We're waiting for you to come back, Nathan. The signs are already changing. We're fixing them for you." I burned that page yesterday, watched it curl and blacken in my fireplace, the words disappearing into ash and smoke. But the message remains, burned into my memory as permanently as those petroglyphs carved into stone. The land speaks, but with the wrong words. And somewhere in Sulphur Canyon, behind concrete and steel barriers and official warnings, 7 figures stand in darkness, building signs that lead nowhere and everywhere, waiting patiently for the next person who thinks they can fix what's broken. They're still waiting. They'll always be waiting, because the canyon keeps, always keeps. And the worst part? Some small, sick part of me wants to go back, wants to understand, wants to see if maybe, just maybe, I could be the one to make the signs tell the truth. But I won't, I can't, because I've seen what happens to people who try. I've seen what the canyon makes of them. I've seen what it made of Joseph Pritchard. And I know, with absolute certainty, that it's waiting to make the same thing of me. The Fremont River cuts through Capitol Reef like a vein of life in an otherwise harsh landscape. It's narrow, cold, fed by snowmelt from the high country, and in the early morning hours before dawn, it runs black as oil under a sky thick with stars. I've walked its banks hundreds of times during my 6 years as a ranger here, checking for illegal campers, monitoring water levels, and making sure the fragile riparian ecosystem stays protected. The river is predictable, methodical, constant. It's one of the few things in this park I thought I understood completely. I'm Brooke Alden, and I should have known better than to think I understood anything about this place. The morning it all started was a Tuesday in mid-October, the kind of crisp autumn dawn where your breath hangs visible in the air and frost clings to the sage. I'd started my patrol at 5:30, well before sunrise, walking the Riverside Trail from the Fruta campground heading east toward the historic Gifford House. The trail follows the river closely here, winding through groves of cottonwood and willow that were just beginning to turn gold. My flashlight beam cut through the pre-dawn darkness, illuminating the sandy path ahead, and the only sounds were my boots on gravel and the constant whisper of water over stone. I'd been walking for maybe 20 minutes when something caught my eye. A splash of color that didn't belong in the muted landscape. I stopped and swung my flashlight toward it. There, wedged between two river rocks about 10 feet from the water's edge, was a small camera. Even from a distance, I could see it was a GoPro or something similar. Still in its waterproof case, the red record light blinking slowly like a dying heartbeat. My first thought was that some tourist had dropped it while filming, which happened more often than you'd think. People got so focused on capturing the perfect shot that they forgot to watch their footing. But as I got closer, something about the scene felt wrong. The camera was positioned deliberately, not dropped. It was wedged carefully between the rocks, angled toward the river, as if someone had set it up to record something specific and then walked away. I pulled on my field gloves and carefully extracted the camera from its rocky perch. The case was wet, covered in river silt, and the record light was still blinking. Still active. I checked the back of the case and found a piece of duct tape with a name written in permanent marker. C. Brenner. Cody Brenner. I knew that name. He was a local, lived in Torrey, spent more time on the Fremont than anyone I'd ever met. He was out here at least twice a week, fishing mostly, sometimes just camping and watching the stars. We'd crossed paths a few times over the years, exchanged the kind of casual conversation you have with someone who respects the wilderness as much as you do. He was quiet, thoughtful, the kind of person who could sit by a river for hours without needing entertainment or distraction. A good guy, harmless, completely at home in the backcountry. But why would he leave his camera recording and walk away? I keyed my radio, the crackling sound unnaturally loud in the pre-dawn stillness. Dispatch, this is Alden on Riverside Patrol. Found an active camera near mile marker 3. Owner appears to be Cody Brenner, local resident. Can you run a check? See if we have any missing person reports filed? The response came back after a brief pause. Copy that, Alden. Stand by. The radio went quiet for nearly 5 minutes while I stood there, watching the eastern sky begin to lighten from black to deep purple. Finally, dispatch came back on. Alden, we have a report filed at 0200 hours. Brenner's wife called it in. Says he went out yesterday afternoon to fish, was supposed to be back by midnight. She's worried. What's your location? My stomach tightened. 2 in the morning. That meant Cody had been missing for at least 6 hours, possibly longer. And I was standing here holding his camera, which had been recording all night. I'm at Riverside Trail, approximately 3 miles east of Pruta. I'm going to check the immediate area, then bring the camera back to the station. We need to see what's on it. Copy. Be advised, SAR team is assembling now. ETA to your location 1 hour. I clicked off the radio and looked around more carefully. The ground near where I'd found the camera was disturbed. Boot prints in the soft sand leading down to the water's edge and then disappearing. I followed them slowly, my flashlight revealing a trail that suggested someone had walked into the water deliberately, not slipped or fallen. The prints went straight in, purposeful, until the sand gave way to the rocky riverbed. I stood at the water's edge, shining my light across the surface. The Fremont was running high this time of year, swollen with recent rain, but it wasn't dangerously so. Deep enough to be cold, fast enough to be treacherous if you weren't careful, but not the kind of water that would sweep someone away instantly. If Cody had gone in here, there should be some sign of him downstream. Equipment, clothing, something, but there was nothing. Just the river running dark and silent, reflecting the fading stars above. I took several photographs of the scene, documenting the camera's position and the boot prints, then carefully secured the GoPro in an evidence bag. The search and rescue team would want to see this, and more importantly, they'd want to see whatever was recorded on it. People didn't usually film their own disappearances, but if something had happened to Cody, if he'd fallen or gotten disoriented, the camera might hold answers. I continued my patrol eastward, moving slowly now, scanning both sides of the trail for any sign of Cody or his gear. The sky continued to brighten, stars fading one by one as the sun prepared to crest the eastern ridge. By the time I reached the old Pendleton homestead ruins, about a mile downstream from where I'd found the camera, full daylight had arrived, painting the red rock cliffs in shades of orange and gold. The homestead was just a collection of weathered wooden posts and a collapsed stone chimney now, all that remained of a family's attempt to farm this harsh land back in the early 1900s. I'd walked past it countless times without giving it much thought, but today, something made me stop. There were fresh footprints here too, leading from the trail to the ruins and then looping back toward the river. The same boot tread I'd seen near the camera. I followed the prints to the ruins and found something that made my pulse quicken. Cody's fishing rod, leaning carefully against one of the old fence posts, not dropped, not abandoned, but placed with deliberate care. Beside it was his tackle box, closed and latched, sitting on a flat rock, and next to that his truck keys, arranged in a neat line. This wasn't the scene of an accident. This was the scene of someone who'd made a decision, who'd carefully put down their belongings and walked away. But why? And where had he gone? I radioed dispatch again, my voice tighter now. "Dispatch, Alden. I found Brenner's fishing gear at the Pendleton ruins, approximately mile marker 4. Everything's arranged deliberately, looks staged. I'm going to wait here for SAR. This is starting to feel less like a missing person and more like something else." "Copy that. SAR is 15 minutes out. What do you mean by something else?" I hesitated. What did I mean? Suicide crossed my mind, but Cody hadn't seemed like someone in that kind of despair. He'd been out here doing what he loved, fishing in his favorite spot. And if he'd wanted to end his life, why set up a camera to record it? "I don't know yet," I finally said. "Just doesn't feel right." The search and rescue team arrived exactly when promised. 4 rangers and 2 volunteers with search dogs. I briefed them on what I'd found, showed them the camera and the gear, walked them through my morning patrol route. The dogs were set loose to track Cody's scent, and within minutes they were pulling their handlers toward the river, barking excitedly, then stopping abruptly at the water's edge and circling in confusion. "Trail ends at the water," one of the handlers said, his face grim. "They're not picking up anything on the other side. If he crossed here, he went downstream fast." We split into teams. 2 groups would search the riverbanks downstream for the next 5 miles. Another would check the upstream sections, though the boot print suggested he'd gone the other way. I volunteered to take the camera back to the ranger station and review the footage. Someone needed to see what Cody had been filming, and as the one who'd found it, I felt responsible. The drive back to the station took 15 minutes, and I spent every one of them running through scenarios in my head. None of them made sense. Cody was experienced, careful, not the type to take stupid risks. And the way he'd arranged his gear, that suggested planning, intention. But intention toward what? At the station, I transferred the camera's memory card to my computer and pulled up the video file. The timestamp showed it had been recording for nearly 12 hours, starting at 6:45 the previous evening. I fast-forwarded through the early footage, watching the sunset over the river in time-lapse, the sky shifting from blue to orange to purple to black. Cody appeared occasionally, moving in and out of frame as he fished, his silhouette visible against the dying light. The footage was mundane, peaceful even. Cody casting his line, reeling it in, adjusting his position. At one point, he held up a decent-sized trout for the camera, grinning, then released it back into the water. Just a man enjoying his hobby. Nothing unusual, nothing alarming. But then, at 8:17 p.m., according to the timestamp, something changed. Cody stopped fishing and stood very still, staring at the water. The camera angle was fixed, showing his back and the river beyond him. I could see his posture stiffen, his head tilting as if he were listening to something I couldn't hear. He stood that way for nearly 3 minutes, completely motionless, and then he slowly turned to look directly at the camera. Even in the low light, I could see his expression. Not fear exactly, but something else. Wonder? Confusion? He walked toward the camera, his face filling the frame, and for a moment I thought he was going to turn it off. Instead, he adjusted the angle slightly, pointing it more directly at the water, and then stepped back out of frame. What happened next made me lean closer to the screen, my heart rate increasing. Over the river, barely visible in the darkness, lights began to appear. Small points of illumination, moving slowly across the water's surface, maybe a dozen of them drifting in patterns that seemed almost choreographed. They weren't flashlights or lanterns. The light was wrong for that. Too pure, too steady. They moved independently of each other, but in harmony, like fireflies. Except fireflies didn't exist this far west, and certainly not in October. I watched Cody's silhouette approach the water's edge, watched him reach out toward the lights as if trying to touch them. The audio on the camera was just river sounds and wind. Nothing unusual, but I could see his body language change. He was drawn to those lights, mesmerized by them, taking step after step into the water until he was knee-deep, then waist-deep. And then the lights began to move away from shore, drifting downstream slowly, and Cody followed them. I watched him walk deeper into the river, the water rising to his chest, and then he was swimming, his arms cutting through the dark water as he chased those impossible lights. The camera kept recording as he disappeared downstream, the lights fading in the distance. For the next several hours, the footage showed nothing but the empty river, the stars wheeling slowly overhead, and the constant rush of water. Then, at 3:47 a.m., just as I'd been starting my patrol, the first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, and that's where the recording ended. The memory card full. I sat back in my chair, my mind struggling to process what I'd just seen. Those lights. What were they? Some kind of bioluminescence? But the Fremont didn't have bioluminescent organisms, not in any significant numbers. Reflection from something on shore? But there were no lights near that section of the river, no houses or roads or anything that could create that kind of reflection. And Cody's reaction. The way he'd walked into the water without hesitation, without even taking off his boots or jacket, just wading in like he was in a trance. That wasn't normal behavior. That was someone under the influence of something, drugs maybe, or some kind of psychological break. I needed a second opinion. I called Tom Kendrick, our senior ranger and the closest thing we had to an expert on weird occurrences in the park. He'd been here for 20 years and had seen just about everything. If anyone could explain this, it would be him. Tom arrived 20 minutes later, looking concerned. I showed him the footage without commentary, just let him watch it unfold. His expression grew increasingly troubled as the lights appeared and Cody walked into the water. When it ended, he was quiet for a long moment. Then he stood up and walked to the window, staring out at the landscape we both knew so well. "Play that section again," he said finally. "The part where the lights first appear. Slow it down if you can." I rewound to 8:17 and played it at quarter speed. The lights emerged more gradually this way, flickering into existence one by one, and I could see more detail. They weren't just hovering above the water, they were reflecting on it, creating perfect mirror images below. "Stop," Tom said suddenly. "Right there. Look at the sky." I paused the video and looked where he was pointing. The stars. In the section of sky directly above where the lights appeared, the stars were particularly bright, a dense cluster of them forming a pattern I recognized. The Pleiades hanging low on the horizon. "The lights aren't on the water," Tom said quietly. "They're reflections. Starlight on the water's surface amplified somehow. The Fremont has a high mineral content in this section, runoff from the uranium deposits upstream. In certain conditions, with the water absolutely still and the stars bright enough, you can get reflections that look almost solid, like they're hovering just above the surface." I stared at him. "You're saying those lights were just stars reflecting on the river?" "Not just any stars. The Pleiades, one of the brightest open clusters visible to the naked eye. And look at the water in the video. See how calm it is. No wind, no ripples, like glass. The conditions were perfect for creating that illusion." He turned back to me. "But here's the problem. Knowing what caused the lights doesn't explain why Cody walked into the river chasing them." Tom's question hung in the air between us like smoke. I replayed the footage one more time, watching Cody's deliberate movements, the way he'd walked into that water like he was being called. "Could he have been under the influence of something?" I asked. "Drugs? Alcohol? Something that made him see those reflections as something more than they were? Cody?" Tom shook his head firmly. "I've known him for 15 years. Straight edge, didn't even drink beer, and you saw how coordinated he was in the early part of the video, casting his line, moving around. That's not someone impaired. That's someone who made a choice, however irrational it seems to us." I closed the video file and pulled up the incident database, searching for any similar reports. Has anything like this happened before? People walking into the river at night, chasing lights, or seeing things that aren't there? Tom was quiet for a moment, his weathered face thoughtful. "Not officially," he said slowly. "Nothing in the reports. But there are stories. Local talk, mostly. Things the old-timers mention when they've had a few drinks. I've always dismissed it as folklore, the kind of tales that grow around any wild place. But maybe I shouldn't have. What kind of stories?" He sat back down, his chair creaking under his weight. "There's a reason the Paiute called this area the Sleeping Rainbow. They believed certain places along the river were sacred, places where the boundary between the world we see and the world beyond was thin. They had rituals about not fishing or camping in those spots after dark, especially when the stars were bright. The Mormon settlers who came later, some of them reported similar things. Visions, they called them, divine experiences. But they also noted that people occasionally went missing along certain stretches of the river, always at night, always when the sky was clear. A chill ran down my spine despite the warm office. Where along the river? Which stretches? Tom stood and walked to the large topographic map mounted on the wall, his finger tracing the blue line that represented the Fremont. "Here," he said, tapping a section that included where I'd found Cody's camera. From about the Pendleton homestead downstream to the old Behunin cabin, maybe 3 miles total, the river runs particularly straight through there, and the canyon walls create a natural bowl that blocks most wind. Perfect conditions for still water and clear reflections. Perfect conditions for people to see things that aren't really there, I said. But even as I spoke the words, I knew they weren't quite right. The lights were real, just reflected starlight. What wasn't real was whatever made people interpret them as something worth following into cold water. My radio crackled, breaking the heavy silence. "Alden, this is SAR Team 2. We found something. You need to see this." Tom and I exchanged glances, and within minutes we were in his truck heading back toward the river. The SAR team was waiting about 2 miles downstream from where I'd found the camera, near a section where the Fremont widened into a shallow pool. As we approached, I could see several rangers standing in the water, and my heart sank. They'd found a body. But as we got closer, I realized it wasn't a body they were standing around. It was gear, a lot of gear. Fishing rods, tackle boxes, backpacks, even a pair of waders all piled in a neat mound in the middle of the pool, as if someone had carefully collected them and arranged them in the shin-deep water. "What is this?" I asked, splashing out to join them. The water was ice cold, fed by mountain snow, and I could feel it soaking through my boots immediately. Sarah Morrison, one of our younger rangers, looked up from photographing the pile. "We found it about 20 minutes ago. At first we thought it was trash, people dumping stuff in the river, but look at this." She held up a fishing rod, its reel corroded with age. "This is vintage, probably from the 70s or 80s. And this." She indicated a canvas backpack, its fabric rotted through in places. Even older, maybe 50s. I knelt down in the water, examining the items more closely. There had to be at least a dozen pieces of equipment here, representing decades of different eras. Modern nylon gear mixed with old canvas and leather. Pristine items next to ones that had clearly been submerged for years. Where did all this come from? "That's what we're trying to figure out," said Jake Martinez, the SAR team leader. "There's no way this stuff washed downstream and just happened to pile up like this. Someone collected it, someone arranged it. But who? And why?" Tom had waded out to join us, and I saw his face go pale as he examined a particular fishing rod. "I know this rod," he said quietly, "or one exactly like it. My uncle had one, used to fish this section of the river back in the 60s. He disappeared in 1967. They never found him, never found any trace. The official report said he probably drowned and his body washed downstream, but..." He trailed off, staring at the rod. "But what?" I prompted. My grandmother never believed that. She said he'd been talking about lights on the water, about seeing something beautiful on the river at night. The family thought he was drinking, making up stories. And then one night he went fishing and never came back. Tom's hand trembled slightly as he set the rod back down. She tried to get the rangers to search this area specifically. Said he'd told her about a place where the river sang to him. They thought she was grief-stricken, not thinking clearly. Sarah was scrolling through something on her phone, her expression growing increasingly troubled. "I'm pulling up old missing person reports," she said, "going back as far as our digital records go. Guys, we've had 9 reported disappearances along this section of the Fremont since 1952. 9 people, all at night, all during clear weather. The reports don't mention anything about lights or visions, just say the victims went fishing or camping and were never seen again. 9 people in 70 years, Jake said. That's not a huge number, but it's significant for such a small area. And if Tom's uncle makes 10, plus Cody makes 11. He looked around at all of us. We might be looking at a pattern nobody noticed because the incidents were spread out over so much time. I thought about the video footage, about Cody walking into the water with such purpose, such determination. We need to understand why they followed the lights. Just seeing reflected stars shouldn't make someone behave that irrationally, not multiple people over multiple decades. There has to be something else, some factor we're missing. Tom was staring out at the river, his expression distant. "When I was a kid," he said slowly, "my grandmother told me a story. She said the river had a voice, that if you listened carefully on certain nights you could hear it singing. She said it sang songs about beautiful things, about peace and rest and homecoming. She said my uncle had been hearing those songs for months before he disappeared, that they'd gotten into his head like a fever." "Auditory hallucinations," Sarah suggested. "Could be something in the water, some kind of natural compound that affects brain chemistry. Or infrasound from the canyon creating psychological effects. Or, I said, a terrible idea forming in my mind, it could be something simpler. Hypothermia. The water's cold, right? What if the lights drew people to the water's edge, and then once they stepped in, the cold affected their judgment? Hypothermia can cause confusion, disorientation, even euphoria in its later stages. People who are freezing to death sometimes feel warm, take off their clothes, make irrational decisions. Tom nodded slowly. That would explain the behavior. They see the lights, wade in to investigate. The cold water immediately starts affecting their core temperature, and their judgment fails. They keep walking deeper instead of getting out, chasing those lights until... He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. But it doesn't explain the pile of gear, Jake pointed out. If people were dying of hypothermia, their stuff would be scattered wherever they dropped it, not collected in one spot. Unless they weren't the ones collecting it, Sarah said quietly. Unless someone else found their bodies and gear over the years and brought everything here. The implication of her words settled over us like a shroud. Someone had been collecting the belongings of the dead or missing for decades, arranging them in this pool like some kind of memorial or shrine. But who? And how had they known where to find these things? My radio crackled again. Alden, this is dispatch. We have another development. Brenner's wife just called in. She found something at their house she thinks might be relevant. Says her husband left a note. My heart jumped. What kind of note? She's bringing it to the station now. Says you need to see it in person. We left the SAR team to secure and document the gear pile, with instructions to not remove anything until we'd had time to properly investigate. Tom and I drove back to the ranger station in silence, both of us lost in dark thoughts. A note. What could Cody have written that would explain walking into a freezing river to chase reflected starlight? Cody's wife, Jennifer, was waiting in the parking lot when we arrived, her face drawn with worry and lack of sleep. She was younger than her husband by about 10 years, maybe mid-30s, dressed in jeans and a flannel shirt. In her hand was a piece of paper, folded and refolded so many times it was starting to tear at the creases. Mrs. Brenner, I said gently, I'm Ranger Alden. I found your husband's camera this morning. We're doing everything we can to locate him. She nodded, her eyes brimming with tears. I know, I found this in his truck when I went looking for his spare keys. It was tucked in the sun visor. I don't know when he wrote it, but I think it might help you understand. She held out the paper with a shaking hand. I took it carefully and unfolded it. The note was written in blue pen, the handwriting hurried but still legible. Jenny, if you're reading this, it means I didn't come back. I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for a lot of things. I've been seeing them for 3 weeks now. The lights on the water. At first I thought I was imagining them. Stars maybe, or reflections from something on shore. But they're more than that. They're beautiful, Jenny. More beautiful than anything I've ever seen. They move like they're alive, like they're dancing just for me. And the sound. God, the sound they make. Like music, like voices, like everything I've ever wanted to hear all at once. I know this sounds crazy. I know you'll think I've lost my mind. Maybe I have. But I need to know what they are. I need to understand. I'm going out tonight to get closer, to really see them. If I don't come back, tell people not to look for me at night on the river. Tell them to stay away when the stars are bright. Tell them the lights are beautiful, but they're not what they seem. I love you. I'm sorry. Cody. Jennifer was crying openly now, and Sarah, who'd followed us in, put an arm around her shoulders. He's been different the last few weeks, Jennifer said through her tears. Distant, distracted. He kept talking about the river, about needing to go back. I thought he was just stressed from work, needed time in nature to clear his head. I didn't know. I should have known something was wrong. You couldn't have known, Tom said firmly. Mrs. Brenner, did your husband have any history of mental illness, depression, anxiety, anything that might have made him susceptible to unusual experiences? No, she said emphatically. Cody was the most grounded person I knew. He was a biologist before he retired, worked for the State Wildlife Service. He understood nature, understood ecosystems and animal behavior. He wasn't someone who imagined things or believed in supernatural stuff. That's why this is so scary. If Cody said he saw something, heard something, I believe he really did, but I don't understand what it was. I read the note again, focusing on specific phrases. He says the lights made a sound, like music, like voices. But there was no audio anomaly on the video footage, just river sounds and wind. So either the sound was in his head, or, I paused, struck by a sudden thought, or it was at a frequency the camera couldn't pick up. Infrasound or ultrasound, something outside the normal range of recording equipment, but within human hearing. Tom snapped his fingers. The canyon, the shape of it through that section, and the way the walls curve. It could be focusing sound waves, creating acoustic phenomena. There are places in the world where natural formations create musical tones or voices from wind and water. This could be the same thing. But that still doesn't explain why it affected Cody so strongly, I argued. Why he was drawn to it. Why he walked into the river. Sarah was on her phone again, typing rapidly. I'm looking up case studies on acoustic phenomena and psychological effects. There's actually quite a bit of research on this. Certain frequencies can cause feelings of euphoria, religious experiences, even hallucinations. There's a cathedral in England where the organ pipes create infrasound that makes people feel like they've seen ghosts. What if the Fremont is doing something similar? What if the combination of the visual stimulus, the reflected stars, and acoustic phenomena from the canyon creates a powerful psychological effect? It made sense. More sense than anything else we'd theorized so far. But it still felt incomplete, like we were only seeing part of the picture. I need to go back there, I said suddenly. Tonight. I need to experience what Cody experienced under the same conditions. Clear sky, bright stars, still water. Absolutely not, Tom said immediately. We've just established that there's something about that location that causes people to behave irrationally and walk into dangerous water. You're not going out there alone. Then come with me, I said. You and Sarah and whoever else wants to volunteer. We'll go prepared, wear safety harnesses, stay tethered to shore. But we need to understand this. We need to know what happened to Cody and all those other people. And the only way to do that is to see it for ourselves. Tom and Sarah exchanged long looks. Jennifer Brenner wiped her eyes and spoke up, her voice steadier now. Do it, she said. Do whatever you need to do to understand. Because if you can figure out what happened to Cody, maybe you can prevent it from happening to anyone else. Maybe you can save the next person who sees those lights. We assembled our team by late afternoon. Besides Tom, Sarah, and myself, we brought Jake Martinez from SAR and Dr. Patricia Voss, a geologist from the University of Utah who'd worked with the Park Service before and happened to be in the area studying rock formations. Patricia brought equipment to measure acoustic frequencies, electromagnetic fields, and air composition. If there was a scientific explanation for what was happening on the river, she'd help us find it. The plan was simple, at least on paper. We'd position ourselves along the riverbank at the same spot where Cody had set up his camera, fully equipped with safety gear, including harnesses tethered to anchor points we'd set up on shore. We'd brought thermal cameras, audio recording equipment, and enough lighting to flood the entire area if needed. We'd wait for the same conditions Cody had experienced. Clear sky, bright stars, still water, and we'd document everything. What we wouldn't do, under any circumstances, was enter the water. That was the one absolute rule. No matter what we saw, heard, or felt, we stayed on shore. Tom made each of us promise it verbally before we even drove out to the site. By the time we reached the riverbank, the sun was setting, painting the red rock cliffs in shades of crimson and gold. We set up our equipment methodically, running safety checks twice, establishing radio protocols and emergency procedures. Patricia positioned her sensors at various points along the shore, creating a grid that would measure any anomalies in the environment. The river's running calmer than normal, she observed, kneeling by the water's edge. Almost unnaturally so. There's usually more turbulence through this section, but look at the surface. Barely a ripple. She dipped a gloved hand in and pulled it out quickly. Temperature is 38 degrees, cold enough to cause hypothermia in minutes. As darkness fell, we turned off our work lights and let our eyes adjust. The stars emerged one by one, and I was struck by how many there were. Without light pollution, the Milky Way sprawled across the sky like a river of diamonds. The Pleiades hung low on the eastern horizon, bright and distinct. The conditions were perfect, exactly matching what Cody had experienced. We waited. An hour passed, then 2. The only sounds were the river's constant murmur and our own breathing. Patricia's equipment registered normal readings across the board. Air composition, acoustic frequencies, electromagnetic fields, all within expected parameters for this location and time of night. I was beginning to wonder if we'd wasted our time when Sarah whispered, "Look, the water." I followed her pointing finger and felt my breath catch. The surface of the river, which had been dark and featureless, was beginning to glow. Not dramatically, not all at once, but gradually, subtly, points of light appearing one by one, reflecting the stars above. But these weren't ordinary reflections. They seemed to hover just above the water's surface, suspended in the air like bioluminescent organisms. The Pleiades created a cluster of 7 bright points that moved and shifted as if alive. "Oh my God," Tom breathed beside me. That's what Cody saw. It was beautiful, impossibly, mesmerizingly beautiful. The lights danced and swirled, creating patterns that seemed almost intentional, almost like they were performing for us. I found myself taking a step closer to the water's edge, drawn by the sheer loveliness of it, wanting to see more clearly, to understand what I was witnessing. Patricia's voice snapped through my trance. "Wait, look at your readings." I glanced down at the monitor she was holding out. The acoustic sensors were registering something now, a frequency pattern that pulsed in rhythm with the lights. It was just below the threshold of normal human hearing, in the infrasound range, but close enough to the boundary that some people might perceive it as a physical sensation rather than a sound. 17 hertz, Patricia said, her voice tight with excitement and unease. That's right in the range that's been documented to cause feelings of anxiety, unease, and in some cases visual and auditory hallucinations. The canyon walls are acting like a resonance chamber, amplifying naturally occurring infrasound from wind and water flow. But it doesn't feel anxious, Sarah said, and I realized she was right. The sensation wasn't unpleasant. It was almost comforting, like a lullaby, like being rocked gently to sleep. I wanted to move closer to it, to immerse myself in it. "Brooke, step back." Tom's hand was on my shoulder, pulling me away from the water's edge. I hadn't realized I'd been moving forward, my feet carrying me closer without conscious thought. That's exactly what happened to Cody. The lights and the infrasound working together, creating a compulsion. I shook my head, trying to clear it, and took several deliberate steps backward until I was well away from the water. My heart was pounding and I felt a strange sense of loss, like something beautiful had been taken away from me. "I understand now," I said, my voice shaky. "I understand why he walked in. It's not just visual, not just auditory. It's both together, creating something that bypasses rational thought and goes straight to some deeper part of your brain." Jake was studying the lights through binoculars, his safety harness clearly visible in the starlight. "The mineral content Tom mentioned, the uranium runoff, could that be contributing, making the reflections more intense than they should be?" Patricia nodded slowly. "Possibly. Certain minerals can be phosphorescent or create unusual optical effects. Combined with the still water and bright stars, you'd get exactly this kind of phenomenon. But the infrasound is the real danger. It's affecting all of us, making the lights seem more significant than they are, more compelling. We need to mark this area," Tom said firmly. "Close it to night access, at least during clear weather when the conditions are right for this to occur. And we need to get the hell out of here before one of us does something stupid." But even as he spoke, I saw Sarah take a step toward the water, her eyes fixed on the lights, her expression dreamy and distant. "Sarah," I called sharply, and she blinked, seeming to come back to herself. "Sorry," she said, her voice confused. "I don't know what. I just wanted to touch them. They look so close. Like I could just reach out and—" She trailed off, shaking her head violently as if trying to clear it. We were all being affected, even with our knowledge of what was happening, even with our precautions and our scientific understanding. The combination of visual beauty and infrasonic manipulation was working on our brains, creating an almost irresistible compulsion to enter the water. "Pack up now," Tom ordered. "Everybody, pack your gear and get back to the vehicles. Move fast, don't look at the water." We scrambled to collect our equipment, working quickly but carefully, trying not to let our eyes wander back to those dancing lights. Patricia's sensors were going wild now, registering spikes in the infrasound that correlated with our increased agitation and the growing brightness of the lights. I was coiling up the safety rope when I heard it. A sound that made my blood run cold and my hands freeze mid-motion. A voice, clear and close, calling my name from the direction of the river. "Brooke, Brooke, come look. It's so beautiful out here." It was Cody's voice. I knew it was impossible. Knew it had to be some trick of the infrasound or my own stressed mind creating patterns from random noise. But it sounded so real, so present, that I turned despite myself. Standing in the river, waist deep in the freezing water, was a figure. In the starlight and the glow from those impossible reflections, I could see it was wearing Cody's clothes, his fishing vest, his baseball cap. But as I stared, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, I realized the proportions were wrong. Too tall, too thin, the limbs not quite bending at the right angles. "Don't look at it." Tom's voice was urgent in my ear, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. The figure raised an arm, beckoning, and I saw other shapes in the water now. Dozens of them, standing at various depths, all facing toward shore. The collected dead, I thought distantly. Everyone who'd walked into the water over the decades, drawn by lights and sound and their own failing judgment. Except they couldn't be. Bodies don't stand up in freezing water. Bodies don't beckon. Bodies don't speak. "It's not real," Patricia said, her voice shaking. She was looking at her equipment, at the readings that were now completely off the charts. "The infrasound, it's at dangerous levels now. We're all experiencing the same hallucination, a collective auditory and visual phenomenon induced by acoustic manipulation of our sensory processing. We need to leave immediately before it gets worse." But the figure in the water spoke again, and this time it wasn't just Cody's voice, it was all of them. A chorus of voices overlapping, speaking in perfect unison. "Come see. Come understand." The water is warm. The lights are beautiful. We're waiting for you. We've always been waiting." Sarah had dropped her equipment and was walking toward the water, her movements mechanical, like a sleepwalker. Jake lunged forward and grabbed her harness, yanking her backward, but she fought against him, reaching toward the figures in the river. "Help me!" Jake yelled, and Tom and I rushed forward, grabbing Sarah and pulling her away from the water's edge. She was strong in her compulsion, fighting us with surprising force, her eyes locked on those impossible figures. "The van!" Tom shouted. "Get her to the van. Get her away from the acoustic source." We half carried, half dragged Sarah up the bank toward where we'd parked, her struggles weakening as we put distance between her and the river. By the time we reached the vehicles, she'd stopped fighting entirely and collapsed against the van, sobbing. "What was that?" she gasped between tears. "I saw them. I saw people in the water. I heard Cody. I heard my father's voice, and he's been dead for 5 years." "Infrasound-induced hallucination," Patricia said, though her own hands were shaking as she loaded her equipment into the truck. 17 hertz, sustained at high amplitude. It's known to cause extreme anxiety, feelings of presence, visual and auditory hallucinations. Combined with the visual stimulus of the light reflections and our own suggestibility after hearing about previous incidents, our brains created shared hallucinations based on expectation and fear. It made sense. It was logical, scientific, explainable. But I couldn't shake the memory of those figures standing in the water, of the way they'd moved with such impossible grace, of the voices that had spoken in perfect unison. Hallucinations didn't usually affect multiple people in exactly the same way, didn't create identical shared experiences. We drove back to the ranger station in silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts. By the time we arrived, it was past midnight, and I felt exhausted in a way that went beyond physical tiredness. It was a bone-deep weariness, the kind that comes from confronting something your mind doesn't want to accept. Tom immediately drafted an emergency closure order for that section of the river, effective immediately and extending indefinitely. The official reason would be hazardous conditions, unstable riverbank, risk of rockfall, anything that would keep people away without having to explain the real reason. We'd install warning signs, barriers if necessary, and conduct regular patrols to ensure no one entered the restricted area. "What about Cody?" Jennifer Brenner's voice startled all of us. She'd been waiting at the station, unable to sleep, desperate for news. Her face fell when she saw our expressions. "You didn't find him?" "No," I said gently, guiding her to a chair. "But we understand now what happened to him. The river in that section creates unusual acoustic conditions that can affect judgment and perception. Combined with visual phenomena, reflected starlight that appears to be hovering over the water, it creates a powerful compulsion to enter the water. Your husband wasn't crazy, Mrs. Brenner. He was experiencing a real physical phenomenon that affected his brain chemistry and decision-making. So he drowned," she said flatly. "He walked into freezing water, chasing reflections and sounds that weren't real, and he drowned." I wanted to offer her false hope, to tell her that maybe he'd gotten out, maybe he was confused and wandering somewhere, but I couldn't do that. "Yes," I said honestly. "I believe that's what happened. The water is cold enough to cause hypothermia in minutes. Combined with disorientation from the acoustic effects, he wouldn't have been able to get himself out once he went in too deep." She was crying again, but there was a kind of relief in it too. Relief from the not knowing, from the terrible possibilities she must have been imagining. "Will you keep looking for him? His body, I mean. I need to be able to bury him properly." "We'll search downstream," Tom promised. "But ma'am, I need to be honest with you. The Fremont eventually connects to the Dirty Devil River. which flows into Lake Powell. If your husband went into the water where we think he did, and the current took him, he could be anywhere along that route. Recovery might not be possible." She nodded, accepting this, her face set with the kind of terrible dignity that comes when you've already processed the worst news possible. "Thank you for trying to understand. Thank you for not just writing it off as an accident or suicide. Cody deserves that much at least." After Jennifer left, we debriefed for another hour, each of us writing detailed reports of what we'd observed and experienced. Patricia's equipment had recorded everything, providing data that would support our conclusions and justify the closure order. The evidence was clear. The combination of geological and atmospheric conditions along that section of the Fremont River created a dangerous acoustic phenomenon that could induce compulsive behavior in susceptible individuals. But as I wrote my report, I kept coming back to those figures in the water, to the voices speaking in unison, to the way they'd beckoned with movements that seemed too coordinated to be hallucination. I didn't include those details in my official account. They couldn't be explained, couldn't be rationalized, and would only muddy the clear scientific explanation we'd established. 3 days later, a kayaker found a body floating in Lake Powell, 40 miles downstream from Capitol Reef. Dental records confirmed it was Cody Brenner. The official cause of death was drowning, with contributing factors of hypothermia and possible disorientation. The case was closed, another tragic accident in the wilderness, a reminder of how dangerous even familiar territory could become. But I knew the truth was more complicated than that, and so did Tom. 2 weeks after Cody's body was found, Tom called me into his office and closed the door behind us. He looked older than he had before all this started, the lines around his eyes deeper, his movements heavier. "I've been going through the old reports," he said, pulling out a thick folder from his desk drawer. "All the disappearances along that section of the river going back to the 1950s, trying to see if there's a pattern we missed. And they all happened during optimal conditions for the phenomenon we witnessed. Clear nights, bright stars, low wind, and they all happened during the same 2-week period each year." He spread several incident reports across his desk, and I saw what he meant. The dates were clustered, all falling in mid-October. "When the Pleiades are at their brightest and lowest on the horizon," I said, understanding dawning, "when the reflections would be most intense." "Exactly. And here's the thing that bothers me." He pulled out one more document, this one older than the others, a handwritten report from 1912. "This is from the Mormon settlers, from their church records. They documented what they called visitations along the river, times when the faithful reported seeing angels or divine messengers on the water. The descriptions match what we saw, Brooke. The lights, the voices, the overwhelming compulsion to approach, but they interpreted it through their religious framework. And the Paiute called them spirit walkers. Said they appeared when the star people were closest to Earth, when the veil between worlds was thin. They had rituals to appease them, offerings left at the water's edge, and they strictly forbade anyone from fishing or camping in those spots during what they called the calling time." I stared at the documents, feeling that same bone-deep weariness I'd felt at the river. "You're saying this has been happening for centuries. People seeing things on the water, hearing voices, being drawn in. We've just been explaining it differently based on our cultural context." "I'm saying," Tom corrected carefully, "that there's a natural phenomenon occurring along that section of the river that has been consistent for hundreds, maybe thousands of years. The Paiute learned to respect it and stay away. The Mormon settlers tried to understand it through their faith. And we're trying to understand it through science. But the end result is the same. People are drawn to that spot under certain conditions, and people die there. So, what do we do? What we're already doing. Keep it closed, keep people away, monitor it carefully, and hope that our warnings are more effective than the ones that came before. He closed the folder and locked it back in his desk. But Brooke, between you and me, I don't think we've figured it all out. I don't think infrasound and light reflections fully explain what we saw out there. What else could it be? He was quiet for a long moment, his eyes distant. I don't know, but my uncle disappeared there in 1967. That pile of gear we found, his fishing rod was in it, which means someone or something collected his equipment and left it in that pool, just like they did with all the others. And last time I checked, infrasound doesn't have hands. I left his office with more questions than answers, but I knew one thing for certain. That section of the Fremont River would remain closed, would remain a place of mystery and danger. We'd done what we could to understand it, to explain it, to protect people from it. But some places don't want to be understood. Some places keep their secrets, century after century, calling to those who are drawn by beauty and curiosity and the irresistible compulsion to know what lies just beyond the edge of safety. The Fremont still runs through Capitol Reef, cold and clear and beautiful. On certain October nights when the stars are bright and the water is still, lights dance on its surface like nothing you've ever seen. They're just reflections, we tell ourselves and anyone who asks. Just starlight on water, a natural phenomenon, nothing to fear. But we've put up barriers and warning signs, and we patrol that area more carefully than any other part of the park. Because we know what those lights can do, how they can reach into your mind and pull you towards something you don't understand, something that promises beauty and peace and answers to questions you didn't know you had. Cody Brenner learned that truth the hard way. So did Tom's uncle, and 9 others whose names are recorded in incident reports going back 7 decades. And so did countless others before record-keeping began. People whose disappearances were noted only in oral traditions and folk warnings passed down through generations. The river keeps its secrets. The lights keep calling. And somewhere in the cold water, in the deep places where the current runs strong and dark, those secrets wait patiently for the next person who thinks they can resist the calling, who believes they're strong enough or smart enough or rational enough to look at beauty and not be consumed by it. I think about them sometimes on clear October nights when I'm patrolling other sections of the park. I think about Cody's last video, the way he walked into that water with such purpose, such certainty. I think about the note he left for his wife, about how he described the lights as more beautiful than anything he'd ever seen. And I think about those figures we saw standing in the water, beckoning with movements too precise to be hallucination, speaking with voices too clear to be wind and acoustics. Were they real? Were they some manifestation of infrasound-induced collective hallucination? Or were they something else entirely? Something that lives in that section of river and has been there long before we gave it names and explanations. I don't know. And in the quiet moments when I'm honest with myself, I'm not sure I want to know. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, some beauties better admired from a safe distance. The Fremont River taught me that in the coldest, hardest way possible. The lights still dance on clear October nights. The river still sings its song of beauty and promise and peace. And I still enforce the closure order, still turn away the curious visitors who want to know why that section is restricted, still file reports that use scientific language to describe something I'm not entirely sure science can fully explain, because in the end, whether it's infrasound and reflected stars, or something older and stranger that we've simply learned to name with modern words, the result is the same. The river calls. Some people answer, and the river never gives them back. There are places in Capitol Reef that visitors never see, sections of the park deliberately kept off the maps and out of the guidebooks. Some are closed for ecological reasons, protecting fragile desert ecosystems from foot traffic. Others are dangerous, prone to flash floods or rockfall, and a few, like the Morrison Homestead site, are closed because disturbing them would be disturbing graves. I'm Elijah Ford, and I've been enforcing those closures for 8 years now, long enough to know that when someone ignores a closure, they usually have a good reason, even if that reason is pure stupidity. But the report that came through on Thursday morning suggested something different. Someone had been digging at the Morrison site, deliberately excavating in a restricted archaeological zone. That wasn't ignorance or thrill-seeking. That was someone who knew exactly what they were doing and didn't care about the consequences. The Morrison Homestead was one of the earliest Mormon settlements in what would become Capitol Reef, established in 1887 by a family of 5 who'd followed Brigham Young's call to colonize the most remote corners of Utah. They'd lasted 3 years before abandoning the place, driven out by drought, isolation, and what the family patriarch's journal described as an unquiet earth that would not be tamed. The stone foundation and collapsed chimney were all that remained, sitting in a narrow valley hemmed in by red rock cliffs, accessible only by a rough 4-wheel drive track that most people didn't know existed. I was reviewing the report when Faith Harlow walked into the ranger station, her boots tracking red dust across the floor. She was younger than I'd expected, maybe late 20s, with sun-bleached hair pulled back in a practical braid and the kind of lean build you got from spending more time in the field than behind a desk. She extended a hand, her grip firm and calloused. "Ranger Ford, I'm Dr. Harlow from the University of Utah. Your superintendent called me about the unauthorized dig at the Morrison site." Her voice carried the crisp efficiency of someone used to being taken seriously despite her age. "I've worked on several homestead excavations in southern Utah, so I'm familiar with the period and the preservation concerns." I gestured for her to sit, studying her with the kind of careful assessment that had become second nature during my years in the military before I became a ranger. She met my gaze steadily, no nervousness, no deference to authority. Good. I preferred working with people who knew their own worth. "What do you know about the Morrison Homestead?" I asked, testing her knowledge. "Established 1887, abandoned 1890, family of 5, including 3 children under the age of 10. They attempted dry farming and small-scale ranching, failed at both due to inadequate water sources and poor soil. The father, Samuel Morrison, kept detailed journals that are housed at the Utah State Historical Society. Fascinating reading, actually. He documents everything from crop yields to his growing conviction that the land itself was hostile to human habitation." She paused, her expression sharpening. He also documents several infant burials. 2 children who died in their first year, buried somewhere on the property. That's why the site is archaeologically sensitive and legally protected. And why someone digging there is a federal crime, I added. Unauthorized excavation on federal land, potential disturbance of human remains, theft of historical artifacts. We're looking at serious charges if we catch whoever's doing this. "When do we leave?" She was already standing, reaching for her backpack. No hesitation, no questions about danger or difficulty. I liked her more by the minute. 30 minutes. Bring water in layers. The site is about an hour drive on rough road, and will likely be there into the evening. I stood and grabbed my own pack, checking my radio and GPS unit. "Dr. Harlow, Faith," she interrupted. "If we're going to be hiking around a remote homestead together, you might as well use my first name. Faith, then. Have you ever dealt with trespassers or potentially hostile situations in the field?" She gave me a wry smile. I've excavated pre-Columbian sites in Honduras and conducted surveys in the Navajo Nation during a border dispute. I know how to handle myself, Ranger Ford. Elijah, I said, matching her earlier informality. And good, because whoever's digging out there knew enough to choose that site specifically. That suggests either a treasure hunter who's done research or someone with a personal connection to the Morrison family. Either way, they're not going to be happy to see us. The drive to the Morrison site took us deeper into the backcountry than most tourists ever ventured, following a track that was barely more than 2 parallel ruts worn into the red earth. The landscape shifted from the familiar formations near the scenic drive to older, harder stone, layers of Triassic rock exposed by millions of years of erosion. Faith spent the drive telling me about her work, about the patterns she'd observed in Mormon homesteading efforts, the way families had pushed into increasingly marginal land driven by faith and desperation in equal measure. The Morrison site is particularly interesting because of how quickly they gave up, she said, bracing herself as the truck bounced over a particularly rough section. Most families stuck it out for at least a decade, even in the worst conditions. But Samuel Morrison packed up his family after just 3 years. That's unusual. And his journal entries from the final months are disturbing. Disturbing how? Paranoid. He becomes convinced that the land doesn't want them there, that their crops are failing not because of drought but because of sabotage. He accuses his neighbors, miles away, of poisoning his well. He starts seeing evidence of trespassers, finding tools moved or disturbed earth where he swears no one should have been working. And then there are the entries about sounds at night, digging sounds, like someone excavating near the house. But when he goes out to investigate, there's never anyone there. I glanced at her. You think he was having a psychological breakdown? Isolation and stress can do that. Maybe. Or maybe he was actually hearing something. Desert acoustics can be strange, sounds carrying for miles, echoing off canyon walls. He might have been hearing legitimate activity from far away and mistaking it for something happening right outside his door. She paused, staring out at the landscape. But here's what bothers me. Samuel's last journal entry, dated March 15th, 1890, just says, "We are leaving at first light. The earth will not stay buried. God forgive us for what we've done." What they'd done? That's the mystery. No one knows. The family left, settled in Richfield, and Samuel never spoke about their time at the homestead again. His children, when they were interviewed decades later, said their father forbade any mention of the place. Whatever happened there, it was traumatic enough to silence an otherwise meticulous record keeper. We crested a rise, and the homestead site came into view below us, nestled in a narrow valley between towering red cliffs. Even from a distance, I could see the stone foundation, a rectangular outline maybe 30 feet by 20, the chimney stack still standing at one end like a broken finger pointing at the sky. Around it, the desert had reclaimed everything else, sagebrush and juniper growing where cultivated fields had once been attempted. And in the center of what would have been the main room, clearly visible even from half a mile away, was fresh excavation. A pit, maybe 6 feet across, with disturbed earth piled beside it. "There," I said, pointing. Faith leaned forward, her expression shifting from academic interest to professional concern. "That's not careful archaeological excavation," she said flatly. "That's someone digging fast and rough, probably with a shovel. They've destroyed the stratigraphic context, contaminated any artifacts. Damn it." Her frustration was palpable, the anger of a professional watching amateur destruction of irreplaceable historical evidence. I drove down the rough track toward the site, scanning for any sign of vehicles or people. Nothing. The homestead appeared deserted, the only movement coming from a turkey vulture circling lazily overhead. I parked about 50 yards from the foundation, far enough to avoid disturbing any tracks or evidence, and killed the engine. The silence that followed was absolute. No wind, no birds, just the ticking of the cooling engine and our own breathing. Faith and I sat for a moment, both of us feeling the weight of that silence, the sense of isolation that must have been even more profound for the Morrison family over a century ago. "Let's take a look," I said finally, breaking the spell. "Stay behind me until we're sure no one's here, and don't touch anything until we've documented the scene." We approached the foundation on foot, our boots crunching on the gravelly soil. Up close, the excavation was even more disturbing. The pit was roughly circular, dug down about 4 feet into the packed earth, with dirt thrown carelessly to one side. Tools lay scattered around it. A professional-grade archaeological trowel, several brushes, a collapsible measuring stick, and a detailed map of the homestead site with certain areas marked in red pen. Whoever did this knew what they were looking for, Faith said, kneeling carefully at the edge of the pit to examine it without disturbing anything. "These are proper archaeological tools, and that map shows someone did their research. But the excavation technique is all wrong. They've just dug straight down, ignoring the horizontal layers. It's like they were in a hurry." I was scanning the surrounding area, my trained eye picking up details. Footprints, recent ones, leading to and from the pit. A single set made by hiking boots, men's size 10 or 11. Water bottles abandoned near the foundation, still half full. And then I saw what made my stomach tighten. "Faith, look at this." 20 feet from the pit, partially hidden by a clump of sage, was a shovel. But it wasn't lying on the ground. It was standing upright, its blade buried in the earth up to the handle, as if someone had driven it down with tremendous force and then walked away. Next to it was a 5-gallon bucket, and when I looked inside, my unease deepened. The bucket was full of damp earth, so wet it was almost mud, even though the ground all around us was bone dry. Faith joined me, her face puzzled. "Where did that water come from?" "The nearest source is the Fremont River, 3 miles from here. And why would someone fill a bucket with wet dirt and then just leave it? And why stick a shovel in the ground like that?" I added, moving closer to examine it without touching. "That takes real strength. You don't just press a shovel into desert hardpan. You have to drive it, use your full weight. Someone did that deliberately." I keyed my radio, keeping my voice low despite the emptiness around us. "Dispatch, Ford at the Morrison site. We have evidence of unauthorized excavation and abandoned equipment. No sign of the trespasser. Requesting backup and authorization to expand search." The response came back crackling with static. "Copy that, Ford. Backup will be en route, but ETA is 2 hours. Are you in any immediate danger?" I looked around at the silent homestead, at the pit and the shovel and the bucket of impossible mud. Negative, but something's not right here. Whoever was digging left in a hurry, abandoned expensive equipment, and left evidence that doesn't make sense. Elaborate? I hesitated, aware of how it would sound. Wet earth in a bucket. Dispatch. Saturated, like it came from a riverbank. But we're 3 miles from the nearest water source and the ground here is completely dry. A long pause. Copy that. Document everything. Team will be there as soon as possible. Dispatch out. Faith was crouching by the bucket now, carefully taking photographs from multiple angles. "Elijah, this soil. Look at the color and texture. This isn't local. Our soil here is red, high iron content. Very fine grain from sandstone weathering. This is darker, coarser. It looks like alluvial soil, the kind you'd find near a permanent water source. Could someone have brought it from the river? Why would they? It makes no sense. You don't bring wet dirt to an excavation site. You work with what's there." She stood, her expression troubled. And there's something else. The smell. Do you notice it? I did, now that she mentioned it. A faint but distinct odor coming from the bucket, organic and vaguely unpleasant. Not rotting exactly, but the smell of soil that had been disturbed, of earth that had been sealed away and then suddenly exposed to air. We should check the pit, I said, see what they were actually digging for. We approached the excavation carefully, Faith positioning herself to photograph the interior while I shone my flashlight down into the hole. The pit was deeper than I'd initially thought, closer to 5 feet, and the walls showed the layered history of the site. Red sandstone dust near the surface, then harder packed clay, then a darker layer that looked oddly uniform. There, Faith said, pointing at the north wall of the pit. Do you see that? I adjusted my flashlight following her indication. Partially exposed in the wall, maybe 4 feet down, was something that didn't belong. A curve of gray-white that stood out starkly against the surrounding earth. Faith's breath caught. Is that bone? I leaned closer, my mind cycling through possibilities. Animal remains weren't unusual at homestead sites. Livestock died, pets were buried, wildlife wandered in and never left. But something about the size and shape made my training kick in, made me reach for my camera instead of my excavation tools. I think it might be human, I said quietly. Faith was beside me instantly, her professional demeanor snapping into place as she assessed what we were seeing. She didn't touch anything, didn't climb into the pit, just studied the exposed bone from above with the practiced eye of someone who'd done this many times before. The curvature suggests a cranial vault, she said, her voice steady but tight. Human, probably an adult, based on the thickness. We need to stop. Right now. This is officially a law enforcement matter, not just archaeological. I was already on the radio, calling it in. Dispatch, Ford. We have possible human remains at the Morrison site. I need county sheriff, medical examiner, and a forensic team. Lock down this area as a potential crime scene. The response was immediate and grave. Copy that, Ford. All units notified. Sheriff's Department ETA 3 hours. Secure the scene and do not disturb anything. Are you still alone at the site? Affirmative. Dr. Harlow from the university is with me. We're securing the perimeter now. I clicked off and looked at Faith. We need to back away from the pit, establish a clear boundary, and wait. This just became a potential homicide investigation. But Faith was still staring at the exposed bone, her brow furrowed. Elijah, wait. Before we step back, look at the surrounding matrix. The soil directly around the bone. Do you see how it's different? I looked where she indicated. The earth encasing the bone was darker than the surrounding layers, almost black, and had that same wet appearance as the soil in the bucket. It's the same, I said. The same soil someone put in that bucket. Exactly, which means whoever was digging here excavated down, found this burial, and then extracted soil from around the remains. But why? Why would you dig up a grave, take samples of the burial soil, and then just leave? Her voice was rising slightly, frustration mixing with growing unease. And where did they go? Their equipment is here, their vehicle isn't. How did they leave? I was scanning the ground more carefully now, following the footprints from the pit outward. They led in a clear line toward the old foundation, then seemed to circle the site repeatedly, as if the person had been pacing, agitated. The prints were deep, showing increasing pressure. Someone walking heavily, perhaps carrying weight or moving in distress. And then they simply stopped, about 30 feet from where the shovel stood embedded in the earth. The tracks end here, I said, kneeling to examine the last clear print. No sign of vehicle tracks, no indication they walked away. Just footprints that lead to this spot and then nothing. Faith joined me, her camera clicking as she documented what we were seeing. Could they have deliberately obscured their trail, walked backward in their own prints, used branches to sweep the ground? Possible, but unlikely. Look at the pattern. These aren't the careful, measured steps of someone trying to cover their tracks. These are the movements of someone increasingly distressed, pacing, maybe panicking. And then they stop, right here, where the ground is. I paused, touching the earth carefully. Disturbed, recently, like something heavy was pressed into it. The depression in the soil was subtle but unmistakable once you knew to look for it. Roughly circular, about 3 feet across, pressed down maybe 2 inches below the surrounding grade. And at its center, barely visible in the compacted earth, was a handprint. Someone had pressed their palm down hard enough to leave an impression in the desert hardpan. Faith photographed it silently, then looked up at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Fear? Confusion? Professional fascination at a mystery? Maybe all three. "This is wrong," she said finally. "All of this. The abandoned tools, the wet soil, the tracks that vanish, and now this. There's a rational explanation for all of it. There has to be, but I can't see it yet." I stood, brushing red dust from my hands, and looked around the homestead site with fresh eyes. The foundation, the collapsed outbuildings, the attempted corrals, all of it spoke to a family's desperate attempt to carve out a life in an unforgiving landscape. But there was something else too. Something in the positioning of the structures, the way they clustered close together as if seeking mutual protection. And the foundation itself had been built with unusual thickness, the stone walls 2 feet wide when 1 foot would have sufficed. "Samuel Morrison was afraid of something," I said, thinking aloud. "You mentioned his journal entries, the paranoia, the sense that the land was hostile. What if he wasn't imagining things? What if there was something legitimate that frightened him? Like what? Wild animals? Native tribes?" Faith shook her head. By 1887, the Paiute had already been forced onto reservations. There were no large predators in this area. What could have scared a grown man badly enough to make him build walls like fortifications? Or bury things carefully and then worry they wouldn't stay buried? I added, thinking of Samuel's final journal entry. "The earth will not stay buried." What if the burial in that pit isn't from the Morrison era? What if it's older, something they found when they were building, and it disturbed them? Faith considered this, her fingers drumming against her camera. Pre-Columbian burial, possibly Fremont culture. They inhabited this area from roughly 700 to 1300 AD. Finding human remains during construction would have been deeply troubling for devout Mormons. They might have reburied them carefully, but been worried about, I don't know, cursing their settlement or disturbing sacred ground. It was a plausible theory, one that fit the historical context. But it didn't explain the modern excavation, the abandoned tools, or the person who'd vanished while digging. I was about to say as much when my radio crackled again. "Ford, this is dispatch. We've got an ID on a possible vehicle associated with your site. A red Jeep Wrangler registered to Dr. Marcus Finch. Reported abandoned at the Hickman Bridge trailhead yesterday afternoon. Does that name mean anything to you?" Faith's head snapped up. "Marcus Finch? He's a historian, specializes in Mormon settlement patterns. I've read his work. He's legitimate, well-respected, not the type to conduct illegal excavations." But her voice carried doubt now, uncertainty. "Dispatch, any indication where Finch might be? Family reported him missing?" "Negative. His wife called it in when he didn't return from what he told her was a day hike. She didn't know he was planning to visit a closed site. Search and rescue already checked the Hickman Bridge area. No sign of him." Because he wasn't at Hickman Bridge, I thought grimly. He was here, digging up something he shouldn't have been digging up, and now he was gone. Copy that, dispatch. Dr. Finch's equipment is here at the Morrison site. Expanding search parameters. Ford out. I turned to Faith. You know him. Why would a respected historian risk his career and criminal charges to dig illegally at this site? She was pale now, her earlier confidence shaken. Marcus is obsessive about his research, but he's always worked within the system, gotten proper permits. For him to do this, he'd need a compelling reason, something he thought was important enough to justify breaking the law. She paused, thinking. He published a paper 2 years ago about unexplained abandonments in Mormon settlements. He theorized that some were driven not by environmental factors but by something else, something the settlers encountered that they couldn't or wouldn't write about openly. Like finding human remains, or like finding something that made them question their faith, their mission, their right to be on this land. Marcus believed there were secrets in these old homesteads, truths that had been deliberately suppressed. She gestured at the pit, at the exposed bone. What if he found evidence of something at the Morrison site? Something in Samuel's journals that no one else had noticed, or in other historical records? Something that made him think he needed to excavate here urgently, even illegally. It was possible, but it still didn't explain where Finch had gone, or why he'd left his tools behind, or why there was a bucket full of impossibly wet soil sitting in the middle of a desert. I walked back to the bucket, staring down at the dark, damp earth. The smell was stronger now, that organic scent of disturbed soil, and something else underneath it. Something metallic, almost like old blood. Faith, come smell this, I called. Tell me what you think. She joined me, reluctantly, bending over the bucket and inhaling carefully. Her face twisted. That's not right. Soil shouldn't smell like that. Not unless there's significant organic material decomposing in it. But this dirt is centuries old, based on what we're seeing in the pit. Any organic matter should have broken down completely by now. Unless it's not old, I said, the pieces starting to connect in my mind in ways I didn't like. Unless someone dug this up recently from somewhere else, somewhere with fresh organic material, and brought it here. But why? What possible reason? Faith stopped, her eyes widening. The handprint, the depression in the ground. Elijah, what if Finch didn't leave? What if he's still here? The implication hung between us, terrible and absurd. I looked at the depression, at the handprint pressed into the earth as if someone had been trying to pull themselves out of something, or hold themselves up against something pulling them down. And I thought about Samuel Morrison's final words. The earth will not stay buried. We need to expand the search, I said, pulling out my GPS and marking waypoints. Circle out from the foundation in a grid pattern. If Finch is injured and incapacitated, he could be anywhere within a mile radius, and we need to do it now before dark. We spent the next 2 hours methodically searching the area around the homestead, calling Finch's name, looking for any sign of him or indication of where he might have gone. The landscape was unforgiving, all red rock and thorny vegetation. Dozens of places where an injured person could have taken shelter or fallen and become hidden from view. But we found nothing. No response to our calls, no tracks beyond the ones we'd already documented, no blood or torn clothing or any of the usual signs of distress. The sun was getting low when Faith called out from near the edge of the property. Elijah, look at this. I jogged over to where she was standing, at the base of one of the red rock cliffs that bounded the valley. She was pointing at the rock face, at markings carved into the stone. Not petroglyphs, these were too recent. The stone still showing light-colored cuts where the surface had been chipped away. These are dates, she said. tracing the carvings with her finger without touching them. 1888, 1889, 1890. And these symbols, they're tally marks, counting something. I moved closer, examining the rock face. Below each date were series of vertical lines, grouped in fives with a diagonal slash through each group. Below 1888 were 12 marks. Below 1889, 23. Below 1890, the year the Morrisons left, there were 37 marks, and below them, carved in letters that looked hasty and frightened, were words, "It will not stay down. God help us." Samuel Morrison carved this, Faith whispered. He was counting something, tracking something, but what? I thought about the burial in the pit, about the bone exposed to air after being buried for who knew how long. I thought about Samuel's journal entries, his paranoia about disturbed earth and sounds of digging at night. And I thought about Marcus Finch, a respected historian who'd risked everything to dig at this site, and who had now vanished. He was counting disturbances, I said slowly. Times when the earth was disturbed, when something came up that shouldn't have. And each year it got worse, more frequent, until finally he gave up and left. That's insane, Faith said, but her voice lacked conviction. Earth doesn't spontaneously dig itself up. Burials don't unbury themselves. There has to be a rational explanation. Groundwater causing heaving, freeze-thaw cycles, creating surface disturbances. In the Utah desert, where it barely freezes and groundwater is 20 feet down. I shook my head. I don't know what Samuel was tracking, but he was methodical about it. These marks were made carefully, regularly. He was documenting something real, something that frightened him. My radio crackled. "Ford, this is Sheriff Martinez. We're about 20 minutes from your location. What's the situation?" I gave him a brief rundown. The discovered remains, the abandoned equipment, the missing historian. I didn't mention the carvings or Samuel's tally marks or the bucket of impossible wet soil. Those details could wait for the full briefing. "We've searched the immediate area thoroughly. No sign of Dr. Finch. It's like he vanished." "Copy that. Sit tight. We'll be there soon with more manpower and proper equipment." As we waited for the sheriff's arrival, Faith and I returned to the foundation, neither of us wanting to be alone in the gathering dusk. The temperature was dropping fast, the way it does in the desert, and long shadows were stretching across the valley. The homestead site, which had seemed merely lonely in daylight, now felt actively oppressive, as if the failing light was revealing something that had been hidden before. "Do you hear that?" Faith asked suddenly, her voice tight. I listened. At first, there was nothing, just the usual evening sounds of the desert, the distant call of a nighthawk, the rustle of wind through sage. But then I caught it too, a sound that didn't belong, that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Digging, the rhythmic strike of metal against earth, coming from somewhere nearby but impossible to pinpoint. The acoustics of the canyon walls made it seem to come from everywhere at once, echoing and re-echoing until I couldn't tell if it was one shovel or many, if it was close or far away. Faith grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in hard enough to hurt. "That's what Samuel heard. That's what drove him away. Elijah, what is that?" I pulled out my flashlight, sweeping the beam across the homestead, the foundation, the pit where bone lay exposed to the darkening sky. The digging sound continued, steady and methodical, and as I listened more carefully, I realized it wasn't just one rhythm. It was multiple rhythms, overlapping, as if several people were digging in different places all around us. "There," Faith hissed, pointing toward the pit. I swung my flashlight beam toward the excavation and felt my breath catch. The pile of disturbed earth beside the pit, the soil that had been thrown carelessly aside during the excavation, was moving. Not dramatically, not like something was burrowing through it, but settling, shifting, as if being disturbed from below. And in the pit itself, barely visible in the flashlight beam, the exposed bone was no longer alone. More of the skeleton was visible now, emerging from the earth as if the soil around it was falling away, revealing a skull, clavicles, the curve of ribs. The earth was receding, pulling back, exposing what had been carefully buried. "That's not possible," Faith whispered, but we were both watching it happen, both seeing soil shift and fall away without any visible cause. Ground doesn't do that. Not without water erosion or seismic activity or... The digging sound suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, oppressive, broken only by our own rapid breathing. And then, clear and distinct in that silence, we heard a voice. Distant, distorted, but unmistakably human. "Help me. I'm still here. Help me." It was coming from the pit. I've been trained to respond to emergencies, to assess threats and act decisively. But nothing in my military background or ranger training had prepared me for a voice calling from a grave. Faith and I stood frozen, our flashlight beams locked on the pit, where soil continued to shift and settle, exposing more of the ancient burial with each passing second. "That's Finch," Faith said, her voice barely above a whisper. "That has to be Finch. He's in there, trapped somehow." But even as she said it, we both knew it didn't make sense. The pit was only 5 feet deep. We could see the bottom clearly. There was nothing there but exposed skeleton and collapsing earth. No room for a living person, no cavity or opening large enough to hide someone. The voice came again, clearer now, definitely male, definitely distressed. "Please, I can't get out. The earth keeps falling. Please help me." I keyed my radio with shaking hands. "Sheriff Martinez Ford, we have an emergency at the site. We're hearing calls for help coming from the excavation pit, requesting immediate assistance." "Copy that, Ford. We're 10 minutes out. Can you see the victim?" "Negative. The voice is coming from the pit, but we can't see anyone. It's..." I stopped, unsure how to explain what we were witnessing. "Just get here fast." I moved toward the pit, carefully, Faith close behind me, both of us scanning the area with our flashlights. The exposed skeleton was nearly complete now, lying on its side in a fetal position, the bones dark with age and earth. Nothing about it suggested recent disturbance except for the soil that continued to fall away from it in small cascades, as if something beneath was pushing upward. "Finch," I called down into the pit. "Dr. Finch, can you hear me? Where are you?" "Here," the voice responded, and it sounded closer now, rising from the very earth itself. "I'm right here. I fell through. The ground gave way. I'm in some kind of cavity beneath the foundation. It's dark. The walls keep closing in." Faith grabbed my arm again. "There are no cavities beneath this site. The geological survey from when they designated it a protected area showed solid sandstone bedrock 3 feet down. That's why the Morrisons' well failed. They couldn't dig deep enough to reach water." "Then where is that voice coming from?" I demanded, frustration mixing with growing fear. "Audio distortion from the canyon walls? Someone's radio playing a recording?" But we both knew those explanations didn't work. The voice was too clear, too present, too specifically responsive to my questions. I made a decision, probably a stupid one, and began to climb down into the pit. "Elijah, don't," Faith protested. But I was already descending, testing each foothold carefully. The walls of the excavation were unstable, the soil crumbling under my weight, but I made it to the bottom without incident. Standing next to the exposed skeleton, I felt the full weight of the place settle over me, the accumulated sadness and fear of a century compressed into this small space. "Dr. Finch, I'm in the pit. Tell me exactly where you are." "Below you," the voice said, and I felt it now, felt it through the soles of my boots, a vibration that was part sound and part physical sensation. There's a collapse. Old timbers, maybe a cistern or root cellar. I fell through when I was excavating. My leg is trapped. I can't move. I knelt carefully, avoiding the skeleton, and pressed my hand against the bottom of the pit. The earth was solid, packed hard by time and pressure. But there was that smell again, that organic scent of disturbed soil, stronger here, almost overpowering. And the ground beneath my palm felt wrong, slightly warm, slightly yielding, like it was breathing. "Faith, throw down the probe rod from my pack," I called up. "I need to test the substrate." She tossed down the collapsible probe we used for checking soil stability, and I extended it to its full 3-foot length. I pressed the tip against the ground and pushed. It should have met solid resistance immediately, hitting bedrock within inches. Instead, it slid down smoothly, effortlessly, disappearing into the earth until only 6 inches remained above surface. "That's impossible," I breathed, withdrawing the probe. The end came up coated in dark, wet soil, the same soil that filled the bucket above. There's a void here, a significant void. But how? The ground beneath me lurched suddenly, dropping maybe an inch, and I scrambled backward instinctively. The skeleton shifted with the settling earth, bones clicking together in a sound that made my skin crawl. And then, just visible in my flashlight beam, I saw what made my blood run cold. The ground where I'd been kneeling was opening. Not collapsing, not caving in, but opening. Soil pushing aside as if something beneath was forcing its way up. And rising from that opening, coated in dark earth, was a hand. A human hand, fingers spread, palm up, reaching toward the darkening sky. "Elijah, get out of there!" Faith's voice was sharp with panic. "Get out now!" I didn't need to be told twice. I lunged for the wall of the pit, finding handholds and scrambling up with more speed than grace, Faith grabbing my jacket and hauling me the last few feet. We both stumbled backward, our flashlight beams locked on the pit, where that hand continued to emerge, followed by a wrist, a forearm, all of it covered in soil so dark it was almost black. "Help me," the voice called again, and now I could see where it was coming from. From the hand, from the arm, from whatever was pulling itself out of impossible earth. "Please. I can't breathe. The weight is crushing me." The sheriff's vehicles arrived in a spray of gravel and dust. 3 trucks with light bars flashing, illuminating the homestead site in harsh red and blue. Sheriff Martinez emerged with 4 deputies and a medical team, taking in the scene with practiced calm that evaporated the moment they saw what we were seeing. "What in God's name?" Martinez stopped, his hand moving instinctively to his sidearm, though what good a gun would do against earth and bone, I couldn't say. The hand had been joined by another now, both arms extended upward, as if in supplication or drowning. And the voice had changed, multiplied, become a chorus of overlapping calls for help, some clear, some distant, some speaking words I couldn't quite make out. The ancient skeleton lay undisturbed beside this new horror, a silent witness to something it had perhaps experienced in its own time. "Everybody back," Martinez ordered, his professional training taking over even as his face showed the same shock and confusion we all felt. 20 feet minimum. Nobody approaches that pit until we understand what we're dealing with. "What we're dealing with is impossible," Faith said. But she was photographing everything, her academic training overriding her fear. Soil doesn't behave this way. There's no mechanism for it. No water table, no seismic activity, no explanation. One of the deputies, younger and less controlled than his sheriff, backed away from the pit until he collided with the shovel that stood embedded in the earth. The impact jarred it, and the shovel tipped forward, falling with its blade still stuck in the ground, the handle now pointing horizontally toward the pit. And in the light from the vehicles we could all see what I'd missed in daylight. The shovel's blade wasn't buried in normal earth. The soil around it was dark and wet. The same impossible soil that filled the bucket. The same soil now coating the emerging arms. And carved into the wooden handle, fresh enough that the wood showed pale, were words. It pulled me down. Don't dig. Don't let it out. Finch wrote that, Faith whispered. That's his handwriting. I've seen it on his research notes. But when? I demanded. When could he have carved that before he fell in, while he was trapped? None of this makes sense. Martinez was on his radio, calling for additional support, though what kind of support could help with this I didn't know. The medical team had their equipment out but were making no move to approach the pit, professional ethics warring with basic survival instinct. And the arms kept emerging, inch by inch, revealing shoulders now, the suggestion of a head, all of it coated in that dark earth that shouldn't exist. The digging sounds had returned, all around us now, no longer echoing from the canyon walls but rising from the ground itself. Multiple sources, multiple locations, as if the entire homestead site was being excavated from below. I thought of Samuel Morrison's tally marks, the increasing frequency of disturbances he'd documented, and understood with terrible clarity what had driven him away. The burial, Faith said suddenly, her voice cutting through the chaos. The original burial, the skeleton, we exposed it, we broke the seal. That's what Finch did, what Samuel Morrison probably did when he was building here. They found burials. They exposed them, and something started trying to unbury itself. Burials don't unbury themselves, Martinez said flatly. But his conviction was wavering as we all watched soil continue to shift and part, revealing more of what lay beneath. These ones do, I said, thinking about Samuel's final words. The earth will not stay buried. I don't know if it's groundwater creating pressure, or some kind of chemical reaction in the soil, or something else entirely. But whatever Samuel Morrison found when he settled here, whatever drove him to leave after 3 years and never speak of it again, we've just triggered it again. The figure in the pit was nearly free now, pulling itself upward with the mechanical determination. And in the harsh light from the vehicles I could finally see it clearly enough to understand why the voice had sounded wrong, why the movements had seemed off. It was human-shaped, roughly, but the proportions were distorted by the thick coating of earth that clung to it, making it impossible to see features or identify who or what it actually was. The soil didn't fall away or crack as the figure moved. It stayed adhered, as if it was part of the thing itself, or the thing was part of it. "Dr. Finch?" Faith called out, her voice shaking. "Marcus, is that you?" The figure paused in its emergence, the earth-coated head turning slowly toward the sound of her voice. And when it spoke, the voice was clearer than before, no longer muffled by earth, but flat and emotionless in a way that made it worse than any scream. "Faith Harlow, you published a critique of my work. You said I was seeing patterns where none existed. You were wrong. The patterns are real. The earth remembers. The earth keeps what it takes. And the earth does not want to stay buried." It wasn't Finch's voice anymore. It was multiple voices speaking in unison, overlapping, some old and some new, some male and some female, all flattened to the same dead monotone. And the figure resumed its climb, pulling itself free of the pit with movements that were wrong, joints bending at angles that human joints shouldn't bend, the earth that coated it cracking and reforming with each motion. "Weapons free," Martinez said quietly, and his deputies drew their sidearms, though I could see in their faces the same thought I was having. What do you shoot when your target is made of earth? What do you kill that might already be dead? The figure stood fully upright now, standing beside the pit next to the ancient skeleton that had been its predecessor. In the vehicle lights, I could see that beneath the coating of earth was clothing. Modern clothing. The remnants of hiking pants and a field jacket. Marcus Finch's clothing. The same outfit described in the missing person report. Marcus, Faith tried again, taking a step forward despite Martinez's warning gesture. If you're in there, if you can hear me, fight it. Whatever this is, fight it. We'll get you out. The figure's head tilted at that, a gesture that was almost curious. Out? It said in its chorus of voices. Out of what? The earth is not a prison. The earth is where we belong. Where we've always belonged. Samuel Morrison understood eventually. He tried to warn others. He carved his warnings in stone. But people don't listen. They dig. They always dig. More movement now, at the edges of our lights, in the darkness beyond the immediate sight. The ground was shifting in multiple locations. Small mounds rising and falling like something massive breathing beneath the surface. And from those disturbances came sounds, scraping and rustling and the whisper of soil flowing like water. Everyone to the vehicles, Martinez commanded, his professional calm finally cracking. Now, we're evacuating the site until we can bring in equipment and support. But even as he spoke, one of the mounds between us and the trucks erupted. Soil spraying outward as another figure emerged, this one wearing older clothing, the rotted remnants of 19th century work clothes. Then another and another, figures pulling themselves from impossible earth, all coated in that dark soil, all moving with that same wrong jointedness. We were surrounded. The homestead site had become a graveyard giving up its dead. Except these weren't bodies. Not exactly. They were something else. Something that had been changed by long burial, transformed into something between earth and flesh, matter and memory. The Finch thing was watching us with what might have been curiosity or hunger, or some emotion that had no human equivalent. You asked where Dr. Finch is. It said in its terrible chorus, he is here, he is below. He is part of the pattern now. He dug too deeply, exposed what was buried, and the earth claimed him, as it claims all who disturb it, as it claimed the Morrisons' children, as it claimed every trespasser and settler who thought they could take what the earth had already chosen. One of the deputies, panic overriding training, fired his weapon. The shot was deafening in the small valley, and I saw the impact as the bullet struck the Finch thing's chest, punching through the coating of earth. But there was no blood, no cry of pain. The figure didn't even stagger. Soil flowed like liquid to fill the wound, and within seconds it was whole again, the damage erased. The earth protects its own, the chorus voices said. You cannot harm what is already earth. Run, I said quietly to Faith. When I say go, we run for my truck. Don't look back. Don't stop. Ready? She nodded, her face pale but determined. Around us, Martinez and his team were backing toward the vehicles in a tight group, weapons still drawn but useless. The figures that had emerged from the earth made no move to attack, just stood there, waiting, watching with eyes that might have been human once, but were now filled with dark soil. Go, I said, and we ran. The distance to my truck was less than 50 yards, but it felt like miles. Behind us, I heard no pursuit, no calls or shouts, just that terrible silence broken only by our footsteps and harsh breathing. We reached the vehicle and I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped them. The engine turned over and I threw it in reverse, spinning the wheels in the soft earth as we backed away from the homestead site. Martinez and his team were doing the same. All of us fleeing in a chaotic retreat that would have been shameful under any other circumstances. But shame was the least of our concerns as we watched the figures recede in our headlights, standing motionless among the ruins of Samuel Morrison's failed dream. We didn't stop until we reached the main road, miles from the site, where we pulled over and sat in stunned silence. Martinez's voice came over the radio eventually, shaky but controlled. All units, report status. Everyone had made it out. Whatever those things were, they hadn't pursued us beyond the immediate site. It was almost as if they couldn't, as if they were bound to the homestead itself, trapped there by the same earth that had created them. The official report took weeks to compile, and was ultimately classified in a way that made it effectively disappear. The Morrison homestead was closed indefinitely, the entire valley sealed off with actual physical barriers and 24-hour monitoring. The explanation given to the public was unstable ground conditions and significant archaeological sensitivity, which was true enough in its own way. Faith and I were interviewed separately and together, our accounts recorded and then effectively buried as deeply as anything at the homestead. The interviews lasted for days, conducted by people who never gave their full names or affiliations. They asked the same questions over and over, looking for inconsistencies, testing our sanity, searching for rational explanations that simply didn't exist. One interviewer, a woman with federal credentials and eyes that had seen too much, asked me directly, "Ranger Ford, do you believe what you saw was supernatural in nature?" I thought about that for a long time before answering. "I believe," I said carefully, "that there are things in this world that don't fit into our current understanding of how the world works. Whether that makes them supernatural or just unexplained, I couldn't say. But I know what I saw. I know what we all saw." She made a note and moved on to the next question, but I could see she wasn't satisfied. None of them were satisfied. They wanted a story that made sense, that fit into their frameworks and protocols. But the truth was that some things simply don't fit, no matter how hard you try to force them into boxes labeled outlined, or rational, or understood. The bones we'd found were documented but never excavated, left in place along with whatever else was emerging from that impossible earth. A team of specialists went in 3 weeks after the incident, wearing full hazmat suits and accompanied by armed security. They took samples, ran tests, used ground-penetrating radar and every other piece of equipment they could think of. Their findings were inconclusive at best, contradictory at worst. The soil samples showed normal composition for the region. The radar showed no voids, no cavities, no spaces where a man could have been trapped. The temperature readings were ambient, the moisture levels typical. By every scientific measure, the site was completely ordinary. Except it wasn't. And everyone who'd been there that night knew it wasn't. Faith called me a week after the specialists finished their work. "They're going to bury it," she said without preamble. "Not just the site, but the whole incident. They're going to file it away and pretend it never happened." "Can you blame them?" I asked. "What else can they do? Put out a press release saying that the dead are rising from the earth at Capitol Reef? That there's a valley where the ground has developed some kind of awareness or intelligence? We have a responsibility," she insisted, "to document it, to study it, to understand it. That's how we deal with things we don't understand. We investigate them." "Some things aren't meant to be investigated," I said, thinking about Marcus Finch and his academic curiosity, his need to understand patterns and decode meanings. "Some things are meant to be left alone." She was quiet for a long moment. "That's not very scientific of you, Elijah." "Maybe not, but it might be wise." We didn't speak for a while after that. Our friendship, such as it was, had been built on shared experience, and that experience was something we were both trying to process in our own ways. Faith through research and documentation, me through distance and avoidance. Marcus Finch was never found. His Jeep remained at the Hickman Bridge trailhead for a week before being impounded as evidence and eventually returned to his family. I attended his memorial service, standing in the back of a crowded university auditorium while colleagues and students spoke about his brilliance, his dedication, his passion for understanding the past. His wife spoke last, a small woman with tired eyes who thanked everyone for coming and said that Marcus would have been honored by the turnout. She didn't know, couldn't know, what had really happened to her husband. The official story was that he'd gotten lost while hiking, fallen into a ravine or crevasse, and died of exposure. His body, they said, might never be recovered given the terrain and conditions. It was a lie, but it was a kind lie. The truth would have destroyed her in ways that simple grief couldn't. How do you tell someone that their husband had been absorbed into the earth, transformed into something that was neither alive nor dead, merged with soil and stone and the accumulated weight of the buried past? You don't. You tell them what they can bear to hear and let them mourn in peace. His wife received death benefits based on presumed accidental death, though no body was ever recovered. The shovel with his carved warning was photographed and then left where it stood, still embedded in the earth, still pointing toward the pit where he'd made his last mistake. I wonder sometimes if it's still there, or if the earth has finally claimed it too, pulled it down into whatever depths exist beneath that cursed valley. I transferred to a different section of the park 6 months later. Not because I was afraid, exactly, but because I couldn't drive past the closure signs without feeling that pull. That terrible curiosity that had driven Finch to dig where he shouldn't have. The same curiosity that had driven Samuel Morrison to build his homestead in that valley, and to count the disturbances that increased year by year until he finally fled. My new assignment was in the northern section of the park, working visitor services and leading interpretive hikes. It was good work, honest work, helping people appreciate the natural beauty of the place without getting into the darker aspects of its history. Most tourists didn't want to hear about failed homesteads and mysterious disappearances anyway. They wanted photo opportunities and interesting geology and maybe a story or two about pioneer hardship. But sometimes, late at night, when I was alone in my ranger cabin, I would pull out the file I'd kept. Copies of documents, photographs I'd taken, notes from my interviews. I knew I should destroy it all, that keeping it was probably against regulations and definitely against the spirit of the classification orders. But I couldn't let it go completely. Some part of me needed to remember, needed to hold on to the evidence that what happened was real. Faith published a paper eventually, carefully worded and focusing on Mormon settlement patterns and psychological effects of isolation. She never mentioned what we saw at the homestead, never spoke publicly about the figures that emerged from Impossible Earth. But she sent me a copy with a note attached. Some patterns are better left unproven. The paper was good, academic and thorough in the way only Faith could manage. She'd found documentation of other failed homesteads in the region, other settlers who'd left after short periods for unexplained reasons. She'd traced family histories, finding suggestions of children who died young, of unexplained illnesses and accidents, of people who simply walked away from their claims despite investing years of work. There was a pattern there, though she didn't explicitly state it. A pattern of places where the earth seemed wrong somehow, where human habitation never quite took hold, where families would settle with hope and leave with trauma. The Morrison homestead was just one example among many, though perhaps the most dramatic. I think about that night sometimes when I'm alone on patrol in the early hours before dawn. I think about those figures standing in the darkness, made of earth and memory and something else that has no name. I think about Samuel Morrison's warning carved into stone, "It will not stay down." And I think about Finch's last message, "Don't dig. Don't let it out." Because that's what we did. We dug. We exposed what was buried. And we learned that some graves don't want to stay closed. that some Earth has been changed by what it contains, made aware and protective and hungry for what it's lost. The homestead site remains sealed. The valley remains closed. But on certain nights, when the wind is right and the moon is dark, rangers on patrol nearby report hearing sounds from beyond the barriers. Digging sounds, scraping sounds, the sound of earth moving and shifting and preparing to give up what it's kept for so long. I heard them myself once, about 3 months after my transfer. I was on a routine patrol along the northern boundary when the wind shifted and carried something from the south. At first, I thought it was just the normal sounds of the desert at night, the settling of rock and the movement of small animals. But then I heard it clearly, the rhythmic scraping of something digging, the fall of disturbed soil, the whisper of movement beneath the surface. I stopped my truck and listened, my heart pounding. The sounds were distant but unmistakable, and they were coming from the direction of the closed valley. I thought about radioing it in, but what would I say? That I heard digging sounds from miles away on a windy night? That I thought the earth things were active again? Instead, I drove on, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was in that valley wasn't done. That the barriers and monitoring and official closure were just temporary measures, buying time until something else happened, something worse. 2 weeks later, one of the monitoring cameras at the site stopped working. Then another. Then 3 more in a single night. The technical team that went in to investigate found all the cameras intact but coated in that same dark, wet soil. No explanation for how it got there. No signs of tampering or vandalism. Just soil, appearing where soil had no business being. They replaced the cameras and upgraded the monitoring system. But the incidents continued. Sometimes it was cameras, sometimes motion sensors, sometimes the barriers themselves would be found disturbed, posts pulled slightly askew, wire mesh bent as if something had pressed against it from the inside. Nothing was ever caught on camera. The sensors never recorded anything moving, but the evidence of disturbance was undeniable, and it was increasing in frequency. Just like Samuel Morrison's tally marks, the incidents were becoming more common, more aggressive, more insistent. Samuel Morrison understood in the end. He tried to warn us. He tried to make us understand that the earth there was different, changed, that it didn't want to stay buried, didn't want to keep its secrets. But we didn't listen. We never listen. I found more of his writings eventually, through research and some favors called in with local historical societies. He'd left more than just the carved warnings. He'd written letters, though he'd never sent them, found after his death in a trunk in his daughter's attic. One letter, dated 3 months before he abandoned the homestead, read, "The earth speaks here, though not in words that human tongue can shape. It speaks in movement and sound, in the way the ground resists the plow, and the way crops fail despite good soil and adequate water. It speaks in the dreams that come when sleep finally arrives, dreams of being buried alive, of soil filling mouth and lungs, of being pulled down into darkness that has weight and awareness. Sarah thinks I'm losing my mind. Perhaps I am. But I know what I see when I wake in the night and look out at the valley. I see the earth moving, rising and falling like breath. I see the places where I've buried our children disturbed, as if something beneath is trying to push them back up, trying to return what I've hidden in the ground. The Paiute were right to avoid this place. They have stories, old stories, about earth that eats men, about valleys that are forbidden because the ground is hungry. I dismissed these stories as primitive superstition. I was wrong. There is wisdom in old warnings, even when we don't understand the reasoning behind them. Another letter, the last one, written the day before he left. We are leaving tomorrow. I have told Sarah it is because of the failing crops and the isolation. But that is only part of the truth. The real truth is that I'm afraid. Afraid of what sleeps beneath this valley, afraid of what we've disturbed by building here, by burying our dead here, by trying to make this place conform to our needs and expectations. Last night I heard them calling, voices from beneath the earth, speaking words I couldn't understand but whose meaning was clear enough. Leave. Go. Take nothing. Disturb nothing more. I have decided to heed that warning. I am leaving the homestead standing, against Sarah's protests. She wants to salvage what we can, take the lumber and fixtures, anything of value, but I will not allow it. To take would be to disturb, to dig, to open what should remain closed. Better to leave it all and count the loss as the price of survival. If anyone finds these letters, if anyone should think to settle in this valley, I beg them to reconsider. Some land is not meant for human habitation. Some earth is not meant to be cultivated or built upon. There are places where the boundary between what is buried and what is alive has become thin, where the dead do not rest easy, where the ground itself has developed a will and a hunger. This is such a place. Stay away. The letters were never made public. Like so much else about the Morrison homestead, they were documented and filed away, kept from the public eye for reasons that probably made sense to someone in some government office somewhere. But I kept copies, adding them to my growing file of things I probably shouldn't have. And now, somewhere beneath the red rocks and alkaline soil of Capitol Reef, Marcus Finch is part of the pattern. He is below. He is Earth. He is waiting for the next person who thinks they can dig up the past without consequences. The Earth remembers, the Earth keeps what it takes, and the Earth in that valley will never stay buried. We've learned that much at least. We've learned to keep people away, to respect the closure signs, to not dig where the ground doesn't want to be dug. Because some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Some graves are closed for a reason, and some earth is best left undisturbed, no matter how much we want to know what lies beneath. The Morrison homestead taught us that lesson in the hardest way possible. I just hope it's a lesson we'll remember before someone else decides that the barriers are just suggestions, that the warnings are just superstition, that understanding is worth any price. Because the price, as Marcus Finch discovered, might be more than you bargained for. It might be everything. I still work for the Park Service, still patrol the Red Rock country, still help visitors appreciate the stark beauty of this landscape. But I carry Samuel Morrison's letters with me, and I remember the night the earth gave up its dead, and I watch the barriers around that cursed valley with a vigilance that has nothing to do with my official duties and everything to do with the certainty that what's buried there isn't finished yet. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind is still and the stars are bright, I drive out to the closure point and sit in my truck, watching, waiting, listening for the sounds that might come from beyond the barriers, the scraping and digging and whisper of disturbed earth that signals another attempt to emerge, another effort to break free. Because that's the truth that the classified reports and the official explanations can't quite capture. What's in that valley isn't passive. It isn't simply waiting to be discovered or disturbed. It's active, patient, persistent. It's been there longer than we can imagine, and it will be there long after we're gone, waiting for the next person who digs where they shouldn't, who disturbs what should remain buried, who thinks they can understand what has no explanation. Last week, I heard from Faith for the first time in months. Her voice on the phone was different, distant, like she was speaking from very far away, even though she was calling from Salt Lake City. I've been having dreams, she said without preamble, about the homestead, about the pit. In the dreams, I'm digging. I can't stop digging, and the deeper I go, the more I understand. Understand what? I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. Why they want to come up. Why the earth won't stay buried. Elijah, there's something down there. something old, something that was here before the Paiute, before anyone. And every person who gets buried in that valley, every body that goes into that ground, they become part of it, part of its awareness, part of its hunger to return to the surface. I wanted to tell her to stop, to let it go, to forget the homestead and everything we'd seen there. But I could hear it in her voice, the same pull that had taken Marcus Finch, the same obsession that had driven him to dig where he shouldn't have. "Faith," I said carefully, "promise me you won't go back there. Promise me you'll stay away from that valley." There was a long silence. Too long. "I can't promise that," she finally said, "because I think I understand something important. I think I know why Samuel Morrison's children were the first to be taken. Children are innocent. They're not bound by the same skepticism and rational thinking that protects adults. The earth could claim them more easily, make them part of the pattern before they developed the walls that keep most of us separate from it. "Faith, I have to go," she said abruptly. "I have to go see something. I'll call you tomorrow." She didn't call tomorrow or the day after. 3 days later, her department head called me, asking if I'd heard from Dr. Harlow. She hadn't shown up for her classes, hadn't answered her phone or emails. Her apartment was locked, her car was gone. I knew where she'd gone even before I got the call from Martinez. "Bored," he said, and I could hear the resignation in his voice. "We've got a situation at the Morrison site. Security cameras caught someone approaching the barriers last night. Female, matches Harlow's description. She cut through the fence and went into the valley. When the response team arrived at dawn, they found her car at the access point, but no sign of her." "The pit?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "We can't get close enough to check. The ground around the original excavation site, it's different. It's moving, rising and falling like something's breathing beneath it. And there are sounds, Ford, digging sounds, but also voices, multiple voices, including one that sounds like Harlow. I'm writing this now from my truck, parked as close to the barriers as I'm allowed to get. The sun is setting behind the red rocks, painting them in shades of blood and rust. Beyond the fence, I can see the valley, the ruins of the Morrison homestead, and the place where the original pit was dug. The ground there is different, just like Martinez said. It rises and falls in a slow rhythm, like the breath of something enormous and patient. And if I listen carefully, if I quiet my mind and focus, I can hear them, the voices. Marcus Finch's chorus, joined now by another voice, one I recognize, one that speaks with Faith's inflection, but with that same flat, emotionless tone. They're calling to me, telling me to dig, telling me to understand, telling me that the pattern is incomplete, that it needs rangers, needs those who watch and protect, needs those who know the land intimately enough to become one with it forever. I won't go, I won't dig, I won't let curiosity and the need to understand override the basic survival instinct that screams at me to leave this place and never return. But I understand now why Samuel Morrison left his warnings carved in stone, why he fled with such urgency, abandoning everything he'd built, because the pull of that place is real. The call to dig, to understand, to join the pattern, it's not just psychological. It's something deeper, something that reaches into your mind and whispers promises of revelation and understanding. If you'll just take one step closer, just peer a little deeper into the earth, just disturb the soil one more time. The earth remembers. The earth keeps what it takes, and the earth, in that valley, is still hungry. I'll keep watching. I'll keep the barriers maintained and the warnings posted. I'll do my job and try to prevent anyone else from making Faith's mistake, from succumbing to Marcus Finch's obsession, from repeating Samuel Morrison's tragedy. But I know the truth now. I know that eventually, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not for years, but eventually someone will ignore the warnings. Someone will cut through the barriers, someone will dig, and when they do, the pattern will grow stronger. The chorus of voices will gain another member, and the earth in that cursed valley will pull one more piece of understanding into itself, one more fragment of awareness into the darkness below. Because some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Some graves are closed for a reason, and some earth is best left undisturbed, no matter how loudly it calls your name, no matter how desperately it promises answers to questions you didn't know you had. My name is Carter Bishop, and I've been working as a park ranger at Bryce Canyon National Park in southern Utah for 11 years. If you've never been there, imagine a landscape that combines the Grand Canyon with Mars. We're talking about thousands of red rock formations called hoodoos, carved by millions of years of freezing and thawing, rising like sharp towers from the amphitheaters that extend hundreds of meters below the rim. I have to admit, it's breathtaking, but equally unsettling, especially when you're there alone and the wind starts howling through those rock corridors like something breathing. Before I get into it, you need to understand something about Bryce Canyon. Most tourists visit during summer when the park is crawling with RVs and families and retirees checking national parks off their bucket lists. But October is different. October is when the crowds thin out, when the aspens turn gold against the red rock, and when the temperature can swing 40 degrees between noon and midnight. It's also when we start seeing our fair share of what we call canyon incidents. That's ranger speak for everything from sprained ankles on the switchbacks to full-blown search and rescue operations for hikers who thought they could handle the Fairyland Loop despite never having hiked more than a mile in their lives. October 17th started like most days that month. I clocked in at 6 in the morning, checked the overnight incident log, which was blissfully empty, then headed out to do my morning patrol of the rim trail. The sun was just starting to hit the tops of the hoodoos, turning them the color of fresh blood. Temperature was sitting at about 38 degrees, cold enough that my breath came out in visible puffs. I like the early mornings best. Before the tour buses arrive and the parking lots fill up, you can actually hear the park, the scrape of wind through juniper branches, the cry of a raven echoing off canyon walls. Sometimes, if you're lucky, the bugling of an elk somewhere down in the amphitheater. I'd been walking the rim for about 20 minutes when I got the radio call from dispatch. Female hiker, mid-30s, hadn't returned from yesterday's hike on the Navajo Loop Trail. Her husband had filed a missing person report at 5:47 a.m. after waking up to find her side of the bed empty and her hiking gear gone. According to the report, she'd told him the previous afternoon that she wanted to catch the sunset from Sunset Point, then hike down into the canyon for some photography. She was supposed to be back by 8 p.m. It was now past 6 in the morning, and there was no sign of her. The husband's name was Marcus Sloan. The missing hiker was Ruby Sloan, 34 years old, from Portland, Oregon. They were on their honeymoon, he told us when I met him at the visitor center 40 minutes later. Ruby was an experienced hiker, had done portions of the Pacific Crest Trail, knew how to navigate with a compass and GPS. She wouldn't just get lost, he insisted. Something must have happened. Marcus looked like he hadn't slept. His eyes were red-rimmed, his hands shaking slightly as he showed me photos of Ruby on his phone. Dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, bright smile, wearing a red North Face jacket in most of the shots. In one photo, she was standing at the edge of Sunset Point, arms spread wide like she was embracing the canyon. The timestamp said it was taken at 6:23 p.m. the previous evening, right around sunset. Did she say anything about where specifically she planned to hike? I asked, pulling out my notebook. The Navajo Loop connects with several other trails. She could have gone down to the canyon floor, looped around to Queen's Garden, headed toward the Peekaboo Loop. Marcus shook his head. running a hand through his hair. She just said she wanted to get some shots of the hoodoos at sunset. She had this thing about golden hour photography. She'd been talking about it all week. He pulled up another photo, this one showing Ruby's camera, a Canon DSLR with a serious-looking lens. She took this with her, and her phone, of course. I've been calling it every 15 minutes. It goes straight to voicemail. I wrote down Ruby's phone number, made a note about the camera. What was she wearing? That red jacket from the photo, black hiking pants, gray beanie, Merrell hiking boots. He recited the details like he'd been rehearsing them, which he probably had been, over and over since he'd realized she wasn't coming back. She had a black Osprey day pack, 20-liter, I think. She always carries water, snacks, a first aid kit, emergency blanket. She's careful. She's always careful. That's what they always say, I thought, but didn't voice. Everyone's careful until they're not. Until they take one wrong turn, or try to get just a little closer to the edge for that perfect photo, or misjudge how much daylight they have left. Bryce Canyon might look like a postcard, but it's still wilderness, still capable of killing you if you make the wrong move. By 7:30, I had a search team assembled. 3 other rangers, 2 search and rescue volunteers who lived nearby and kept themselves on call for situations like this, and a K-9 unit borrowed from the Garfield County Sheriff's Office. We started at Sunset Point, where Ruby had taken that last photo. Her scent would be strongest there, we hoped, and the dog could pick up her trail heading down into the canyon. The morning air was crisp and still, carrying the smell of sage and dust. From the rim, you could see the entire amphitheater spread out below, thousands of hoodoos standing like an army of stone sentinels. The Navajo Loop Trail switchbacked down the cliff face, disappearing into the forest of rock spires. It's one of the most popular trails in the park, a 1.3-mile loop that takes you right down into the heart of the canyon and back up again. On a busy summer day, you'd encounter dozens of hikers. But on an October morning after most tourists had left for the season, the trail was empty. The K-9, a German shepherd named Cisco, picked up Ruby's scent almost immediately. His handler, a woman named Andrea Voss, who'd been doing search and rescue in southern Utah for 15 years, gave me a thumbs up. "He's got something," she said. "Fresh trail, probably less than 24 hours old." We started down the trail, Cisco leading the way with his nose to the ground. The path was steep, dropping 400 feet in the first half mile through a series of tight switchbacks carved into the canyon wall. On either side of us, the hoodoos rose up like towers, their surfaces striated with bands of orange, white, and crimson. In some places, the trail narrowed to just a few feet wide, with sheer drops on one side and vertical rock faces on the other. I'd walked this trail hundreds of times, but it never failed to make me aware of my own fragility. One wrong step, one moment of inattention, and you'd tumble over the edge into a landscape that looked beautiful but would break your bones without a second thought. Cisco stayed focused, pulling Andrea down the trail at a steady pace. We passed through Wall Street, the narrowest section of the Navajo Loop, where the walls close in on both sides, and the Douglas firs somehow manage to grow out of cracks in the rock 100 feet above your head. It's always cold in Wall Street, always shadowed, and your voice echoes in strange ways that make it hard to judge distance. Some tourists love it. Others find it claustrophobic and hurry through as fast as they can. At the bottom of Wall Street, the trail splits. You can go right, which takes you back up toward Sunset Point via a series of steep switchbacks. Or you can go left, which connects you to the Queen's Garden Trail and eventually takes you to Sunrise Point, about 1.5 miles away. Cisco hesitated at the junction, circling back and forth, nose working overtime. "What's he doing?" I asked Andrea. She frowned, watching the dog carefully. "The scent goes both directions. She walked down this way, stood here for a bit, then, I don't know. He's confused." Could she have gone down and then come back up the same way? Maybe. Or she split her time between both trails. Andrea gave Cisco more lead, let him work it out. After a minute, he chose the left fork, heading toward Queen's Garden. We followed, moving through a forest of hoodoos that seemed to close in tighter the further we went. Queen's Garden is named for a rock formation that supposedly looks like Queen Victoria sitting on a throne, though personally I've never been able to see it. What I do see is a maze of narrow passages between towering rock spires, places where the sun only hits for an hour or two each day, where the shadows are deep enough to hide anything. 20 minutes into Queen's Garden, Cisco stopped. He sat down abruptly, the signal he'd been trained to give when he found what he was looking for. We all hurried forward. Andrea knelt beside the dog, praising him, then looked up at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. On the ground, partially hidden beneath a curl of dried juniper branches, was a cell phone. I pulled on gloves before picking it up, though I knew we weren't exactly dealing with a crime scene. Not yet, anyway. The phone was an iPhone, newer model, in a clear case with pressed flowers embedded in the plastic. The screen was dark. I pressed the power button and nothing happened. Dead battery, or damaged, I couldn't tell. "That's definitely hers," Marcus said. I hadn't realized he'd followed us down the trail until he spoke, his voice tight with barely controlled panic. "The case. She made it herself. Is there anything else?" I looked around carefully. The phone had been lying in the middle of the trail, not off to the side like it had been dropped accidentally. There was no sign of a struggle, no disturbed earth or broken branches, no blood, no torn fabric, nothing to indicate violence. Just the phone, lying there like someone had set it down deliberately. "Spread out," I told the team. "Search pattern, 50 feet in every direction. Look for any other personal items, signs of disturbance, anything that doesn't belong." We spent the next hour combing through that section of trail. We found nothing else. No backpack, no camera, no water bottle. No footprints leading off into the rocks, though the ground was hard-packed enough that prints would have been difficult to see anyway. It was like Ruby Sloan had walked down into the canyon, set her phone on the ground, and then vanished. Back at the ranger station, I plugged the phone into a charger and waited for it to power on. Marcus sat in the corner of my office staring at nothing, his knee bouncing with nervous energy. The other rangers were out on the trails expanding the search. We'd called in additional resources, rangers from surrounding areas, more search and rescue volunteers. By afternoon, we'd have 20 people combing through the canyon. The phone finally came to life with a cheerful chime that seemed obscene under the circumstances. The lock screen showed a photo of Ruby and Marcus on a beach somewhere, suntanned and laughing. There were several notifications. Missed calls from Marcus, starting at 8:47 p.m. the previous night and continuing through the early morning hours. A few text messages, low battery warnings from earlier in the evening. "I need the passcode," I said to Marcus. He gave it to me without hesitation. I unlocked the phone and started going through it systematically. Text messages first. The last one she'd sent was to Marcus at 6:45 p.m. Heading down into canyon, light is perfect, back soon, nothing after that. I checked her call log. The last outgoing call was at 7:23 p.m. She'd called Marcus, but the call had lasted only 11 seconds before disconnecting. Before that, a few calls to what looked like family members earlier in the day. Incoming calls from Marcus all through the night. But it was the voice memos app that made my skin prickle. There was one recording, timestamped at 7:22 p.m., just a minute before that last call to Marcus. Duration, 11 seconds. I looked at Marcus. "Did you know she recorded something?" He shook his head. What is it?" "I don't know yet." I hit play, then immediately turned up the volume. The sound quality was poor, distorted by wind noise. I could hear Ruby breathing hard, like she'd been running or was frightened. In the background, a howling sound that could have been wind moving through the rocks. And then her voice, barely audible over the static. The wind direction changed. That was it. 11 seconds of heavy breathing, wind noise, and that one cryptic sentence. Then the recording cut off. I played it 3 more times, trying to pick out any other details. Was that an echo I was hearing? A second voice beneath the wind? I couldn't be sure. I sent the file to my work email so we could analyze it more carefully later, then kept scrolling through the phone. Photos. Hundreds of them, mostly from their honeymoon trip. They'd started in Zion National Park, then driven up through Utah, hitting various parks and viewpoints. The most recent photos were from Bryce Canyon, exactly what you'd expect. Sweeping vistas of the amphitheater, close-ups of hoodoos, artistic shots of light and shadow. The last photo was taken at 7:19 p.m. according to the timestamp. It showed a narrow passage between 2 hoodoos, the rock faces glowing orange in the last light of sunset. The composition was striking, the way she'd framed it with the darkness of the passage leading to a bright opening beyond. But what caught my attention was something in the lower right corner of the frame. A shadow, elongated by the angle of the sun, stretching across the trail. It looked like a person, but the perspective was wrong somehow. The shadow was too tall, too thin, stretched out like taffy. "Marcus, come look at this." He crossed the office in 3 steps, leaning over my shoulder to peer at the screen. "That's from yesterday evening. She was in the canyon. Do you recognize this spot?" He squinted at the image. "No, I've seen a lot of photos of Bryce Canyon, but they all kind of look the same after a while, all those rock formations." He paused. "What's that shadow?" "That's what I'm wondering." I zoomed in on the shadow, but the resolution got too pixelated to make out details. It could have been Ruby's own shadow, cast at a weird angle by the setting sun, or it could have been someone else on the trail with her. I pulled up the map of the park on my computer, trying to match the photo to a specific location. The problem with Bryce Canyon is that there are literally thousands of spots that look almost identical to one another. Same orange rock, same vertical spires, same narrow passages. Without GPS coordinates or distinctive landmarks, pinpointing exactly where Ruby had been standing when she took that photo was going to be difficult. The Notes app was next. Ruby had been using it like a journal, jotting down thoughts and observations during their trip. Most entries were mundane. Reminders about where they'd parked the car, lists of restaurants to try, ideas for photo compositions. But the most recent entry, created at 7:21 p.m., was just 2 words: wind direction. Not even a complete sentence. Just those 2 words, like she'd been starting to write something and got interrupted. I thought about the voice memo, that sentence she'd spoken. The wind direction changed. Changed from what? Changed to what? And why did it matter enough for her to record it? "Does that mean anything to you?" I asked Marcus. He shook his head slowly. "No, Ruby would sometimes talk about weather patterns when we were hiking. She liked to predict when storms were coming, but I don't know why she'd write that down." By mid-afternoon, we had the search in full swing. We'd brought in a helicopter from the Garfield County Sheriff's Office to do aerial sweeps of the canyon. On the ground, teams were working in grids, covering every trail and many off-trail areas as well. We focused on the section of Queen's Garden where we'd found the phone, expanding outward from that point. If Ruby had fallen, if she was injured and unable to move, we needed to find her before nightfall. The temperature was already dropping, and once the sun went down behind the rim, it would plummet into the 20s. I stayed at the station, coordinating the search efforts and going through Ruby's phone more carefully. I'd sent the voice memo to our tech specialist, a ranger named Daniels, who had a background in audio engineering. He promised to clean up the recording, filter out the wind noise, see if there was anything else we could hear. While I waited, I started researching. I pulled up weather data from the previous evening. At 7:22 p.m., around the time Ruby made that recording, the wind at the rim had been blowing from the west at about 8 miles per hour. Nothing unusual. Certainly nothing that would seem noteworthy to an experienced hiker. But weather at the rim doesn't always match weather in the canyon. The amphitheater creates its own microclimates, with air currents that can shift and swirl unpredictably between the hoodoos. I also looked into historical incidents at Queen's Garden. Over the years, we'd had our share of falls, medical emergencies, lost hikers. 3 years ago, a man had a heart attack on the trail and died before we could get him out. 5 years before that, a woman broke her ankle when she slipped on loose gravel, but no disappearances, no unexplained incidents. Daniels called me at 4:15. "I've got something," he said, without preamble. "Can you come down to my office?" I found him hunched over his computer, headphones on, staring at a waveform display that meant nothing to me. He pulled off the headphones and gestured for me to put them on. "I cleaned up the recording as much as I could," he said. "Filtered out most of the wind noise, amplified the quieter sounds. Listen to this." He played the recording. Ruby's breathing was clearer now, no longer buried under static. I could hear the crunch of gravel under her feet, like she was walking quickly, and her voice when she spoke was tight with something that might have been fear or might have been excitement. I couldn't tell which. The wind direction changed. But there was something else. In the background, just barely audible, a sound that made the hair on my neck stand up. It was a voice, or something like a voice. Not words exactly, but a kind of keening sound that rose and fell like someone singing in a language I didn't understand. It lasted maybe 2 seconds before fading out. "What the hell is that?" I asked. Daniels shook his head. "I have no idea. At first, I thought it might be audio distortion, some artifact of the filtering process, but it's not. It's in the original recording. It's just so quiet that you can't hear it under all the wind noise." He played it again, isolating just that section. The keening sound was clearer this time, definitely not wind, definitely not natural. Could it be another hiker? Maybe, but it doesn't sound like any language I've ever heard. And the acoustics are weird. It's echoing in a way that suggests a really enclosed space, like a cave or a really narrow slot canyon. I thought about the photo Ruby had taken, that narrow passage between hoodoos. Can you tell which direction the sound is coming from relative to where she was standing? Not with certainty, but based on the way the echo is structured, I'd say she was in some kind of enclosed area, probably one of the narrower passages in Queen's Garden. I thanked Daniels and headed back to my office. The sun was getting low now, painting the hoodoos in shades of blood and rust. Search teams were starting to report back, all of them empty-handed. No sign of Ruby Sloan. No backpack, no camera, no clothing, nothing. It was like she'd been erased from existence, leaving behind only that phone and those cryptic final messages. Marcus was in the waiting area of the visitor center talking on his phone to what sounded like family back home. His voice was hoarse from crying. I felt that familiar helplessness that comes with these kinds of cases, the knowledge that despite all our training and equipment and resources, sometimes people just vanish into the wilderness, and we never find out why. As the sky darkened and the search teams reluctantly called it a day, promising to resume at first light, I stood at the rim and looked out over the canyon. Somewhere down there in that maze of rock and shadow, Ruby Sloan had walked. She'd taken photos, recorded a voice memo, written 2 words in her notes, and then she disappeared. The wind was picking up now, moving through the hoodoos with that sound that always makes me think of voices. Not words exactly, just that sense that something is trying to speak but can't quite form the sounds. I thought about what Ruby had said, about the wind direction changing. Maybe she'd been a meteorologist in another life, someone trained to notice subtle shifts in air pressure and temperature. Or maybe she'd noticed something else, something that made her pull out her phone and hit record, something that made her want to document what she was experiencing. I went back to the ranger station and pulled up that last photo again, the one with the shadow. I stared at it for a long time, trying to see what Ruby had seen, trying to understand why she'd chosen to photograph that particular moment. The shadow bothered me. The angle was wrong. I was sure of it now. If it was Ruby's shadow, cast by the setting sun, it shouldn't have been stretching that direction. The sun had been in the west, which meant shadows should have been pointing east. But this shadow seemed to be pointing deeper into the canyon, toward the north, which meant it wasn't Ruby's shadow. Someone else had been down there with her. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I sat in my living room with Ruby's photo pulled up on my laptop, analyzing every pixel of that shadow. I'd transferred the image file to my personal computer so I could work with photo editing software, adjusting the contrast and brightness, trying to pull details out of the darkness. The more I looked at it, the more convinced I became that the shadow belonged to someone tall, easily over 6 feet, standing somewhere behind Ruby when she took the photo. At 3 a.m, I gave up trying to enhance the image and instead started going through every incident report filed at Bryce Canyon over the past 5 years. I was looking for patterns, anything that might suggest someone was targeting lone hikers in the canyon. What I found was nothing out of the ordinary. The usual mix of medical emergencies, minor injuries, a couple of recoveries of deceased hikers who'd had heart attacks or falls. No mysterious disappearances, no reports of anyone being followed or harassed on the trails. But then I expanded my search to include the surrounding area. Kane County, Garfield County, the towns of Panguitch and Tropic, and Cannonville. I pulled up newspaper archives, sheriff's department reports, anything I could find. And that's when I saw it. A small article from the Garfield County News, dated September 14th, 3 years prior. Local woman reports disturbing encounter on hiking trail. The article was brief, just a few paragraphs. A woman named Jennifer Hartley, visiting from Colorado, had been hiking alone on the Mossy Cave Trail, which is technically part of Bryce Canyon National Park but sits about 4 miles outside the main canyon area. According to her statement to the sheriff's department, she'd encountered a man on the trail who made her uncomfortable. He'd been standing motionless between 2 rock formations, watching her approach. When she'd called out a greeting, he hadn't responded. When she'd gotten closer, she'd seen that he was holding something in his hands, though she couldn't tell what it was. The man had followed her for approximately a quarter mile before disappearing into the rocks. She'd reported feeling like she was being hunted. The sheriff's department had investigated but found no trace of the man. Jennifer Hartley had been unable to provide a detailed description beyond tall, wearing neutral colors that blended with the rocks. The case had been closed due to lack of evidence. I sat back in my chair, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature in my house. Mossy Cave Trail was remote, less visited than the main canyon. If someone wanted to watch hikers without being seen, it would be a good place to do it. And tall matched the proportions of that shadow in Ruby's photo. At 5:30 a.m., unable to sit still any longer, I drove back to the park. The sun wouldn't be up for another hour, but I needed to be doing something, needed to feel like I was making progress. I parked at Sunset Point and hiked down into the canyon with only my headlamp for light, retracing the route we'd taken the day before. The beam of my light played across the hoodoos, turning them into looming giants that seemed to shift and breathe in the darkness. Every sound was amplified: the crunch of my boots on gravel, the whisper of wind through the rocks, the occasional skitter of a lizard or small rodent fleeing from my approach. When I reached the spot where we'd found Ruby's phone, I stopped and turned off my headlamp. I wanted to see what Ruby would have seen, what the canyon looked like in near total darkness. My eyes adjusted slowly. The stars overhead were brilliant, undimmed by any light pollution, and they cast just enough illumination for me to make out the shapes of the hoodoos around me. It was disorienting, being surrounded by these towering rock formations that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. I understood why some people found Bryce Canyon unsettling. There was something about the landscape that played tricks on your perception, made you see things that weren't there. Or maybe made you miss things that were there. I turned my headlamp back on and started searching the area more carefully than we'd done the previous day. The search teams had covered the obvious ground, the trails and the areas immediately adjacent to them. But there were countless narrow passages between the hoodoos, slots barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, that we hadn't checked thoroughly. Ruby had been a photographer. She would have been drawn to interesting compositions, unique perspectives. She might have ventured off the main trail to get a shot. I found the first slot about 30 feet from where the phone had been lying. It was a gap between two massive hoodoos, no more than 18 inches wide at its narrowest point. I had to turn sideways to fit through, and even then I felt the rock scraping against my chest and back. Inside, the passage opened up slightly, creating a small chamber maybe 8 feet in diameter. The walls soared up on all sides, narrowing to a slit of sky far above. It was the kind of place that would be perfect for photography. The light would be dramatic, the composition striking. But it was also the kind of place where you could easily get stuck, or where you might not hear someone approaching until they were right on top of you. I swept my light around the chamber, looking for any sign that Ruby had been here. No footprints in the dust, no disturbed rocks, nothing. I backed out of the slot and continued searching, finding 3 more similar passages over the next hour. None of them showed any evidence of recent human presence. As the sky began to lighten, other rangers started arriving to continue the search. We had a briefing at 7 a.m., going over the areas we'd already covered and the sectors we'd be focusing on today. I showed them the shadow in Ruby's photo, explained my theory that someone else had been in the canyon with her. The reactions were mixed. Some agreed it was worth investigating. Others thought I was reading too much into a simple trick of light. But everyone agreed we needed to find Ruby Sloan, whether she was lost, injured, or worse. Marcus showed up at the visitor center around 8, looking worse than he had the day before. His eyes were hollow, his skin gray. He'd spent the night calling hospitals and police stations throughout southern Utah, desperate for any news. He'd posted Ruby's photo on every social media platform he could think of, asking for help. And he'd driven up and down Highway 12 in the dark, checking parking lots and trailheads, hoping against hope that she'd somehow gotten lost and ended up at a different part of the park. "I need to go back down there," he said to me. "I need to help look for her." I understood the impulse. Sitting and waiting while others searched for someone you loved was torture. But I also knew that having distraught family members on search teams rarely helped. They got in the way, made emotional decisions instead of tactical ones, and sometimes got lost themselves. "Marcus, the best thing you can do is stay here where we can reach you immediately if we find anything," I said, trying to sound firm but compassionate. "We've got experienced people covering every inch of that canyon. But what if she's out there calling for help and we're just not hearing her?" His voice cracked. "What if she's injured and can't move and she's just waiting for someone to find her. Then we'll find her, I said, with more confidence than I felt. We've got dogs, we've got thermal imaging from the helicopter, we've got teams on every trail. If she's down there, we will find her. He nodded, but I could see he didn't believe me. And honestly, I was starting not to believe it myself. We were now over 36 hours since Ruby had last been seen. If she'd fallen and was injured, she could have died from exposure overnight. If she'd gotten lost and wandered off into the backcountry, she could be miles away by now. And if someone had taken her, if that shadow in her photo belonged to someone with bad intentions, then we might never find her at all. The morning search turned up nothing. Neither did the afternoon search. By the time the sun started setting again, we'd covered over 15 square miles of terrain and found exactly 0 additional evidence. No backpack, no camera, no clothing. It was like Ruby Sloan had been lifted straight up into the sky and carried away. At 6 p.m., I got a call from the sheriff's office. They'd been reviewing traffic camera footage from Highway 12, looking for any vehicles that might have been in the area around the time of Ruby's disappearance. Most of the cameras were positioned near the park entrance and at major intersections, so the coverage wasn't comprehensive. But they'd found something interesting. We've got a vehicle that passed the park entrance heading south at 8:17 p.m. on the night Ruby disappeared, the deputy told me. Dark-colored pickup truck, maybe a Chevy or GMC, can't tell the year. No front plate, and the rear plate is obscured by dirt. That's not unusual for vehicles around here, I said. The roads in southern Utah were dusty, and a lot of locals drove trucks. Did you get a look at the driver? That's the thing. The angle of the camera isn't great, but it looks like there might be 2 people in the cab. Driver and passenger. The passenger looks small, possibly female. My pulse quickened. Can you send me the footage? Already did. Check your email. I pulled it up on my computer. The video quality was grainy, shot from above at an angle that caught mostly the roof and hood of passing vehicles. But the deputy was right. At timestamp 20:17:34, a dark pickup truck passed under the camera. I could just barely make out 2 silhouettes through the windshield. The driver appeared to be male, broad-shouldered. The passenger was definitely smaller, and I thought I could see long hair, though it was hard to be certain. I watched the clip a dozen times, trying to extract any additional details. The truck's bed appeared to be empty, or at least there wasn't anything large visible in it. There was something hanging from the rearview mirror, maybe one of those air fresheners shaped like a tree. And on the rear window there might have been a decal, though I couldn't make out what it depicted. This is good, I told the deputy. This is something. Can you trace the truck? We're working on it. We've got the same vehicle passing north heading into the park area at 6:42 p.m. So whoever it was, they were in the park for about 90 minutes before heading back out. 90 minutes, that would have been plenty of time to hike down to Queen's Garden, encounter Ruby, and what? Convince her to leave with him? Abduct her by force? It seemed unlikely. Ruby was an experienced hiker, careful and aware of her surroundings. She wouldn't have just gone with a stranger. And if someone had tried to force her, surely there would have been signs of a struggle where we found her phone. Unless she'd dropped the phone deliberately. Unless she'd known she was in danger and left it there as evidence, hoping someone would find it and understand what had happened. I pulled up the voice memo again, listening to it for probably the 20th time. The wind direction changed. What if it wasn't about the weather at all? What if it was code, a way of saying something without alerting whoever was nearby? The wind direction changed. What changed? Her situation, her plans, the dynamic of her encounter with this person, and that sound in the background, that keening. Now that I was thinking about abduction instead of a hiking accident, it took on a different quality. It sounded less like wind and more like someone singing or humming. A man's voice, maybe, echoing off the rocks. I called Andrea Voss, the K9 handler. "I need Cisco tomorrow morning, first light. We're going to run a different kind of search." "What are you thinking?" she asked. "I'm thinking Ruby didn't get lost. I'm thinking someone took her, and I want to know if Cisco can pick up a second person's scent in the area where we found the phone." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Carter, if someone took her, they've had 2 days to get far away from here. Even if we find a scent trail, it's not going to lead us to her now." "I know, but it might tell us something about who we're looking for." At dawn the next morning, I met Andrea and Cisco at Sunset Point. The temperature had dropped to 26 degrees overnight, and frost coated every surface, making the hoodoos look like they'd been dusted with powdered sugar. My breath came out in thick clouds. Cisco seemed unbothered by the cold, eager to work. We hiked down to Queen's Garden to the exact spot where we'd found Ruby's phone. I'd brought the phone with me in an evidence bag, even though it had been handled by multiple people at this point, and any scent on it would be contaminated. But I had another idea. "Can you have Cisco search for any human scent that's not Ruby's?" I asked Andrea. "I know that's not how cadaver dogs usually work, but he's not a cadaver dog," Andrea corrected gently. "He's trained for live find. But yes, I can ask him to identify any other scents in the area. Though I have to warn you, there have been dozens of people through here over the last 2 days. Rangers, search volunteers, probably some tourists who didn't see the trail closure signs. It's going to be a mess." "I know, but humor me." Andrea gave Cisco the command to search. He immediately started working, nose to the ground, moving in expanding circles around the spot where the phone had been. I watched him carefully, looking for any signs of alerting. For 10 minutes, he found nothing unusual. Then, suddenly, he stopped at the entrance to one of those narrow slots between hoodoos. His tail went rigid. He whined, a high-pitched sound that made the hair on my arms stand up. "He's got something," Andrea said, moving closer. "But he's not giving me his usual found signal. He's confused?" "Confused how?" She shook her head. "I don't know. It's like he's found a scent, but he doesn't know what to make of it." She knelt beside the dog, running her hand along his back. "Good boy, Cisco. What did you find?" I moved to the entrance of the slot and peered inside. It was similar to the ones I'd checked the previous morning, narrow and winding, leading to a small enclosed chamber. I turned on my flashlight and squeezed through. The chamber was empty, just like the others had been. Dust on the ground, a few dead juniper branches, some scattered rocks. Nothing unusual, except there was a smell, faint but definitely there. Not the usual smell of rock and dust and old vegetation. This was something organic, almost sweet, but with a rotten edge to it, like fruit that had gone bad or meat that had started to turn. I swept my flashlight around more carefully. The walls were striated in the usual patterns, bands of orange and white and pink. The narrow opening at the top showed a strip of blue sky, and there, in the far corner, where shadow met shadow, something that didn't quite match the texture of the rock. I moved closer, my heart hammering. It was fabric, dark fabric, wadded up and shoved into a crack between 2 rocks. I pulled on gloves and carefully extracted it. As it came free, the smell intensified. The fabric was a t-shirt, men's size large, dark blue or black, I couldn't tell which. And it was soaked with something that had dried to a stiff, rust-colored stain. Blood, a lot of blood. I backed out of the chamber carefully, holding the shirt away from my body. Andrea took one look at my face and knew I'd found something bad. "Get on the radio," I said. "We need crime scene techs down here now." The next several hours were chaos. The search for a missing hiker had just become a potential homicide investigation. The FBI was notified. The county sheriff sent his entire investigative unit. Crime scene techs descended on Queen's Garden and spent the rest of the day processing that narrow chamber where I'd found the shirt. What they found painted a disturbing picture. In addition to the bloody shirt, they recovered several long, dark hairs that appeared to match Ruby's hair color and length. They found scuff marks on the rock walls consistent with a struggle. They found what looked like finger marks in the dust, like someone had been dragged across the chamber floor. And they found blood. Not a lot, but enough. Droplets splattered on the rock, smeared in one corner, concentrated in an area near the back wall. The blood was still being typed, but given the hair evidence, we all knew whose it was. Marcus Sloan collapsed when I told him what we'd found. Just literally fell to his knees in the middle of the visitor center and made a sound I'll never forget, an animal noise of pure anguish. I helped him to a chair while someone called for medical assistance. He was hyperventilating, tears streaming down his face, saying, "No, no, no, no," over and over like a mantra that could somehow change reality if he just repeated it enough times. "Is she dead?" he finally managed to ask between gasping breaths. I wanted to say no. I wanted to tell him there was still hope. But I'd seen the amount of blood in that chamber. I'd seen the way the evidence suggested violence, and I'd seen enough death in my career to know what it looked like. "We don't know," I said, which was technically true even though I didn't believe it. "We're still searching. We haven't found a body. But that blood, that was her blood. We don't know that yet. We need to wait for the lab results." He grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "You have to find who did this. You have to find him, and you have to make him tell you where she is." "We will," I promised, hoping it was a promise I could keep. The FBI took over the investigation at that point, which was both a relief and a frustration. Relief because they had resources and expertise that our small ranger team couldn't match. Frustration because it meant I was sidelined, reduced to providing support and local knowledge while federal agents ran the show. But they were good at what they did. Within 24 hours, they'd identified the truck from the traffic camera footage. It belonged to a man named Dennis Carlson, age 43, who lived in a small cabin outside the town of Henryville, about 20 miles from the park. When agents went to question him, they found the cabin empty. Carlson hadn't been seen for 3 days, according to neighbors. His truck was gone. A search of the cabin revealed a disturbing collection of photographs. Dozens of images of women hiking alone on various trails throughout southern Utah. Bryce Canyon, Zion, Capitol Reef, Grand Staircase Escalante. The photos were taken from a distance, clearly without the subject's knowledge. Surveillance photos, hunting photos, and among them 5 pictures of Ruby Sloan, taken on the day she disappeared. The photos showed her hiking down the Navajo Loop Trail, standing at the bottom, looking at her phone, walking into Queen's Garden. The last photo showed her entering that narrow slot canyon where I'd found the bloody shirt. Dennis Carlson had been following her. He'd picked her out, stalked her, and then made his move when she was alone in one of the most isolated parts of the trail. An APB went out for Carlson and his truck. Every law enforcement agency in the Four Corners region was looking for him. His photo was plastered across the news. But as of that third evening, there was no sign of him, or of Ruby Sloan. I stayed late at the ranger station that night, going through everything we knew, looking for something we might have missed. Ruby's phone was still on my desk, and I found myself picking it up, scrolling through her photos again. All those happy images from her honeymoon, her and Marcus smiling and laughing and exploring. The last photo she'd taken, that shot of the narrow passage with the strange shadow. I zoomed in on the shadow again. Now that I knew someone had been following Ruby, The shadow took on a more sinister quality. Was that Dennis Carlson? Had he been standing there watching her as she composed her shot, waiting for his moment? And then I noticed something I'd missed before. In the very top left corner of the frame, barely visible, there was something else. A tiny reflection in the polished surface of the rock face. I zoomed in as far as the image resolution would allow, enhancing and adjusting until I could just make out what it was. A face, blurred and distorted by the curve of the rock, but definitely a face. Male, I thought, watching. My hands were shaking as I saved the enhanced image and sent it to the FBI agent in charge of the case. This was it. This was proof that Ruby had known she was being watched, that she'd deliberately captured her stalker's reflection in her final photograph. She'd been trying to leave evidence, trying to document what was happening to her. The question was, had she survived long enough to escape? Was she still out there somewhere, hiding or injured or held captive? Or had Dennis Carlson killed her in that narrow chamber and disposed of her body somewhere we hadn't yet searched? At midnight, I finally left the station and drove home, but I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Ruby's voice memo, that cryptic message about the wind direction changing. And the more I thought about it, the more I became convinced it meant something specific, something I was missing. I pulled out a topographic map of Bryce Canyon and spread it on my kitchen table. I marked the spot where we'd found Ruby's phone. I marked the chamber where we'd found the blood. I marked all the trails and viewpoints and parking areas. And then I started thinking about wind patterns. Bryce Canyon sits at about 8,000 feet elevation. The amphitheater itself drops down to around 7,400 feet at its lowest point. Wind in the canyon generally follows the topography, flowing down from the rim into the amphitheater, then channeling through the narrow passages between hoodoos. In the evening, as the temperature drops, the pattern shifts. Cool air sinks, creating downdrafts that can be strong enough to knock you off balance if you're not expecting them. But what if Ruby hadn't been talking about literal wind? What if wind direction was metaphorical? Direction of movement, maybe. Her direction of travel. She'd been heading deeper into the canyon when she made that recording. What if she'd changed direction, tried to double back, tried to escape from whoever was following her? I grabbed my phone and called the FBI agent, a woman named Morrison who'd been surprisingly willing to listen to my theories. "I know it's late," I said when she answered, "but I think I know what Ruby's message meant. She was telling us which direction she was going. If the wind direction changed, if she reversed course, where would that take her?" There was a pause while Morrison considered this. From Queen's Garden? If she was heading back toward the main trail, she'd have several options. Sunset Point, Sunrise Point, the Rim Trail. Right. But what if she didn't make it back to the main trail? What if she was trying to get away from Carlson and went off trail instead? Where would that take her? I looked at my map, tracing potential routes with my finger. East. If she headed east from Queen's Garden, avoiding the main trails, she'd be moving toward some of the most rugged terrain in the park. Lots of slot canyons, lots of places to hide, also lots of places to get trapped or fall. Have those areas been searched? Not thoroughly. They're off the beaten path, difficult to access. We focused on the main trails where we were most likely to find her. "Then that's where we need to look tomorrow," Morrison said. "First light. I'll arrange for additional search teams." We assembled the largest search team yet at 4:30 in the morning, gathering in the pre-dawn darkness at the visitor center. 30 people total: rangers, FBI agents, sheriff's deputies, search and rescue volunteers, and 3 K-9 units. Morrison briefed everyone on the new search area, showing topographic maps with highlighted zones. The terrain we'd be covering was some of the most treacherous in the park, a labyrinth of slot canyons and hoodoo mazes where it would be easy to get disoriented or trapped. "We're looking for any sign that Ruby Sloane traveled through this area," Morrison said. "Disturbed ground, torn clothing, blood, anything. We're also looking for Dennis Carlson. He may be hiding in one of these canyons, and he should be considered armed and extremely dangerous." I'd been assigned to lead one of the search teams, along with 2 other rangers and one of the K-9 units. Our sector was the furthest east, a section of broken terrain that hadn't been thoroughly mapped. There were trails marked on the official park maps, but they were old, dating back to the 1930s when the Civilian Conservation Corps had worked in the area. Most of those trails had been reclaimed by nature decades ago. We started hiking in single file, headlamps cutting through the darkness. The temperature was hovering around 23 degrees, cold enough that my water bottle had frozen solid overnight. As we moved deeper into the backcountry, away from the maintained trails, the character of the landscape changed. The hoodoos here were older, more weathered. Many of them collapsed into piles of rubble. The passages between them were tighter, twisting, filled with deadfall and loose rock that made every step treacherous. The sun came up slowly, painting the tops of the formations in shades of rose and gold. But down in the canyons where we were searching, the light was thin and gray, filtered through layers of mist that had settled during the night. It created an eerie effect, like we were walking through a dreamscape or a faded photograph. The K-9, a Belgian Malinois named Ranger, started alerting about an hour into the search. His handler, a sheriff's deputy named Torres, gave us a hand signal to stop. Ranger had his nose pressed to the ground near a cluster of boulders, tail rigid, body quivering with focus. "He's got something," Torres said quietly. "Human scent, recent." We approached carefully, weapons drawn, not knowing if we were about to find Ruby or Carlson or both. Behind the boulders was the entrance to another narrow slot, this one partially hidden by a fallen juniper tree. I pulled the branches aside and peered in. The passage was barely 2 feet wide, zigging and zagging into darkness. My headlamp beam only penetrated about 15 feet before the passage turned and the light was swallowed. "Ruby," I called out. "Ruby Sloane, if you can hear me, we're park rangers. We're here to help." No response, just the sound of my own voice echoing off the stone walls. Torres sent Ranger in first. The dog squeezed through the entrance and disappeared into the shadows. We waited, listening to his claws scraping on rock, his breathing echoing strangely in the confined space. Then he barked, a sharp sound that made my pulse spike. "He's found something," Torres said, already moving toward the entrance. "Stay behind me." We followed the dog through the twisting passage, moving sideways in places where the walls pressed in so tight I could feel them against my chest and back. The slot went on for at least 50 feet, turning at sharp angles, ascending and descending over obstacles. At one point I had to climb over a boulder wedged between the walls, and I wondered how anyone could have navigated this in the dark, in a panic, possibly injured. The passage finally opened into a chamber about 12 feet across. The walls extended up about 40 feet before narrowing to a crack that let in a sliver of pale light. And there, huddled in the far corner with her knees pulled to her chest, was Ruby Sloane. She was alive. I don't think I'd really believed we'd find her alive until that moment. I'd been going through the motions, doing the search because it was my job, because Marcus deserved to know what happened to his wife. But I hadn't expected this, hadn't dared to hope. "Ruby," I said, keeping my voice calm and steady even though my heart was hammering. "My name is Carter Bishop. I'm a park ranger. You're safe now." She didn't respond, didn't even seem to register that we were there. She was staring at nothing, her eyes wide and glassy. Her red jacket was torn and filthy, streaked with what looked like blood and dirt. Her face was pale, lips cracked and bleeding. Her hands were wrapped around her knees so tightly I could see white tendons standing out under the skin. Torres radioed for medical assistance while I slowly approached Ruby, moving carefully so as not to startle her. She'd been out here for 3.5 days with no food and probably no water. She could be suffering from severe dehydration, hypothermia, shock, any number of medical emergencies. "Ruby, can you hear me?" I knelt down about 3 feet away from her, close enough to help but far enough to give her space. "We've been looking for you. Your husband Marcus is worried sick. We're going to get you out of here, okay?" Her eyes flickered, some awareness returning. Her lips moved, trying to form words, but no sound came out at first. Her throat was probably too dry. I pulled out my water bottle, the one that hadn't frozen, and held it out to her. "Here, small sips." She reached for the bottle with shaking hands. I had to help her hold it while she drank. She took one sip, then another, then started gulping it down desperately. "Easy," I said. "Not too fast, or you'll make yourself sick." After she'd drunk about half the bottle, she finally spoke. Her voice was raspy, barely above a whisper. "He's still out there. Dennis Carlson?" She flinched at the name, confirming what we already knew. "He's still out there," she repeated. "He's watching." I felt the hair on my neck stand up. I turned to Torres and the other rangers. "Spread out, search the area, he could be close." While they moved to secure the perimeter, I stayed with Ruby. "Can you tell me what happened?" She closed her eyes, and for a moment I thought she'd shut down again. But then she started talking, the words tumbling out in a rush like she'd been holding them in for days and couldn't contain them anymore. "I was taking photos. At Queen's Garden, I noticed someone was following me. I saw his reflection in the rocks. I tried to act normal, like I hadn't seen him, but I knew something was wrong." She took another shaky sip of water. "I started walking back toward the main trail, but he got in front of me somehow, blocked my path. He said he wanted to talk to me about my camera, asked if I was a professional photographer. I told him I was meeting my husband soon, that people knew where I was." "Smart," I said. "What happened then?" He smiled. God, that smile. Like he knew I was lying. He said he had a spot he wanted to show me, a place where the light was perfect this time of evening. I told him no thanks, started to walk around him, and that's when he grabbed me. Her voice broke. He had a knife. He put it against my back and said if I screamed he'd use it, so I didn't scream. I just walked where he told me to walk. I thought about the voice memo, that 11-second recording. "You made a recording on your phone." She nodded. "When he wasn't looking. We were in one of those narrow passages and he was humming. This creepy, tuneless humming. And I thought if I could just get some kind of evidence. I pressed record and said the only thing I could think of. The wind direction changed. I was trying to tell Marcus, or whoever found my phone, that my plans had changed, that I wasn't where I was supposed to be. That was brave. That recording helped us figure out what happened. I dropped the phone when we got to that chamber, the one where he took me. I was hoping someone would find it, would realize something was wrong." Her hands started shaking harder. "He saw me drop it. He got so angry. He said I'd ruined everything, that he'd planned this for weeks, and I'd ruined it." "That's when he hurt you?" She touched her head gingerly. "He hit me with something. A rock, I think. I blacked out. When I woke up, I was tied up with climbing rope. He was sitting there staring at me, still humming. He had his knife out, and he was just cleaning it over and over. I thought he was going to kill me right there." "How did you get away?" "He left. Said he needed to go get supplies, that he'd be back. He thought the rope would hold, but I used to rock climb. I know knots. It took me almost an hour, but I got free. I ran. I didn't know where I was going, I just ran deeper into the canyon. I thought he'd hear me, thought he'd catch me, but I kept running. And then I found this place, and I hid. I've been here ever since, waiting. Torres appeared at the entrance to the chamber. We've got tracks, fresh, probably from this morning. Looks like someone was watching this chamber from one of the hoodoos about 50 yards north. Ruby made a small, terrified sound. He's still here. He's still looking for me. Not for long, I said. We've got 30 people searching for him, and every law enforcement officer in the region knows what he looks like. He's not getting away. But even as I said it, I knew how easy it would be for someone to hide in this terrain. Thousands of slots and chambers and passages, most of them unexplored. A person could hide here for weeks if they knew what they were doing. And Carlson clearly knew these canyons. The photos in his cabin had shown dozens of remote locations throughout southern Utah. He was comfortable in the wilderness, knew how to move without being seen. We got Ruby out of the chamber carefully, helping her through the narrow passage and back to the main search area. A helicopter was already inbound to airlift her to the hospital in Panguitch. Marcus was waiting there, and the reunion was going to be something I was glad I wouldn't have to witness. Some moments are too private, too raw. While the medical team assessed Ruby, preparing her for transport, I gathered the search teams. Carlson is still in the area. Ruby says he was here as recently as this morning. I want every canyon within a 2-mile radius searched. He's armed, he's dangerous, and he has nothing left to lose. Be careful. We spread out again, this time not looking for a victim, but for a predator. The dynamics of the search changed. We moved more cautiously, checking corners before rounding them, staying in visual contact with our team members. The sun climbed higher, warming the air but not penetrating the deeper canyons where shadows held court all day long. I was searching a particularly twisted section of slots when I heard the gunshot. It came from the north, maybe a quarter-mile away, a single, sharp crack that echoed off the rocks, making it impossible to tell exactly where it had originated. I grabbed my radio. Shots fired, all units report status. One by one, the teams checked in. Everyone was accounted for. No one had been hit, which meant either someone had fired at Carlson or Carlson had fired at someone and missed. Or the shot hadn't been meant for any of us. I ran toward the sound, weapon drawn, calling in my position as I moved. Other teams were converging from different directions. We found Torres and Ranger at the entrance to yet another slot canyon, both of them staring into the darkness. He's in there, Torres said. Ranger tracked him to this entrance. He must have heard us coming and gone to ground. You see him? No. But I heard movement, then the shot. I called into the canyon. Dennis Carlson, this is Park Ranger Carter Bishop. The canyon is surrounded. There's no way out. Put down your weapon and come out with your hands up. Silence. Then, echoing from deep within the slot, a voice. Rough, strained. I'm not going to prison. You don't have to die today, Dennis. Just come out and we'll talk. You think I'm stupid? You think I don't know what happens now? A bitter laugh. They'll lock me up and throw away the key. Or maybe they'll give me the needle. Either way, I'm done. Morrison arrived, breathing hard from running. She took over the negotiation using techniques I'd never learned, keeping Carlson talking while more agents positioned themselves around the canyon entrance. But I could tell from her expression that she didn't think this was going to end peacefully. Some people, when they get backed into a corner, they come out fighting. Others decide to go out on their own terms. The standoff lasted 3 hours. Carlson talked, rambling about his childhood, about women who'd rejected him, about how society had failed him. He talked about Ruby, about how she'd been perfect, exactly what he'd been looking for. He talked about the other women he'd followed over the years, the ones who'd gotten away because the timing wasn't right or because someone interrupted before he could make his move. And then, as the sun was starting to descend toward the rim and the shadows in the canyon were growing long, there was one more gunshot. We found Dennis Carlson deep in the slot, slumped against the rock wall with his pistol still in his hand and the back of his skull missing. He'd chosen his ending. In his pocket, we found Ruby's camera, still containing all the photos she'd taken on her last hike. He'd kept it as a trophy, proof of the one he'd almost gotten away with. The investigation wrapped up over the next week. Ruby spent 3 days in the hospital being treated for dehydration, hypothermia, and a concussion. She and Marcus went home to Portland, and I never saw them again, though Marcus sent me an email a few months later thanking me for not giving up on finding her. The FBI closed the case. Carlson had acted alone, and with him dead, there were no charges to file. They went through his cabin more thoroughly and found journals documenting his stalking behavior going back over a decade. There were names, dates, descriptions of dozens of women he'd followed in national parks across the Southwest. Some of them were probably tourists who never knew they'd been in danger. But there were 3 names in his journal with notations that suggested he'd done more than just watch. 3 women who'd been reported missing in national parks over the past 8 years. 3 sets of families who'd never gotten answers about what happened to their daughters, sisters, wives. The FBI was looking into it, trying to match Carlson's movements to the disappearances, but without hard evidence, it would be difficult to definitively link him to those cases. I think about Ruby Sloan sometimes, when I'm out on patrol and the canyon is quiet. I think about how close she came to being another name in Carlson's journal, another unsolved disappearance that would have haunted her family forever. I think about that voice memo, those 5 words that helped us understand what had happened to her. The wind direction changed. She'd been trying to tell us she'd changed course, that she'd gone off the planned route. But in another sense, the wind had changed for all of us that day. It had blown Ruby into Carlson's path, but it had also blown us toward her in time to save her life. I still have that recording saved on my work computer. Sometimes, late at night when I'm alone in the ranger station, I listen to it. To Ruby's breathing. To that strange keening sound that turned out to be Carlson's humming. To the fear in her voice when she spoke those words. And I'm grateful that for once, just once, a story like this had something resembling a happy ending. But I also know how rare that is. For every Ruby Sloan who makes it out alive, how many don't? How many disappear into the wilderness and become nothing more than names on missing persons reports? Their final moments known only to their killers and the silent rocks. Bryce Canyon is beautiful. People come from all over the world to see it, to photograph it, to stand at the rim and marvel at the geological wonders stretching out below. And most of them have perfectly safe, perfectly ordinary visits. They take their pictures, buy their postcards, and go home with happy memories. But the canyon keeps its secrets. In those thousands of narrow passages and hidden chambers, in the places where the sun never reaches and echoes play tricks on your ears, there are stories that will never be told, evidence that will never be found. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind is moving through the hoodoos and making sounds that almost seem like voices, I wonder what else is out there that we haven't discovered yet. What else is waiting, patient and silent, for someone to stumble across it? I'm still a ranger at Bryce Canyon, still doing patrols, still responding to incidents, still searching for the occasional lost hiker. But I'm more careful now, more aware. I pay attention to the people who come into the park alone, the ones who seem too interested in the remote areas, the ones whose eyes linger too long on solitary hikers. And I always tell solo hikers the same thing. Stay on the marked trails. Tell someone where you're going and when you'll be back. Carry a phone with a full battery. And if something feels wrong, if the wind direction changes, if you get that prickling sensation on the back of your neck that says you're being watched, trust your instincts. Get back to where there are people. Get back to safety. Because the wilderness is beautiful, but it's also indifferent. It doesn't care if you live or die. It will keep your secrets forever if you let it. Ruby Sloane didn't let it. She fought, she survived, she found a way to tell her story. Not everyone is that lucky. Not everyone gets a second chance. But I'm damn glad she did. If you're listening to this and you've spent time in national parks, I hope you've had nothing but positive experiences. I hope the worst thing that ever happened to you was a blister or a sunburn. But if you ever do find yourself in a situation where something feels wrong, where the person on the trail behind you is standing a little too close or following a little too persistently, where the wind direction changes and your gut tells you to run, listen to that voice. Don't worry about being polite or overreacting. Your safety is more important than social conventions. And if you're someone who looks at solitary hikers and thinks dark thoughts, who carries journals full of names and dates and plans, know that we're watching too. We're paying attention. And the wilderness might keep your secrets for a while, but eventually, the truth comes out. It always does. That's all I have to say about Ruby Sloane and Dennis Carlson. I hope Ruby is living her life without too much fear now, though I imagine she probably never hikes alone anymore. I hope Marcus has been able to move past the trauma of nearly losing her. And I hope the families of those 3 women whose names were in Carlson's journal eventually get the closure they deserve, even if it's not the closure they wanted. As for me, I'll keep doing my job. Keep walking the trails. Keep responding to calls. Keep searching when people go missing. Because that's what rangers do. We protect the parks and the people in them. We bear witness to beauty and tragedy alike. And we remember. We always remember. My name is Lila Everett, and I've been working as a law enforcement ranger at Bryce Canyon National Park for the past 6 years. Before that, I spent 3 years at Arches and 2 at Canyonlands, so I know the Utah desert about as well as anyone can. I know how the light changes throughout the day, turning the rock from rust to rose to blood red depending on the angle of the sun. I know how the temperature can drop 40 degrees after sunset, how the wind can come up suddenly and turn a pleasant hike into a battle against the elements. And I know how easy it is for people to underestimate this landscape, to look at the postcards and think they're prepared for the reality. I'm sharing this story because I came across your channel about a month ago, and I've been listening to your park ranger compilations during my night shifts at the station. There's something comforting about hearing other rangers talk about the strange things they've encountered, the cases that don't quite add up, the incidents that keep them awake long after their shifts are over. It makes me feel less alone with what happened last November, less like I'm losing my grip on reality when I think about Dean Merrick and those footprints that simply stopped existing. Let me back up and give you some context. November is one of my favorite times to work at Bryce Canyon. The summer crowds have thinned to almost nothing. The aspens have turned gold and dropped their leaves, and the first real cold snaps have started arriving from the north. We get occasional snow flurries that dust the hoodoos with white, making the whole amphitheater look like something out of a fairy tale. But it's also when we start seeing hypothermia cases, when hikers who came prepared for autumn weather suddenly find themselves dealing with winter conditions. November 12th started quiet. I'd come on shift at 6 a.m., done my usual check of the overnight incident log, and headed out for my morning rim patrol. The temperature was sitting at 29 degrees, cold enough that my breath fogged in the air and frost covered every surface. The sun was just starting to paint the tops of the eastern hoodoos, and the sky was that particular shade of deep blue you only get at high altitude right before dawn fully breaks. I was walking the section of rim between Sunrise Point and Sunset Point when I encountered Dean Merrick for the first time. He was standing at one of the overlooks with an elaborate camera setup, a Canon with a lens that probably cost more than my truck, mounted on a heavy-duty tripod. He had the camera pointed at the amphitheater below, where the hoodoos were just starting to catch the first light of morning. "Beautiful morning," I said as I approached, making my presence known. Some photographers get territorial about their spots, and I've learned to announce myself rather than accidentally ending up in someone's shot. He turned and smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. He was probably in his early 40s, tall and lean, with the kind of tan that comes from spending a lot of time outdoors. Absolutely stunning. I've been coming here for 3 years trying to capture this exact light, and I think today might finally be the day. We talked for a few minutes while he worked. He told me he was a professional landscape photographer based out of Moab, that he'd sold prints to galleries in New York and San Francisco, that Bryce Canyon was one of his favorite locations in the Southwest. He showed me some of his previous work on his phone, and I had to admit it was impressive. He had an eye for composition, for capturing the way light transformed the landscape into something almost otherworldly. "You planning to hike down into the canyon?" I asked, noting the day pack at his feet and the hiking boots he was wearing. "That's the plan. I want to get some shots from below, looking up at the formations with the morning light filtering through. There's a spot I've been scouting on Google Earth. Looks like it might be accessible from the Queen's Garden Trail." I pulled out my map and had him show me where he was thinking. The location he pointed to was technically accessible, but it would require going off trail through some pretty rugged terrain. "That's not maintained trail," I said. "Lot of loose rock, narrow passages, easy to get disoriented." "I've been hiking in Utah for 15 years, he said, not defensive but confident. "I know how to navigate. I've got GPS, emergency beacon, the works. I'll be careful." I gave him the standard speech about staying on marked trails, about how conditions could change rapidly, about making sure someone knew his itinerary. He listened politely, assured me he'd check in at the visitor center when he got back, and we parted ways. I watched him pack up his gear and head down the trail toward Queen's Garden, his tripod strapped to his pack, his camera bag slung over one shoulder. That was the last time anyone saw Dean Merrick walking under his own power. I didn't think much about the encounter until later that afternoon when I got a call from the visitor center. A woman had come in asking if we'd seen her husband. He'd gone out at dawn to photograph the sunrise and was supposed to meet her for lunch at noon. It was now past 3 p.m. and she hadn't heard from him. His phone was going straight to voicemail. The woman's name was Andrea Merrick. When she described her husband, I immediately knew it was the photographer I'd talked to that morning. I radioed in that I'd had contact with the missing person, gave a description of what he'd been wearing and where he'd said he was going, and within 30 minutes we had a search team assembling. Andrea was trying to hold it together, but I could see the fear in her eyes. "Dean knows what he's doing out there," she said, as we prepped the search. "He's careful. He wouldn't take unnecessary risks. Something must have happened." "What time was he supposed to be back?" I asked. "He said noon at the latest. He wanted to catch the morning light, get his shots, and be back in time for lunch. We're supposed to drive to Capitol Reef this afternoon." She showed me her phone. A string of increasingly worried text messages she'd sent to Dean throughout the day, all undelivered. I assembled a team of 4 rangers and 2 search and rescue volunteers. We started at Sunrise Point and hiked down the Queen's Garden Trail, moving fast but carefully, scanning both sides of the trail for any sign of Dean. The afternoon sun was already starting to descend toward the western rim, and shadows were growing long in the deeper parts of the canyon. We had maybe 2 hours of good light left. The Queen's Garden Trail is one of the easier hikes in the park. a 1.8-mile loop that takes you down into the amphitheater and back up again. But easy doesn't mean safe. There are still drop-offs, still places where one wrong step could send you tumbling into the rocks below. And once you start going off trail, the difficulty increases exponentially. We found Dean's first location about 40 minutes into the search. It was a small clearing about 100 feet off the main trail, accessible by scrambling over some boulders and squeezing through a gap between two hoodoos. You could see where he'd set up his tripod, 3 circular impressions in the dusty ground. Footprints led to and from the spot, a clear trail in the soft earth. "He was here," I radioed back to base. "Looks like he took some shots and moved on, following the trail." The footprints led deeper into the maze of hoodoos, moving generally south and down slope. Dean had been heading into increasingly rough terrain, following some route only he could see, chasing that perfect shot. We followed carefully, noting how the prints showed he'd been moving confidently, not stumbling or rushing. He'd known where he was going. Until suddenly, he didn't. We found the second location as the sun touched the western rim and the whole amphitheater began to fall into shadow. It was a narrow passage between 2 towering rock formations, barely wide enough for a person to walk through. The passage ran about 30 feet before opening into a small chamber. And right in the middle of that passage, Dean's footprints simply stopped. Not faded, not obscured by other prints or wind or rain. They just stopped. One moment there were clear boot prints pressed into the dirt, showing the tread pattern of hiking boots, showing the weight distribution of someone carrying a heavy pack. And then nothing. Like Dean Merrick had taken one more step and ceased to exist. I stared at those prints for a long time, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The other rangers were equally confused. We searched the passage carefully, looking for any explanation. Maybe he'd climbed up the rock wall, but there were no hand or footholds, and the walls were smooth sandstone polished by millennia of erosion. Maybe he'd backtracked, walking backward in his own footprints, but that seemed absurd. And more importantly, why would anyone do that? The tripod marks were there too. 3 circular depressions where he'd set up to take photos. The marks were right at the spot where the footprints ended, like he'd been standing there, setting up his equipment, and then just vanished. "This doesn't make sense," said Marcus Flynn, one of the other rangers on the search team. He was kneeling next to the prints, examining them with his flashlight as the natural light faded. "Where did he go?" "Maybe he jumped?" suggested one of the SAR volunteers, a woman named Rita, who'd been doing rescue work in southern Utah for a decade. "Took a running start and jumped to avoid leaving prints." But jumped where? The passage opened into that small chamber, and beyond that was just a wall of solid rock. There was nowhere to jump to. And even if he'd somehow managed to leap to the top of the rock walls, which seemed physically impossible given their height and the lack of handholds, we would have seen boot prints up there when we checked. But there was nothing, just smooth rock that hadn't been disturbed in years. We expanded the search, covering every inch of terrain within 100 yards of that passage. We looked for blood, for torn clothing, for any sign that Dean had fallen or been injured. We called out his name until our voices were hoarse, the sound echoing weirdly off the hoodoos and coming back distorted. But there was nothing. No response. No evidence. Just those footprints leading into the passage and then stopping as if the earth had swallowed him whole. As darkness fell and the temperature plummeted, we had no choice but to call off the search until morning. It killed me to leave, knowing Dean could be out there injured and cold. But searching these canyons in the dark was a recipe for disaster. Too many places to fall, too easy to get disoriented and become victims ourselves. Andrea Merrick took the news about the footprints poorly. "What do you mean they just stopped? That's impossible. People don't just vanish." "We're going to find him," I promised, though I was no longer sure I believed it. We'll have a full team out at first light. We'll bring in additional resources, maybe get a helicopter for aerial searches. We will find your husband. But I kept thinking about those prints, about that tripod setup right where the trail ended. Dean had been standing there setting up for a shot, and then what? What could possibly explain the complete absence of any sign of where he'd gone next? I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I went back to the ranger station and pulled up every map and survey of that section of the canyon I could find. I looked at geological surveys, at old mining maps from when people used to prospect in the area back in the 1920s, at topographical data that showed every ridge and valley. I was looking for something, anything, that might explain how a man could disappear from a narrow passage with only one entrance and one exit. What I found was a note in a survey from 1987, a mention that the area around Queen's Garden had numerous unstable formations and potential collapse zones due to the erosion patterns of the Claren Formation, the pink limestone that makes up most of the hoodoos in Bryce Canyon. The note warned that some passages might be prone to sudden collapse, particularly after freeze-thaw cycles had weakened the rock structure. Could Dean have been caught in a collapse? Could the passage have come down on top of him, burying him under tons of rock? But we'd been in that passage ourselves just hours after he disappeared, and it had been stable. No sign of recent rockfall, no disturbed dust, nothing to suggest the walls had moved. I also found a report from 991 about a hiker who'd gotten wedged in a narrow slot canyon over in Capitol Reef. The hiker had been trying to squeeze through a particularly tight section when he'd gotten stuck, unable to move forward or backward. He'd died there over the course of several days, trapped in the rock, before rescue teams were able to locate him. It was a horrible way to die, and it made me wonder if Dean might have pushed into some crack or crevice we hadn't found yet, gotten stuck, and was still there waiting for us to find him. But again, the evidence didn't support it. We'd searched thoroughly. There were no cracks large enough for a person to squeeze into near where his footprints ended. And if he'd gotten stuck somewhere, surely he would have responded when we called out to him, assuming he was still conscious. At 4 a.m., I finally gave up on finding answers in old reports and drove back to the park. I couldn't wait until the official search resumed at dawn. I needed to see that passage again, needed to examine it more carefully. Maybe in my exhaustion the previous evening I'd missed something obvious. I hiked down to Queen's Garden by headlamp, the beam of light playing across familiar rock formations that looked alien and menacing in the darkness. The hoodoos loomed over me like silent watchers, their shadows shifting as I moved. Every sound seemed amplified in the pre-dawn stillness. The crunch of my boots on gravel, the occasional skitter of a lizard disturbed from its sleeping spot, the wind moving through gaps in the rock, making sounds that were almost but not quite like human voices. When I reached the passage where Dean's footprints ended, I marked off the area with flagging tape, creating a perimeter that I could methodically search once the sun came up. Then I sat down on a boulder outside the passage and waited for dawn, trying to piece together what could have happened. The light came slowly, painting the tops of the hoodoos first before gradually descending into the canyons. As visibility improved, I started my systematic search. I photographed the footprints from every angle, measured them, noted every detail. The prints were definitely Dean's. The tread pattern matched his boots exactly. The stride length was consistent with someone walking normally, not running or stumbling. The depth of the impressions suggested he'd been carrying his full pack. The tripod marks were equally clear. 3 circular depressions, evenly spaced, exactly the pattern you'd expect from a photographer setting up to take a shot. I could even see where he'd adjusted the tripod legs to level it on the slightly sloped ground, one leg pressed deeper than the others. But beyond those marks, nothing. I got down on my hands and knees and examined every inch of the passage, running my flashlight at angles to catch any disturbance in the dust, any scrape mark on the rock, any tiny clue that might explain what happened. The rock walls were smooth, untouched. The dust beyond where the footprints ended was undisturbed, showing no sign that anyone had walked through. I backed out of the passage and started expanding my search in a spiral pattern, examining every surrounding area. And that's when I found something strange. About 50 feet from the passage, hidden in a cluster of low juniper shrubs, was Dean's camera bag. Not his pack with his water and emergency supplies. Not his camera, just the bag, empty, partially concealed beneath the branches. It looked like it had been placed there deliberately, not dropped or discarded. I photographed it in place before carefully retrieving it with gloved hands. Inside the bag, I found nothing. No camera, no lenses, no memory cards. Just the empty bag with its padding and compartments. Why would Dean take his camera out and hide the empty bag? It didn't make sense. If he'd been trying to lighten his load, why not just drop the bag where he was standing? Why walk 50 feet out of his way to conceal it in the shrubs? The other rangers arrived around 7:30, and we resumed the search in earnest. We had a team of 12 now, along with 2 K9 units borrowed from the county sheriff. The dogs picked up Dean's scent immediately and followed it down the Queen's Garden Trail to the passage where the footprints ended. Then the dogs became confused, circling the area over and over, unable to find where the scent trail continued. "It's like his scent just stops here," said the K9 handler, a man named Jackson who'd been doing search and rescue for 20 years. I've never seen the dogs behave like this. Usually if someone climbs or jumps or changes direction, the dogs can still track them. But here it's like the scent just terminates. By mid-morning, we'd expanded the search to cover a half-mile radius around the passage. We brought in the helicopter for aerial reconnaissance, looking for any sign of Dean or his gear from above. We checked every slot canyon, every hidden chamber, every possible place a person could fall or hide, but we found nothing except that empty camera bag. Andrea Merrick arrived at the search site around noon, unable to stay away any longer. I tried to keep her back from the active search area, but she insisted on seeing where her husband had last been. When I showed her the footprints and explained how they simply stopped, she stared at them for a long time, her face going pale. "This is wrong," she said finally. "This is all wrong. Dean wouldn't just leave his stuff and wander off. He treats his camera equipment like it's his child. He would never, ever just abandon his camera bag in the bushes." "I know it seems strange," I said. "We're trying to figure out what happened." "Strange?" she laughed, a slightly hysterical sound. "This isn't strange. It's impossible. People don't just vanish into thin air. Their footprints don't just stop in the middle of a passage. There has to be an explanation." There had to be, but I was increasingly afraid we weren't going to find it. The search continued for 3 days. We brought in experts from all over Utah, geologists to examine the rock formations for hidden caves or sinkholes, technical climbers to scale the hoodoos and check for any possible route Dean might have taken up the rock faces. Even a forensic anthropologist from the University of Utah who specialized in understanding how people move through terrain and where they're likely to go when they're lost or disoriented. None of them could explain the footprints. The geologist confirmed there were no caves or underground passages in that area, no place Dean could have fallen through. The climbers confirmed the walls were unscalable without specialized equipment, and there were no marks suggesting anyone had tried. The anthropologist examined the scene and said the footprints showed a person moving with purpose and confidence, not someone who was lost or confused. And then those purposeful footprints just stopped. We found a few more pieces of Dean's equipment scattered around the area. His water bottle, still half full, wedged in a crack between two rocks about 100 yards from the passage. One of his lens caps, a small round piece of plastic that could have easily blown away, sitting on top of a flat boulder as if someone had deliberately placed it there. A granola bar wrapper folded neatly and tucked under a stone. Each discovery was documented, photographed, analyzed, and each one made less sense than the last. If Dean had been injured or disoriented, why would he be carefully distributing his gear across the landscape? If he'd been attacked by someone, where was the evidence of struggle? If he decided to leave of his own accord for some incomprehensible reason, where was he? On the fourth day, the FBI got involved. Missing persons cases on federal land fell under their jurisdiction after a certain point, and Dean Merrick's disappearance had officially crossed that threshold. 2 agents arrived from Salt Lake City, a man named Bowman and a woman named Park. They interviewed everyone who'd been involved in the search, examined all the evidence, and walked the site multiple times. Agent Bowman pulled me aside on the afternoon of their first day. "What's your gut telling you, Ranger Everett?" I'd been asking myself that question for 4 days straight. Honestly, I don't know. Everything about this feels wrong. The evidence doesn't tell a coherent story. It's like someone took all the pieces of a normal hiking accident and scrambled them. Could he have staged it? Bowman asked. Maybe wanted to disappear for some reason. Made it look mysterious to throw us off. I'd considered that possibility. I suppose it's possible. But why? From everything his wife says, they were happy. His photography business was successful. He had no financial troubles, no legal issues. What would be his motive for wanting to vanish? People have all kinds of reasons we never see coming, Bowman said. Secret debt, affairs, hidden addictions. Sometimes the people closest to them are the most surprised. They investigated that angle thoroughly, digging into Dean's finances, his emails, his social media, his phone records. They found nothing. No secret girlfriend, no gambling problem, no evidence of any crisis that would make a man want to fake his own disappearance. Dean Merrick had been exactly what he appeared to be. A successful landscape photographer who loved his work and his wife, who spent his free time chasing perfect light in remote canyons. Andrea stayed in the area for 2 weeks, refusing to leave while there was still a chance of finding Dean alive. She walked the trails herself, calling his name until her voice gave out. She posted on every social media platform, shared his photo with every hiking group and photography community she could find. She offered a reward for any information leading to his whereabouts, but nothing came of it. Dean had disappeared as thoroughly as if he'd never existed. I visited Andrea at her hotel room on the evening before she finally went home. She looked like she'd aged 10 years in 2 weeks. Her eyes were hollow, her hands shaking as she poured us both coffee from the room's little machine. "I keep thinking I'll wake up and this will all be a nightmare," she said. "That Dean will be there beside me, planning our next trip, talking about the photos he wants to take. But then I wake up and he's still gone, and no one can tell me what happened to him." "I'm sorry," I said, knowing how inadequate the words were. "I'm so sorry we haven't been able to find him. That thing with the footprints, the agents told me about some theories, that maybe the wind erased the rest of the prints or that Dean backtracked somehow. But you were there. You saw it. What do you really think happened?" I chose my words carefully. I think something happened that we don't have an explanation for yet. But that doesn't mean we'll never find one. Sometimes these cases take time. Sometimes evidence surfaces months or even years later that finally makes everything click into place. But you don't believe that. I can see it in your face. You think he's gone for good. I didn't answer because she was right. I'd seen enough missing persons cases to know that after the first 72 hours, the chances of finding someone alive dropped dramatically. After 2 weeks, the chances were almost zero. Dean Merrick was either dead somewhere in the canyon where we hadn't found him yet, or he'd left under his own power and didn't want to be found, and I didn't believe the second option. After Andrea left, I found myself returning to that passage again and again during my patrols. I'd stand there staring at the spot where the footprints ended, trying to will the answer to reveal itself. I took measurements. I analyzed the rock composition. I even brought in a GPR unit, ground-penetrating radar, to check if there might be voids under the surface that didn't show up on the geological surveys. Nothing. The case officially went cold after a month. The FBI concluded their investigation with no findings. The official report stated that Dean Merrick had become lost in Bryce Canyon National Park and likely died from exposure or from injuries sustained in a fall. His body had not been recovered due to the rugged terrain and numerous inaccessible areas. It was a neat explanation that accounted for exactly none of the actual evidence, but it's what went in the official record. But I couldn't let it go. During my off hours, I started researching similar cases. Disappearances in national parks where the circumstances didn't quite make sense. I found more than I expected. A hiker in Yosemite whose footprints led to the edge of a cliff and then stopped, with no body at the bottom. A backpacker in the Smokies whose tent and gear were found neatly arranged, but who was never seen again. A rock climber in Joshua Tree whose rope was found, still anchored, but who had vanished. None of the cases were exactly like Dean's, but they all shared that same quality of wrongness. Evidence that didn't add up. Disappearances that seemed to defy physical laws. And in each case, the official explanation was some variation of lost in wilderness, body not recovered. I also started talking to older rangers, people who'd been working in Utah's parks for decades. Some of them had their own stories. A woman who'd worked at Canyonlands told me about a hiker who'd gone missing in the Maze District in the 90s. They'd found his backpack hanging from a juniper tree branch 12 feet off the ground, with no explanation for how it got there. A man who'd been at Capitol Reef for 30 years told me about boot prints they'd found in a slot canyon that led to a dead end, a wall of solid rock with no way forward and no way up, and no sign of the person who'd made the prints. Sometimes the desert just takes people, the Capitol Reef ranger said with a shrug. You can try to understand it, try to find a rational explanation, but sometimes there isn't one. Sometimes the land just claims what it wants. I didn't believe in mystical explanations. I was a scientist trained to look for evidence and draw conclusions based on facts. But the lack of a rational explanation was starting to wear on me. I found myself lying awake at night, running through scenarios in my head, each one more improbable than the last. 3 months after Dean disappeared, I got a call from a park visitor. A woman who'd been hiking near Queen's Garden had found something. She'd been scrambling off trail, exploring the hoodoos, when she discovered a camera wedged in a crack between 2 rocks. I met her at the visitor center and she showed me the camera. It was a Canon, high-end, covered in dust and with a cracked lens. But the serial number was still legible. I checked it against the information Andrea had provided about Dean's equipment. It was a match. This was Dean's camera. The memory card was still inside. I took it back to the ranger station and uploaded the contents to my computer with shaking hands. There were 237 photos on the card. I went through them chronologically, watching Dean's morning unfold through his eyes. The first photos were from Sunrise Point, wide-angle shots of the amphitheater as dawn broke. Beautiful compositions, the kind that would have sold well in galleries. Then photos from his first location, the one we'd found where he set up his tripod. Close-ups of hoodoos with morning light filtering between them. Long exposures that captured the texture of the rock in exquisite detail. Then photos from deeper in the canyon, as Dean moved toward the passage where his footprints had ended. The light was changing in these shots, becoming sharper, more dramatic. Dean had been chasing something specific. some particular quality of illumination that he'd seen in his mind's eye, and then the photos from the passage itself. The first few showed the narrow gap between the rock walls, compositional shots framing the space, then a series of photos pointing down at the ground, showing the dusty floor of the passage. I could see his tripod marks in these photos, could see his own shadow falling across the frame. And then the final photo. Photo number 237, taken at 7:47 a.m. according to the metadata, just minutes before I'd encountered him that morning. It showed the far end of the passage, looking toward the small chamber. The light was coming from somewhere above, streaming down through gaps in the rock. And there, in the back of the chamber where the light hit the wall, was something that made my blood run cold. It was a figure, a human shape, but wrong somehow, too tall, too thin, the proportions distorted. It was standing perfectly still, facing the camera, though I couldn't make out any features. The light was too bright, creating a silhouette effect. But there was no question it was there in the photo, something that should not have been in that chamber. I enlarged the image, adjusting the contrast and brightness, trying to bring out details. The figure didn't become any clearer. In fact, the more I tried to enhance it, the more it seemed to fade, like it was made of light itself rather than solid matter. I checked the photo's metadata carefully. No signs of digital manipulation. The timestamp matched the sequence of all the other photos. This was a genuine image, taken by Dean Merrick in the moments before he disappeared. I printed the photo and spread it on my desk alongside all my maps and notes. Then I did something I probably shouldn't have done. I didn't report the camera to the FBI. Not yet. I wanted to understand what I was looking at first, wanted to figure out what Dean had seen in that passage. The next morning, I went back to the site alone. I brought the printed photo with me, intending to match it to the exact location where Dean had been standing. I squeezed into the passage and moved to the spot where his tripod marks were still faintly visible in the dust. I held up the photo, comparing it to the view in front of me. The rock formations matched perfectly. The angle of the light coming from above was identical, but the figure was gone. The back of the chamber showed nothing but shadowed rock and a few scattered stones. I stood there for a long time, the photo in my hand, trying to understand. Had Dean seen something that morning? Had there been someone in the chamber, someone who'd meant him harm? But we'd found no evidence of another person. No footprints, no disturbed dust, nothing to suggest anyone else had been in that passage. Unless the figure wasn't a person, unless it was something else, something that didn't leave the kinds of evidence we knew how to look for. I shook my head, angry at myself for even entertaining such thoughts. There were no ghosts in Bryce Canyon, no supernatural entities that spirited people away. There had to be a rational explanation. Dean had photographed something, maybe a trick of light and shadow that had looked like a figure. And then something else, something mundane and inexplicable had happened to him. But what? I took my own photos of the chamber, dozens of them from every angle, trying to recreate the conditions of that morning. Then I hiked back to the station and spent the rest of the day comparing my photos to Dean's. The light was different now, 3 months later with winter settling in, but the basic structure of the space was the same, and in none of my photos was there anything that looked remotely like a human figure. That evening, I finally reported finding the camera to the FBI. Agent Bowman came out the next day to collect it and the memory card. I showed him the final photo, the one with the figure. He studied it for a long time. "Could be a person," he said finally. "Could be shadows. Could be digital noise that happens to look like a shape. You don't think it's significant? I think it's interesting, but I don't know what it tells us. Even if there was someone else in that chamber, where did they go? We searched that entire area. We would have found evidence of another person. Unless they knew how to hide their tracks. You think Dean was murdered? By someone who was so skilled they could make an entire person disappear without leaving a trace? Bowman shook his head. That seems like a bigger leap than assuming he got disoriented and fell somewhere we haven't looked yet. Maybe he was right. Maybe I was so desperate for an explanation that I was seeing patterns where none existed, reading significance into random chance. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the figure in the photo was important, that it was the key to understanding what had happened to Dean Merrick. The FBI took the camera and closed the case again. Andrea was notified that Dean's camera had been found, that there was no new evidence suggesting foul play. After 6 months, Dean was legally declared dead. Andrea collected his life insurance and started the painful process of moving on with her life without him. But I couldn't move on. I started having dreams about the passage, about standing there in the pre-dawn darkness and seeing something move in the shadows. In the dreams, I'd follow whatever it was, chasing it deeper into the maze of hoodoos, and I'd see Dean always just ahead of me, always just out of reach. And then I'd reach the spot where his footprints ended, and I'd look down and realize my own footprints had stopped too, that I was standing in empty air, and that's when I'd wake up. 6 months after Dean disappeared, I encountered something that made me question everything I thought I knew about what had happened that November morning. I was doing an early evening patrol, walking the rim as the sun descended and the tourists headed back to their hotels. I stopped at one of the overlooks and was checking the area for litter when I saw something carved into the wooden railing. It was fresh, the wood still pale where it had been cut. 2 words, scratched in capital letters, "Watch the light." It could have been anything, could have been some tourist's philosophical observation about sunsets. Could have been vandalism with no meaning beyond the act itself. But something about it made the hair on my neck stand up. I photographed the carving and reported it as vandalism. But privately, I wondered. Watch the light. What light? The morning light that Dean had been chasing. The light streaming down into that chamber where the figure had appeared. Or something else entirely. I started paying more attention to the light in the canyon, the way it moved and changed throughout the day. I noticed patterns I'd never really considered before. The way certain passages would be in complete shadow for most of the day, and then suddenly be filled with brilliant light for just a few minutes as the sun hit a certain angle. The way the light would reflect off one hoodoo and illuminate another in unexpected ways. The way shadows could create shapes that looked almost solid, almost real. And I started to wonder if that's what Dean had seen. Not a person, but a pattern of light and shadow that had briefly taken on a human form. Something that had startled him, made him move suddenly, made him stumble or step in a direction he hadn't intended. But that still didn't explain where he'd gone. Even if the figure had been an illusion, even if he'd been startled by a trick of light, his footprints would have continued. There would have been some trace of where he'd stumbled to, where he'd fallen or climbed or walked, unless he hadn't moved forward at all, unless he'd moved in a direction we hadn't considered. Not forward or backward or up or down, but somehow elsewhere. I was really starting to lose it. 8 months after Dean Merrick disappeared, I was reassigned to a different section of the park. My supervisor said it was routine rotation, that all rangers moved through different areas to maintain familiarity with the entire park. But I knew the real reason. I'd become too fixated on the case, too obsessed with a mystery that had no answer. My colleagues were starting to worry about me. I'd lost weight, wasn't sleeping well, and had a habit of staring off into space during briefings, my mind always circling back to those footprints that led nowhere. The new assignment was up near Rainbow Point, the highest elevation in the park at over 9,000 feet. It was farther from the amphitheater where Dean had vanished, farther from the passage that I'd come to think of as cursed. My supervisor probably thought the distance would help me let go. Instead, it just made me feel like I was abandoning the search, like I was giving up on Dean. I tried to focus on my work. Rainbow Point had its own challenges, its own beauty. From up there, you could see for 100 miles on clear days, all the way into Arizona. The air was thinner, the weather more severe. We got snow up there even in April. Storms that would blow in suddenly and reduce visibility to zero. It was good country for getting lost in, which meant it was good country for rescues. One evening in late March, almost a year after Dean's disappearance, I was doing a sunset patrol along the rim near Rainbow Point when I encountered an elderly man sitting on a bench at one of the overlooks. He had the weathered look of someone who'd spent his life outdoors, deeply tanned skin creased with wrinkles, bright blue eyes that seemed to miss nothing. He was sketching in a notebook, his hand moving with practiced strokes across the paper. "Beautiful evening," I said, more out of habit than any real desire to make conversation. He looked up and smiled. "Every evening is beautiful up here, even the ones that try to kill you." He gestured to the empty space beside him on the bench. "You look like you could use a rest, Ranger." I sat down, grateful for the chance to take weight off my feet. We sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the sun paint the clouds in shades of orange and pink. Then, without looking at me, the old man spoke. "You're wondering about the photographer." I went very still. "What?" "The one who disappeared last year, down in Queen's Garden. Dean Merrick. You're the ranger who searched for him. You're the one who found the footprints that stopped." "How do you know that?" "I read the reports. I've been following the case." He turned to look at me directly. "My name is Raymond Keller. I'm a retired ranger myself. Worked at various parks in the Southwest for 40 years, and I've seen 3 other cases like Dean Merrick's." My heart was racing. 3 others? Where? One at Grand Canyon back in 1983. A solo hiker whose footprints led to the edge of a cliff and then just stopped. No body at the bottom, no evidence he jumped or fell. Just prints that ended. Another at Capitol Reef in 991, a woman whose tracks led into a slot canyon that had only one way in or out. We found her tracks going in, never found any tracks coming out, and she wasn't in the canyon. And one here, actually, at Bryce. This was 1977, before you were born probably. A geology student who was studying the rock formations. Vanished without a trace from one of the narrow passages in the amphitheater. Did you work those cases? I worked the Grand Canyon one. I consulted on the others after word got around about my interest in unusual disappearances. He closed his sketchbook and set it aside. "Can I show you something?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. Raymond pulled out his phone and brought up a photo. It showed a narrow canyon, red rock walls rising on either side. In the center of the frame was a figure, similar to the one in Dean's photo. Tall, distorted, made of light and shadow. This was taken by the geology student in 1977. We found his camera 6 months after he vanished, just like you found Dean Merrick's camera. Same kind of final photo. Something that shouldn't be there. What is it? I don't know. I've spent 40 years trying to figure that out. He swiped to another photo, this one, older, grainier. Again, a narrow passage. Again, a strange figure of light. This is from the Grand Canyon case. The hiker's wife had been carrying a camera. She'd taken this photo just minutes before he disappeared. She said at the time that she'd been trying to photograph the way the light was reflecting off the canyon walls. I felt dizzy. So, there's a pattern. These figures appear right before people vanish. Or the people who are about to vanish are the only ones who can see the figures. I've taken thousands of photos in these canyons over the years. I've never captured anything like this. But people who are about to disappear, they seem to see something the rest of us can't. That doesn't make sense. Photos don't lie. If the figures are in the images, they were physically there. Raymond smiled sadly. Were they? Or is the camera somehow capturing something that exists in a different way than we understand? Light behaving in ways that don't follow the normal rules? I don't know. And I've accepted that I probably never will. But there has to be an explanation. People don't just vanish. They don't walk into thin air. Don't they? He gestured at the vast landscape spread out before us, the endless maze of canyons and formations. We think we understand this place because we've mapped it and measured it and put up signs telling people where to walk. But we're just scratching the surface. The geology here is ancient, complex, millions of years of erosion creating structures we're still discovering. Who's to say there aren't spaces we can't detect, configurations of rock and light and magnetism that create anomalies? You're talking about something supernatural. I'm talking about something we don't understand yet, which is not the same thing. He stood up slowly, joints creaking. I'm telling you this because I can see you're tearing yourself apart, trying to understand what happened to Dean Merrick. And I want you to know that you're not crazy. I've seen it too. Other rangers have seen it. We just don't talk about it because the moment you start suggesting that national parks might be home to unexplained phenomena, people think you've lost your mind. So, what do you suggest I do? Just accept that sometimes people disappear for no reason? I suggest you acknowledge that there are limits to what we can know. That sometimes, despite our best efforts, we don't get answers. And that's okay. It's not your fault. You did everything you could to find Dean Merrick. The fact that you failed doesn't mean you failed. It means the universe is bigger and stranger than we give it credit for. He handed me a card with his email address on it. If you ever want to talk about it, or if you encounter another case like this, reach out. There are a few of us who keep track of these things. Not officially, just as a way of remembering, as a way of honoring the people who vanished. After Raymond left, I sat on that bench until long after the sun had set and the stars had come out. I thought about Dean Merrick, about those footprints that led nowhere, about the figure in his photograph. I thought about the 3 other cases Raymond had mentioned, about all the other disappearances in national parks that had never been satisfactorily explained. And I thought about what he'd said about spaces we couldn't detect, about anomalies in the fabric of reality itself. It sounded like science fiction, but so did a lot of things before we understood them. Radio waves sounded impossible until we figured out how to detect them. Black holes were theoretical until we found ways to observe their effects. Who was to say there weren't other phenomena, other aspects of reality that we simply didn't have the tools to measure yet? I eventually went home, and for the first time in months, I slept through the night without dreaming about the passage. Over the following weeks, I found myself slowly letting go of the obsession. Not forgetting Dean Merrick or what had happened to him, but accepting that I might never understand it. I still visited the site occasionally, still stood at the spot where his footprints ended and wondered. But I stopped expecting answers to appear. I stopped believing that if I just looked hard enough, thought long enough, I'd crack the code. A year and a half after Dean disappeared, I was hiking alone in the Queen's Garden area on my day off. Not patrolling, not searching, just hiking for the peace of it. The weather was perfect, a cool morning in October with the aspens turning gold, and the air crisp and clean. I wasn't intending to visit the passage. In fact, I'd been deliberately avoiding it for months. But my feet seemed to carry me there anyway, following familiar paths through the maze of hoodoos, until I found myself standing at the entrance once again. The tripod marks were gone now, erased by wind and rain and time. The flagging tape I'd used to mark the scene had long since been removed. There was nothing to indicate that anything unusual had ever happened here. Just another narrow passage between ancient rocks, silent and indifferent to human dramas. I was about to leave when something caught my eye. A glint of metal in the dust. I knelt down and carefully brushed away the dirt. It was a lens cap, the same brand as Dean's camera, but not the one we'd found before. This was a different cap for a different lens. I picked it up and turned it over in my hands. It was weathered, sun-bleached, like it had been lying here for a long time, but it hadn't been here before. I'd searched this passage hundreds of times. I would have seen it, which meant either I'd missed it somehow or it had appeared recently. And if it had appeared recently, that meant... what? That Dean's equipment was somehow finding its way back from wherever he'd gone? That was insane, but no more insane than anything else about this case. I pocketed the lens cap and stood up. As I did, the light shifted. The sun had been climbing while I'd been lost in thought, and now it was hitting the passage at a particular angle. The light streamed down through gaps in the rock above, creating columns of illumination in the dusty air. And there, at the far end of the passage, I saw it, the figure. It was only there for a moment, perhaps less than a second. A shape made of light and shadow, tall and impossibly thin, standing in the exact spot where the figure had appeared in Dean's photograph. And then the sun shifted another fraction of a degree, and it was gone, leaving nothing but ordinary rock and ordinary shadow. I stood frozen, my heart hammering. I hadn't imagined it. I'd seen it with my own eyes, the same thing Dean had seen right before he vanished. The same thing the geology student had seen in 1977. The same thing the Grand Canyon hiker had seen in 1983. Every instinct told me to run, to get out of that passage as fast as I could. But I forced myself to stay calm, to observe. I checked my watch, noting the exact time. I pulled out my phone and took a series of photos, bracketing the exposure, trying to capture whatever I'd just witnessed. When I reviewed the photos later, there was nothing, just rock and shadow and light, arranged in ordinary ways. The figure didn't appear in any of the images. Whatever I'd seen, whatever Dean and the others had seen, it was something the camera couldn't capture. Or could only capture under very specific circumstances that I didn't understand. I left the passage quickly but without panic, hiking back to my truck with my mind racing. I had a choice to make. I could report what I'd seen, tell my supervisor that I'd witnessed some kind of optical illusion or atmospheric phenomenon in the same location where Dean Merrick had vanished. I'd be labeled crazy, probably removed from active duty, possibly forced to undergo psychological evaluation. Or I could keep it to myself, file it away with all the other inexplicable details of this case, and accept that some mysteries don't get solved. I chose the latter. I emailed Raymond Keller instead, told him what I'd seen. He wrote back within an hour. "Thank you for telling me. You're not crazy. You're just one of the few who've looked at the right moment. Be careful out there. Be careful." As if there was something I could do to protect myself from whatever this was. As if careful had anything to do with it. I've been a ranger at Bryce Canyon for 7 years now. I still patrol the Queen's Garden area regularly. I still pass by that passage where Dean Merrick's footprints stopped. And sometimes, when the light is just right, when the sun hits at precisely the correct angle, I see shapes in the shadows that might be figures or might be nothing at all. I've learned to look away when I see them. I don't know if looking protects me or if I'm just lucky. I don't know if Dean looked too long, if he saw something he wasn't supposed to see, if the act of witnessing made him vulnerable to whatever took him. I don't know anything for certain. What I do know is that the wilderness keeps its secrets. That beneath the beauty and the majesty and the Instagram perfect landscapes, there are things we don't understand. There are places where the normal rules don't quite apply, where light and shadow and stone create patterns that lead to elsewhere. Dean Merrick walked into one of those places. So did the geology student in 1977, the Grand Canyon hiker in 1983, the Capitol Reef woman in 91, and probably dozens of others whose disappearances were never properly documented or investigated. They saw something, or something saw them, and in that moment of seeing, they stepped out of our world and into some place we can't follow. Andrea Merrick eventually remarried. She sent me a wedding announcement 2 years after Dean was declared dead. I was happy for her, glad she'd found a way to move forward with her life. She deserved happiness after everything she'd been through. I didn't tell her about the lens cap I'd found, or about the figure I'd seen in the passage. What would be the point? It wouldn't bring Dean back, it would only give her new nightmares to replace the old ones. Sometimes I wonder if Dean is still out there somewhere, trapped in some fold of reality we can't access, still carrying his camera, still trying to capture the perfect image. Or maybe he's gone in a more final sense, his molecules dispersed into the rock and air, his consciousness extinguished. I hope it's the latter. I hope he didn't suffer, hope he didn't spend his last moments terrified and confused, trying to understand what was happening to him. But I don't know. And that's the hardest part, not knowing. Living with the uncertainty, with the understanding that sometimes people walk into the wilderness and don't come back. Not because they got lost or injured or made a mistake, but because they encountered something we have no frame of reference for. If you're listening to this and you spend time in national parks, I don't want to scare you. The vast majority of people who visit these places have wonderful, safe experiences. Millions of visitors every year hike the trails, take their photos, and go home with nothing but happy memories. The anomalies are rare. The disappearances are statistical outliers, but they happen. And when they do, those of us who work in these parks carry them with us. We remember the names, the faces, the places where people were last seen. We remember the evidence that didn't make sense, the questions that never got answered. Dean Merrick is one of mine. He'll always be one of mine. Every time I patrol Queen's Garden, every time I pass that passage, I remember him. I remember his smile when he showed me his photography that morning. I remember his confidence, his skill, his passion for capturing light. And I remember those footprints that led to nowhere, that marked the spot where he stepped out of our understanding and into mystery. The wilderness is beautiful. But beauty and danger often walk hand in hand. The same qualities that make these places majestic, their vastness, their wildness, their indifference to human concerns, are the qualities that make them dangerous. Not just physically dangerous, with their cliffs and weather and wildlife, but dangerous in deeper ways, in ways we're only beginning to suspect. Watch the light. That's what the carving said, and I think about those words often. Watch the light, because the light is where the answers are, or where the questions become too dangerous to ask. Watch the light, because that's where the figures appear, where the anomalies manifest, where the familiar world becomes strange. I watch the light now. I pay attention to the angles, to the way shadows fall, to the patterns that emerge when sunlight filters through gaps in ancient rock. And when I see something that doesn't look quite right, when I catch a glimpse of movement that might be a figure or might be nothing, I look away. I keep walking. I don't investigate. Because I don't want to end up like Dean Merrick. I don't want my own footprints to lead to nowhere, my own camera to be found months later with one final inexplicable photo. I don't want to be another name in Raymond Keller's files, another case that keeps rangers awake at night wondering what really happened. So I'm careful. I stay on the marked trails. I don't chase the perfect light into the narrow passages. I don't set up my camera in spots where the shadows fall in strange configurations. And when the wilderness calls to me, when some part of me wants to step off the path and investigate the mystery, I remember Dean. I remember his footprints. I remember that some questions don't have answers we'd want to hear. That's my story. That's what happened to Dean Merrick, or at least what I know of it. It's not a satisfying story. It doesn't have a neat resolution or a clear explanation. But it's true as I can tell it. If you hike in Bryce Canyon or any of the Southwest's canyon country, be smart. Stay on the trails, tell people where you're going, carry the right equipment. And if you see something strange, something that doesn't look quite right, some configuration of light and shadow that seems to form shapes that shouldn't exist, walk away. Don't investigate. Don't try to photograph it. Just walk away. Because the wilderness has been here for millions of years, and it will be here for millions more after we're gone. And in all that time, it's learned things we haven't. It's developed patterns and rhythms and behaviors that we can't predict or understand. And sometimes, very rarely, it reaches out and takes someone. Not maliciously, not deliberately, just because that's what it does. Dean Merrick was taken. I accept that now. I don't understand it. I probably never will, but I accept it. And I honor his memory by continuing to do my job, by protecting the people who come to see this beautiful, terrible place, by watching for the warning signs and trying to make sure no one else walks into the wrong passage at the wrong moment when the light falls in the wrong way. That's all any of us can do. Watch the light, remember the lost, and keep walking. My name is Mason Crow, and I've been working night shifts as a law enforcement ranger at Bryce Canyon National Park for the past 4 years. Most people don't realize that national parks need rangers working through the night, but we do. Someone has to patrol the campgrounds, respond to emergencies, keep an eye out for wildlife in the parking areas, and make sure no one's doing anything stupid or dangerous after dark. It's not glamorous work. Most nights are quiet, even boring. But the nights that aren't quiet, those are the ones that stay with you. I found your channel about 6 months ago during one of those endless, quiet nights when I was trying to stay awake at the ranger station. I started listening to your park ranger stories, and I was struck by how many of them involved things that couldn't be easily explained. Cases where the evidence didn't add up, where something felt deeply wrong, even if you couldn't put your finger on why. I've got one of those stories, and I've been carrying it around for 2 years now, wondering if I should tell anyone. But I figure if there's anywhere I can share it without sounding like I've lost my mind, it's here. This happened in September, 2 years ago. September is a beautiful time at Bryce Canyon. The summer crowds have mostly cleared out. The weather is mild during the day and crisp at night, and you get these crystal clear skies that make the stars look close enough to touch. I was working the night shift, which at that time of year meant clocking in at 8 p.m. and working until 6 a.m. My primary responsibility was patrolling the 2 main campgrounds, Sunset Campground and North Campground, making sure everything was secure and that campers weren't having any issues. The night started normally enough. I did my first patrol around 9 p.m., driving slowly through both campgrounds, checking that people had their food properly stored, that campfires were contained and attended, that everyone seemed safe and settled for the night. There were maybe 40 campsites occupied between the 2 campgrounds, which was light for September. Most of the campers were families or retired couples, people with RVs and tents who turn in early and wouldn't cause any trouble. Around 11 p.m. I got a radio call from dispatch. A camper at Site 23 in North Campground had reported hearing strange sounds coming from the neighboring site. Site 24 had been occupied earlier in the evening, but the camper at Site 23 said it now seemed abandoned. No lights, no movement, but definitely sounds. Scraping, he'd said. like someone was dragging something across the ground. I drove over to check it out, pulling my truck up to Site 24 with my spotlight illuminating the area. It was a tent site, one of the smaller ones tucked back against a cluster of pine trees. There was a tent set up, a small dome tent meant for one or maybe two people, and a camping chair beside a cold fire ring, but no vehicle, which was odd. Most tent campers either parked right at their site or at a designated parking area nearby, but I didn't see any car. I called out, identifying myself as a park ranger. No response. I called out again, louder this time. Nothing. The tent was closed up tight, zipped shut, but I could see the glow of a battery-powered lantern inside casting shadows on the fabric. Protocol in situations like this is to be careful. You never know what you're walking into. Could be someone sleeping deeply with earbuds in. Could be someone in medical distress. Could be a domestic situation that's about to go sideways. I approached slowly, making noise, calling out continuously. When I got to the tent entrance, I noticed the zipper was partially open, just an inch or two, even though it had looked closed from a distance. "Park Ranger," I announced one more time. "I need to check on your welfare. I'm going to open the tent." I unzipped it fully and shined my flashlight inside. The tent was empty, or rather, empty of people. There was a sleeping bag laid out, unzipped and spread flat like someone had been lying on top of it rather than sleeping inside it. A small backpack sat in one corner. The battery lantern was still on, hanging from the center loop of the tent. And on the sleeping bag was an open notebook, a pen lying across the pages. But no person. No indication of where they'd gone or why they'd left their tent lit up and their belongings unsecured. I backed out and did a sweep of the immediate area with my flashlight, checking the trees, the neighboring sites, the bathroom facilities about 50 yards away. Nothing. No one. I went back to the tent and carefully leaned in to examine the notebook without touching it initially. I could see writing on the open page, a journal entry dated that day, September 14th. The handwriting was neat at first, but became progressively more erratic toward the bottom of the page. The final line was written in letters that were nearly illegible, pressed so hard into the paper that they'd torn through in places. "Someone's watching from above, but there's no one up there." The hair on my neck stood up. I straightened and looked up instinctively, scanning the tree branches above the campsite. Nothing but pine boughs silhouetted against the night sky. I swept my flashlight beam up into the canopy, watching for any movement, any reflection of eyes, anything that might explain what the camper had written. But there was nothing, just trees and darkness and the distant stars beyond. I radioed dispatch and reported the situation. Abandoned campsite, personal belongings present, concerning note in a journal. They told me to secure the scene and they'd send backup. While I waited, I took photos of everything with my phone. The tent, the layout of the campsite, the journal entry. I didn't touch anything except to carefully close the journal and place it in an evidence bag I kept in my truck. Ranger Marcus Flynn arrived about 20 minutes later. Flynn was a senior ranger, had been working at Bryce for over a decade, and had seen pretty much everything there was to see. We walked through the scene together while I explained what I'd found. "You checked the registration?" Flynn asked. "About to." We walked over to the small registration post at the campground entrance where campers were supposed to fill out an envelope with their information and pay the camping fee. Site 24's envelope was there. The name written on it was Emily Hartwell, with a Portland, Oregon address. Check-in time was listed as 5:47 p.m. Vehicle description, none. She'd written bicycle in that field, which explained the lack of a car. "Solo female camper on a bike," Flynn muttered. "That's something you don't see every day. Gutsy." We went back to the site and Flynn examined the tent more carefully. Sleeping bags not set up like someone was planning to sleep. more like someone was sitting on it, maybe reading or writing in that journal. He pointed to some dirt on the sleeping bag fabric. Boot prints, small, probably women's. But look, they're on top of the sleeping bag like she was standing on it. Standing on it? Inside the tent? That was strange. The tent was maybe 4 feet tall at its peak. You'd have to crouch or kneel in a tent that size. Why would anyone stand on their sleeping bag? Or kneeling on it, maybe reaching up, Flynn suggested. He looked up at the tent ceiling, studying it. Look at this. He pointed to a small tear in the tent fabric near the peak, right above where the sleeping bag was positioned. The tear was maybe 2 inches long, a clean cut rather than a rip. That wasn't there when she bought the tent, Flynn said. That's fresh. See how the edges are clean? That was cut recently, probably today. Why would she cut a hole in her own tent? Maybe she didn't. Flynn backed out of the tent and we both stood there looking at it. Or maybe she did, but for a reason we don't understand yet. Either way, we've got a missing camper and what's starting to look like a potential crime scene. We need to find Emily Hartwell. We organized a search, called in 2 more rangers who were on call, got some volunteers from the campground, other campers who heard the commotion and wanted to help. We divided into teams and swept the entire campground and the surrounding areas. The bathroom facilities, the trails leading out of the campground, the nearby day use areas. We called Emily's name until our voices were hoarse, the sound echoing strangely off the hoodoos that loomed around the campground in the darkness. Nothing. No response. No sign of her. Around 2 a.m., we expanded the search to include the trails leading into the main amphitheater. It seemed unlikely that Emily would have hiked down into the canyon in the dark. The trails were dangerous enough in daylight, but we had to check. I took the Navajo Loop Trail with Flynn, our flashlights cutting weak beams through the darkness as we descended into the canyon. The amphitheater at night is a different place than during the day. The hoodoos that look majestic and beautiful in sunlight become menacing in the dark, towering shadows that seem to shift and move when you're not looking directly at them. The wind moves through the rock formations in strange ways, creating sounds that are almost but not quite like voices. More than once I found myself spinning around, certain I'd heard someone call out, only to realize it was just the wind playing tricks. We made it down to the bottom of the loop without finding any sign of Emily. The trail there splits, one branch leading back up to the rim, the other connecting to the Queen's Garden Trail. We stood at the junction, playing our lights across the paths, looking for any indication of which way she might have gone. This is pointless, Flynn said. If she came down here in the dark without a light, she'd be injured or dead from a fall by now, and if she had a light, we'd have seen it. He was right, but I didn't want to admit it. We'd been searching for hours and found nothing. It was like Emily Hartwell had simply evaporated from her campsite, leaving behind her belongings and that cryptic journal entry. Someone's watching from above, but there's no one up there. We hiked back up to the rim and returned to the campground as the sky was just starting to lighten in the east. The other search teams had come up empty as well. No trace of Emily Hartwell anywhere in or around the campground. No sign of her on any of the nearby trails. No reports from any other campers of seeing a woman traveling alone on a bicycle. At 6 a.m., my shift technically ended, but I couldn't just clock out and go home. I went back to Site 24 as the sun rose, looking at the scene with fresh eyes in the morning light. The tent looked innocuous now, just another camping tent among dozens in the campground. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible had happened here, something I wasn't understanding. I noticed something I'd missed in the dark. There were scratches on one of the pine trees adjacent to the campsite, about 10 feet up the trunk. Long, parallel gouges in the bark, like something with claws had climbed up the tree. But the marks were too regular, too evenly spaced. They looked almost deliberate, carved rather than scratched. I took photos of the marks, then walked the perimeter of the campsite more carefully. That's when I found the footprints. Not Emily's. These were larger, men's boots probably, size 11 or 12. They approached the campsite from the direction of the trees, circled around the tent, then led back into the trees. The prints were deep, suggesting someone heavy or carrying weight. And they were recent, probably from the previous evening. So, someone had been at the campsite. Someone had approached Emily's tent, walked around it, then left. But who, and where was Emily? I followed the boot prints into the trees. They led about 30 yards into the pine forest before reaching a small clearing where the ground was too hard and needle-covered to hold prints. But in the center of the clearing, I found something that made my blood run cold. It was Emily's bicycle, a touring bike with panniers still attached, loaded with gear. The bike was laid on its side carefully, not thrown or dropped, and the panniers had been opened and their contents spread out in a neat circle around the bike. Camping supplies, clothing, toiletries, food, everything you'd expect a bike tourist to carry. But everything had been arranged in this deliberate pattern, items sorted by type and laid out like a display. This wasn't random. This wasn't someone stealing supplies and discarding what they didn't want. This was methodical, almost ritualistic. Someone had taken Emily's bike, brought it here, and carefully unpacked and arranged all her belongings. I radioed Flynn immediately. I found her bike. And Flynn, something's really wrong here. You need to see this. By the time Flynn and the other rangers arrived, I'd photographed everything without disturbing the scene. We stood around the clearing, all of us trying to make sense of what we were seeing. "This is staged," Flynn said finally. "Someone did this deliberately. But why? What's the point? Maybe they were looking for something specific?" suggested one of the other rangers. "Then why arrange everything so carefully? If you're searching for something, you'd just toss stuff aside. This looks like..." I trailed off, not sure how to articulate what it looked like. "Like an offering," Flynn finished quietly. "Or a catalog, like someone inventorying her possessions." We searched the area around the clearing more thoroughly. No more footprints. Whoever had been here had been careful to step only on hard ground or rocks after reaching the clearing. No other evidence. No indication of which direction they'd gone or whether Emily had been with them. The FBI was notified by midday. This had escalated from a missing person case to a potential abduction. Agents arrived by early afternoon and took over the investigation. They processed both scenes, the campsite and the clearing, treating them as crime scenes. They took the journal into evidence along with everything else from the tent and the bicycle. I gave my statement to the agents, walked them through everything I'd found and every step I'd taken. They asked a lot of questions about the journal entry, about what I thought it meant. I told them the truth. I didn't know. Someone's watching from above, but there's no one up there. It could mean anything. Could be Emily was paranoid, maybe struggling with mental health issues. Could be she'd seen something real that she couldn't explain. Could be she was trying to leave a message about who was threatening her. The agents tracked down Emily's family in Oregon. She was 28, worked as a graphic designer, was known for taking solo bike touring trips around the West. Her parents said she was experienced, careful, not prone to risky behavior. They said she'd called them 2 days before she disappeared, told them she was planning to spend a few days at Bryce Canyon before heading south toward Grand Canyon. She'd sounded fine, happy even, excited about the trip. They also found her phone records. Emily had tried to make a call at 10:17 p.m. the night she disappeared. The call was to 911, but it never connected. Cell service in the park is spotty at best, and the campground is in one of those dead zones where you can't get a signal. The call attempt lasted 6 seconds before dropping. So Emily had been scared enough to try to call for help. Something had happened between her writing that journal entry and 10:17 p.m. that made her feel she was in danger. But what? And where had she gone or been taken after that failed call? The search for Emily Hartwell continued for 2 weeks. The FBI brought in cadaver dogs, which searched the entire amphitheater and found nothing. They brought in helicopters with thermal imaging, scanning the canyon for any heat signature that might indicate a body or a person hiding. Nothing. They interviewed every camper who'd been in the park that night, every park employee, every person who lived in the surrounding communities. No one had seen anything suspicious. No one had seen Emily Hartwell after she'd checked into her campsite at 5:47 p.m. The boot prints I'd found were analyzed. Size 12, common tread pattern from a popular hiking boot sold in outdoor stores across the country. Could have belonged to any of 10,000 people in the region. The scratches on the tree were determined to be tool marks, probably made with a knife or small saw, but there was no way to identify who'd made them or why. The case officially went cold after a month. The FBI concluded that Emily Hartwell had most likely been abducted by someone who was familiar with the park, someone who knew how to move through the terrain without leaving evidence. The theory was that whoever took her had either killed her and hidden the body in one of the thousands of inaccessible areas in the canyon, or had transported her out of the park entirely. Either way, without additional evidence or witnesses, there was nowhere else for the investigation to go. But I couldn't let it go. I kept working my night shifts, kept patrolling the campgrounds, but now I found myself paying attention to things I'd never noticed before. The way shadows moved in the trees when the wind picked up. The sounds that echoed through the canyon at night. Animal calls, wind, rocks settling, and how easy it would be to mistake those sounds for something else. The feeling of being watched that sometimes came over me when I was alone in the dark. I also started researching. During my downtime at the ranger station, I dug through old incident reports, looking for anything similar to Emily's disappearance. What I found troubled me. Over the past 15 years, there had been 4 other incidents at Bryce Canyon involving campers reporting feeling watched or followed at night. None of those cases had resulted in disappearances, but the reports were remarkably similar. Campers describing a sense of presence, of someone or something observing them from above. One report from 2011 specifically mentioned movement in the trees overhead that the camper couldn't explain. I also found something else. In 2008, a ranger named David Pritchard had been working night shift when he'd responded to a disturbance call at North Campground. A camper had reported seeing someone climbing on the rock formations above the campground, moving from hoodoo to hoodoo in a way that seemed impossible. When Pritchard investigated, he found boot prints on top of one of the formations, 50 feet up a sheer rock face with no obvious way to climb it. The prints were photographed but never explained. Pritchard retired a year later, and according to his brief exit interview, he'd decided park work wasn't for him anymore. I managed to track down Pritchard's contact information and called him. He was living in Colorado now, working construction. When I explained who I was and why I was calling, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. I wondered if someone would ever ask about that, he said finally. The night with the prints on the hoodoo. Can you tell me what happened? The report was pretty sparse on details. That's because I didn't want to write down everything I saw. Didn't want people thinking I'd lost my mind. He took a breath. I got the call about someone climbing on the rocks. When I got to the campground, I could see what the camper was talking about. There was someone up there, moving along the top of the formations. But they were moving wrong, too fast, too fluid, like they weren't constrained by the need to find hand and footholds. Could it have been a climber with gear? That's what I told myself at the time. But I watched this person, or whatever it was, for about 90 seconds before it disappeared behind a formation. and in that time, it moved across gaps that would have required ropes to cross. It went from one hoodoo to another maybe 12 feet away, just stepped across the gap like it was nothing. Did you see its face? Any identifying features? Too dark, too far away. Just a silhouette against the stars. But I'll tell you what bothered me most. After it disappeared, I hiked up to the rim with a couple other rangers to see if we could find where it had gone. We found those boot prints I reported, right on top of one of the formations. But we also found something else, something I didn't put in the report. What? Scratches. Long scratches carved into the rock in a pattern, like someone marking territory. They looked old, weathered, but they hadn't been there during my last daytime patrol of that area. I'd been up on that same formation 2 days before, and those marks weren't there. The scratches, just like the ones I'd found on the tree at Emily's campsite. Did you photograph them? I did, but the photos disappeared from the evidence locker. I went back to look for them about a week later and they were just gone. No explanation, no record of who'd checked them out. It was like they never existed. Why didn't you report that? Because by that point, I decided I wanted out. I'd been having nightmares, waking up feeling like something was in my room watching me. I know how that sounds. But after that night, after seeing that thing moving across the hoodoos, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to see. Something that didn't want to be seen. After I hung up with Pritchard, I sat in the ranger station for a long time, thinking. There was a pattern here. Reports of being watched from above. Scratches carved into trees and rocks. Boot prints in impossible places. And Emily Hartwell, who'd written that she was being watched from above right before she vanished. I decided to do something that probably violated about a dozen protocols. I got access to Emily's journal. It was still in evidence storage, and technically I had clearance to review evidence from open cases. I spent an entire night reading through it. Emily had been keeping a travel journal, documenting her bike tour through Utah and Arizona. Most of the entries were mundane observations about the landscape, about the people she met, about the challenges and joys of solo travel. But the entries from the 3 days before she arrived at Bryce Canyon took on a different tone. September 11th, 3 days before she disappeared. Strange feeling today. Kept thinking someone was following me on the bike route. But every time I looked back, there was no one there. Just red rocks and empty road. Probably just paranoia from being alone too long. September 12th. Camped near Panguitch last night. Woke up at 3 a.m., convinced someone was standing outside my tent. Laid there, frozen, for probably 20 minutes before I got brave enough to check. Nothing outside. No footprints in the dirt around my tent. But I know I heard breathing. God, I need to get to Bryce and camp somewhere with other people around. September 13th. Arrived at Bryce this afternoon. Set up at North Campground. Lots of other campers, feel safer. But when I was getting water from the spigot tonight, I looked up at the trees and could have sworn I saw someone in the branches. A man, I think. Tall, watching me. But when I looked directly at where I thought I saw him, there was nothing. Just branches and sky. I'm losing it. And then the final entry. September 14th. The day she disappeared. Most of the entry was about the beauty of the park, about her plans to hike down into the amphitheater the next day. But the final paragraph made my skin crawl. It's dark now. Been sitting in my tent for the past hour trying to work up the courage to go to the bathroom. I can feel it again. That sensation of being watched. But this time I can pinpoint where it's coming from. Something is above my tent. In the trees? On the rocks? I don't know. I can hear scratching sounds. And breathing. Definitely breathing. I cut a hole in the top of my tent so I could look up without unzipping and going outside. But when I look through the hole, there's nothing there, just branches and stars. So why do I still feel eyes on me? Why can't I shake the certainty that someone is up there, looking down, waiting for me to come out? And then that final line, the one I'd seen the night I found her tent. Someone's watching from above, but there's no one up there. I closed the journal and sat back, my mind racing. Emily had been experiencing this for days before she got to Bryce Canyon. Someone, or something, had been following her, watching her, getting closer each night, and that final night, it had finally made its move. But who? Or what? Some kind of stalker who was tracking solo female travelers. But how would they have followed her across hundreds of miles of back roads without being seen? And how did they explain the boot prints in impossible places? The scratches, the sensation of being watched from above. I started doing something I'd never done before in my 4 years of night shifts. I started watching the trees and rock formations around the campgrounds. Really watching them, not just doing the standard patrol scan. And on the third night of this focused observation, I saw something. It was around 1 a.m. I was parked at a pull-off that gave me a view of most of North Campground. The campground was quiet. Most of the sites occupied, but everyone asleep in their tents and RVs. The only light came from a few sites that had left their lanterns on, creating pools of yellow glow in the darkness. Movement caught my eye. Not in the campground itself, but on one of the hoodoos that bordered the campground to the east. A shadow moving along the top of the formation, silhouetted against the slightly lighter sky. I grabbed my binoculars and focused on the spot. It was a person. Or at least it was shaped like a person. Tall, thin, moving along the top of the hoodoo with a strange, fluid gait. As I watched, it stopped and seemed to look down at the campground below. It stood there for maybe 30 seconds, completely motionless, then moved again. It walked to the edge of the formation, and I was certain it was going to fall or climb down. Instead, it simply stepped off the edge and dropped out of sight. I fumbled for my radio, my hands shaking. "Dispatch, this is Crow. I've got a possible climber in distress at North Campground East Side Formations. Someone just fell from the top of a hoodoo. Sending exact coordinates now." I radioed in the location and waited for backup while shining my spotlight on the area where the figure had fallen. It would have been at least a 40-foot drop. If someone had fallen from that height, they'd be seriously injured at best, dead at worst. But my spotlight revealed nothing. No body at the base of the formation. No signs of disturbance in the rocks and scrub below. 2 other rangers arrived within 15 minutes. We hiked up to the formation with ropes and climbing gear, expecting to find someone injured and possibly trapped in a crevice. But we found nothing. No climber, no blood, no equipment, no indication anyone had been up there at all. Except, on the flat top of the hoodoo, in a thin layer of dust that had settled on the rock, there were boot prints, size 12, same tread pattern as the ones I'd found near Emily's campsite. And carved into the rock itself, barely visible in the beam of our flashlights, were those familiar scratches. Long, parallel gouges forming a pattern I was starting to recognize. "What the hell are these?" one of the rangers asked, running his hand over the scratches. "Territorial markers," I said quietly. "Someone's marking their hunting ground." They both looked at me like I'd said something crazy. Maybe I had. But I couldn't shake the conviction that whatever had taken Emily Hartwell was still here, still watching, still marking its territory on the rocks above the campground. We took photos of the prints and the scratches, filed a report about the incident. But nothing came of it. There was no crime to investigate, no missing person, no evidence of any actual danger. Just a ranger who claimed he'd seen someone fall from a hoodoo, except there was no body and no proof anyone had been up there except for some boot prints that could have been made at any time. But I knew what I'd seen. And I knew that whatever it was still out there. I started carrying Emily's journal with me on night patrols. I'm not sure why. Maybe I felt like it helped me understand what she'd experienced, what she'd felt in those final hours before she vanished. Maybe I just wanted to keep some part of her case alive, to remind myself that there was still someone out there who needed to be found, even if everyone else had given up. One night, about 3 months after Emily disappeared, I was reading through the journal again during a quiet period at the ranger station. I'd been through it dozens of times by then, had practically memorized every entry. But this time, I noticed something I'd missed before. In the margins of that final entry, almost too faint to see, Emily had drawn something. A pattern of lines and curves that looked random at first glance. I pulled out my phone and brought up the photos I'd taken of the scratches on the tree at her campsite and the scratches on the hoodoo where I'd seen the figure. I compared them to Emily's drawing. They matched. The pattern was identical. Emily had seen the scratches before. She'd seen them and drawn them in her journal, maybe not even consciously realizing what she was doing, which meant she'd encountered those marks somewhere during her bike trip, days before she arrived at Bryce Canyon. She'd seen the signs and hadn't understood what they meant until it was too late. I spent the next week researching territorial marking behaviors, looking at everything from animal behavior to human psychology to ancient cultures that used symbolic markings. What I found was both fascinating and terrifying. Throughout history, predators, both animal and human, have marked their territories with visual symbols. These marks serve as warnings to others and as navigation aids for the marker. They say, "This is my space," and also, "This is the boundary of where I hunt." If someone was marking territory across hundreds of miles of Utah backcountry, if they were following travelers and establishing claim over certain areas, then Emily hadn't just been unlucky. She'd traveled directly through someone's hunting ground. And when she'd stopped to camp, she'd made herself vulnerable in the worst possible place. But the question remained, who was doing this? And how were they moving across terrain that should have been impossible to traverse? 4 months after Emily vanished, I got a call from a sheriff's deputy in Kane County, just south of Bryce Canyon. He'd heard about the Hartwell case and thought I should know about something they'd found. A bike tourist had been reported missing near the Vermilion Cliffs. She'd last been seen 3 days ago at a small-town gas station. Her bicycle had been found abandoned on a forest road, her gear spread out in a circle around it, just like Emily's. I drove down to Kane County and met with the deputy. He showed me photos of the scene. The similarities were undeniable. The methodical arrangement of belongings, the careful placement of the bicycle, even the scratches they'd found carved into a nearby tree. Same pattern. "We've been asking around," the deputy said, "talking to locals, other law enforcement agencies. Turns out there have been 5 similar cases over the past 7 years, all in southern Utah and northern Arizona. Solo female travelers, mostly on bikes, all vanished without a trace. And every scene has those weird scratches. Why hasn't anyone connected these before? Different jurisdictions, different agencies. No central database for this kind of pattern. Plus, solo travelers go missing sometimes. Usually they turn up eventually, or there's an obvious explanation. But these cases, no bodies, no evidence of where they went, just abandoned gear and those marks." We spent hours going through the files on the other cases. All of them had similar details. Women traveling alone, reports of feeling watched in the days before they disappeared, abandoned campsites or gear, scratches carved into nearby trees or rocks. And in 2 of the cases, Other campers had reported seeing someone moving on the cliffs above their campgrounds at night, moving in ways that seemed impossible. The FBI was notified again. This time they took it more seriously. 6 connected disappearances over 7 years constituted a serial pattern. They sent a task force to coordinate with local agencies, interview witnesses, process the scenes with fresh eyes. But months went by and they found nothing. No suspects, no additional evidence, no breaks in the case. Whoever was doing this was skilled, patient, and intimately familiar with the terrain. They knew how to avoid leaving evidence, how to move without being tracked, how to choose victims who wouldn't immediately be missed. I kept working my night shifts, kept watching the formations above the campgrounds. I saw the figure 3 more times over the next year, always at night, always moving along the tops of the hoodoos, always stopping to look down at the campsites below. Each time I tried to approach, to get close enough to see details or identify who it was. And each time the figure would drop out of sight, leaving nothing but boot prints and scratches. It's been 2 years now since Emily Hartwell disappeared. Her case remains open but inactive. Her parents have offered a substantial reward for information, but no one has come forward with anything useful. The FBI task force has moved on to other cases. The other disappearances have been noted in a database somewhere connected by pattern recognition software, but without new evidence, there's nothing to investigate. I'm still working night shifts at Bryce Canyon. I still patrol the campgrounds, still respond to campers' calls about strange sounds and feelings of being watched. And I still look up at the hoodoos when I'm out in the dark, searching for that familiar silhouette moving against the stars. Sometimes I wonder if Emily is still out there somewhere, alive and held captive in some hidden place I haven't found. Sometimes I wonder if she's gone in a more permanent way, her remains scattered across the canyon in some inaccessible crevice. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone at the ranger station, I wonder if she's not the only one who's being watched. Because I've started feeling it too. That prickling sensation on the back of my neck. The certainty that eyes are on me when I'm driving the dark roads between campgrounds. The scratching sounds I sometimes hear outside my windows at home. I haven't found any marks carved into the trees around my house yet. But I'm looking, and I'm not sure what I'll do if I find them. The wilderness keeps its secrets. We know that. Every ranger, every person who spends real time in wild places understands that there are things that happen out there that don't get explained. People vanish. Evidence disappears. The landscape itself seems to conspire to hide the truth. But this is different. This isn't random misfortune or natural hazard. This is intentional. Someone, something, is out there using the wilderness as cover, using their knowledge of the terrain to hunt and to hide. And until we figure out who or what it is, there will be more nights like the one when I found Emily's tent. More journal entries ending with terror and confusion. More families waiting for answers that never come. If you're planning to camp in the Southwest, especially if you're traveling alone, please be careful. Pay attention to that feeling when you think you're being watched. Look up occasionally. Check the trees and rock formations above you. If you see scratches carved in patterns on rocks or trees, leave the area immediately. And if you feel that presence, that certainty that something is overhead, observing, waiting, trust your instincts. Get to where there are other people. Get to safety. Because Emily Hartwell trusted the wilderness. She was experienced, careful, aware of the risks. But she made one mistake. She stayed in that tent even after she felt the presence above her. She tried to convince herself there was no one there, that it was just paranoia or imagination. And by the time she realized the danger was real, it was too late. I think about her every night when I start my shift. I read that final journal entry sometimes, those words pressed so hard into the paper they tore through. Someone's watching from above, but there's no one up there. She was wrong about the last part. There was someone up there, there still is, moving through the darkness, marking territory, watching and waiting for the next traveler who will ignore their instincts and stay just a little too long in the wrong place. And I'll keep looking for them. Keep watching the hoodoos at night. Keep searching for patterns in the cases of the missing. Because somewhere out there, those 6 women deserve answers. Their families deserve closure. And the next solo traveler who camps under those stars deserves a warning that might save their life. The wilderness is beautiful, but it's not empty. And what watches from above isn't always just the stars.